Chapter 1502. For some formation masters, Feng Chun took a longer time to guide them. For others, he only gave them some pointers. For others, Feng Chun did not guide them at all. Of course, for those formation masters who did not receive any guidance, they all had their own paths. They were extremely firm about their own paths, and outsiders could not shake their thoughts at all. Therefore, these formation masters could only let them develop, and there was no point in guiding them. This kind of guidance lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, there was only one left. The other formation masters who were guided benefited greatly. The last one was Nile, who was ridiculed by everyone. Nile's clothes were tattered, and he sat cross-legged in front of Feng Chun. "What's your name?" Feng Chun asked. He had noticed Nile before and felt that he was somewhat interesting. "Nile." Feng Chun nodded, and then said, "Set up a formation that you are proud of." Hearing this, Nile closed his eyes, and the aura of a formation filled his body. Then, his hands began to form a complicated hand seal. Rays of dazzling light shot out from his palms, and finally intertwined in the sky, golden light shining brightly. Interesting. Feng Chun carefully observed the dazzling light, and the smile on his face deepened. Swoosh! The moment Nile opened his eyes, he had finished setting up the formation. Rumble! Streams of murderous energy spread out from the formation. The seemingly powerful killing power instantly stopped when it approached Feng Chun's body. No matter what, it could not touch the latter's body. Offensive formation. After careful observation, Feng Chun was a little surprised. Although Nile was setting up a first-stage formation, this formation was very magical, especially the handling of the formation base and the control of the formation's core. It was very exquisite. Feng Chun closed his eyes and immersed himself in the formation. Suddenly, he felt a very strange feeling. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Your idea is very good," Feng Chun praised. Among the previous formation masters, except for Chiu Xian, no one could get Feng Chun's praise. On the side, many god formation masters scoffed at Nile. "I think Nero is going to be in trouble." "That's right. A toad wants to eat swan meat." "What a joke." A 1-star god array master is destined not to be valued by the island master. It won't be long before Nile is drowned in the sea of people. Some god formation masters openly mocked Nile. They were even betting that the island master would give Nile some pointers for a few minutes. "I think a minute at most." "What a joke. Nile's trash talent can also be taught by the island lord for a minute." 50 seconds. 30 seconds. No more than that. Chiu Xian frowned slightly when he heard the words of these god formation masters. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. You can fuse the formation with your body. This is your strength. Feng Chun had already noticed Nile before, and after a round of inspection, he was extremely satisfied with Nile. He even asserted that Nile's future achievements would not be inferior to Chiu Xian's. Nile's understanding of the Tao of formations was beyond the reach of ordinary people. "Island Master, please give me some pointers," Nile hurriedly said when he heard the Island Master's praise. "You're good at attacking, and the offensive power of your formation is very strong," Feng Chun said softly. In fact, there was something he didn't say. The formation that Nile set up actually had a slight wrinkle of the origin killing formation. Feng Chun, who had reached the level of an 8-star god formation master, naturally had an extremely profound understanding of the Tao of formations. He had already comprehended the origin killing formation and understood it very well. At this moment, he was very surprised to see a 1-star god formation master set up an array that had a trace of the charm of the origin killing formation. Unknowingly, Feng Chun's pointers had already been going on for 3 minutes. The god formation masters who mocked Nile before finally had a drastic change in expression. How can it be for 3 whole minutes? Damn it, this guy's really lucky. What the hell? Could it be that the island master feels pity for him? Many god formation masters still didn't believe in Nile's excellence. They still looked down on Nile from the bottom of their hearts and thought that Nile was trash. However, they didn't know that in Feng Chun's heart, Nile was much more important than them. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Fong Chun was still giving pointers to Nile. Seeing the bright smile on the island master's face, the eyes of many god formation masters were filled with jealousy. At this moment, they were extremely jealous of Nile. What did Nile do to be able to receive pointers from the island master for so long? What's going on? Such a voice came from the crowd. Everyone's gaze quietly fell on Chiu Xian. However, the latter closed his eyes and was comprehending and didn't care at all. Unknowingly, the gap between them was revealed. At a certain moment, Fong Chun laughed loudly. Nile, on the other hand, apologized to Fong Chun and was very excited. Thank you for your pointers, Island Master. Nile has benefited greatly. In Nile's heart, he was extremely respectful to Fong Chun. Everyone looked down on him, except for the Island Master, who didn't care about his identity and was teaching him well. After listening to the Island Master's pointers, Nile felt that he had unintentionally opened the door to the peak of Formation Tao. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the realm of 2-star God Formation Master. All right, today's pointers are over. Fong Chun stood up and said to everyone, boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of Formation Tao came from afar. Immediately after, everyone was shocked to find that Chiu Xian had actually broken through. Oh my god, Chiu Xian broke through to the 5-star God Formation realm so quickly. How can we live like this? He's indeed the most outstanding Formation Tao genius among us, to be able to break through so quickly. Many people were very envious of Chiu Xian, thinking that he was extremely talented. The Island Master only needed to give a little pointers, and he could break through. Although there was only a 1-word difference between 5-star and 4-star, the meaning was completely different. Everyone's face was filled with admiration. Not bad. Deputy Island Master Yin Fong nodded in satisfaction. Among everyone, he was most optimistic about Chiu Xian. Reward him with 100 pieces of crimson jellyfish, or, Fong Chun said. There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. They could only receive 10 pieces a month, but Chiu Xian was rewarded with 100 pieces. Thank you, Island Master. Chiu Xian smiled and kept the crimson jellyfish Oregon. At the current stage, what they needed the most was this kind of ore. Amazing things happened one after another. Just as Fong Chun was about to leave, Nile also broke through. However, Nile's breakthrough didn't cause any shock. There wasn't much resistance for a 1-star to break through to 2-star. Moreover, the Island Master had guided Nile for a whole hour. If he still didn't break through, then his potential was really bad. Reward him with 100 pieces. Fong Chun's smile deepened in the depths of his eyes. Island Master, why should we reward Nile with 100 pieces of crimson jellyfish? Or, finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked. Chiu Xian, who broke through from 4-star to 5-star, was only rewarded with 100 pieces. Nile, who broke through from 1-star to 2-star, was also rewarded with that much. They couldn't accept it. If you can break through, you'll still be rewarded. After saying that, Fong Chun turned and left. Everyone looked at each other, full of hatred for Nile. Island Master's residence, meeting hall. Island Master, how is it? Deputy Island Master Yin Fong asked. Fong Chun pondered for a moment and said, some people are just there to make up the numbers. You can test them after a period of time. If they can't pass the test, there's no need to stay. Okay, Yin Fong nodded. Focus on Chiu Xian and Nile. Hearing this, Yin Fong was a little surprised. It was fine if Chiu Xian was the focus, but why was Nile also the focus? As if guessing Deputy Island Master Yin Fong's thoughts, Fong Chun smiled and said, Deputy Island Master, you can't just look at the surface of things. You're not a divine array master, so you don't know much about arrays. I can tell you very responsibly that Nile's array Tao potential is not below Chiu Xian's. Nurture him well. Fong Chun's words shook Yin Fong's heart. Island Master has great foresight. Deputy Island Master Yin Fong took the opportunity to flatter. Well, go and deal with it. Fong Chun waved his hand and said. After Yin Fong left, a voice suddenly sounded in Fong Chun's mind. Boy, I found that some unknown people in the void ocean are approaching the red jellyfish mine. Okay, the old faker's voice sounded, and Fong Chen's face changed greatly. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the sky and came to the old faker's main body. What's going on? The old faker's route was in the void ocean. It could easily sense the situation in the nearby sea area. It should be the people of the Yuan clan. There are 9 of them in total, and they are all at the middle level of the creation realm. The old faker told Fong Chen the news he got. Damn it. Fong Chen cursed, full of killing intent. Boss, they must be here to destroy the red jellyfish mine. We can't sit back and do nothing, Little Mouse said hurriedly. Let's go down and have a look. With the dark demonic wheel, Fong Chen was not afraid of anyone. Moreover, the 9 people on the other side were all at the middle level of the creation realm. I wonder if Yuan Ming is here. Fong Chen's deep eyes looked through the sea and looked at the red jellyfish mine. At the same time, 5,000 meters deep, 9 martial artists were moving forward quickly. According to the map given by young Master Yuan Ming, it should be nearby, one of them said. The sacred master of the human race has ordered us not to enter Green Bamboo Island, but we can enter the void ocean and destroy the resources of Green Bamboo Island. Yes, young Master Yuan Ming said that if we can completely destroy the red jellyfish mine, we will be rewarded handsomely. You can go back and get the reward if you kill a person of Green Bamboo Island. If you can kill the Lord of Green Bamboo Island, you will make a fortune. While talking, the 9 people saw the red jellyfish mine in front of them. This is a forbidden area of Green Bamboo Island. All unrelated people should leave immediately. A shout came from the red jellyfish mine. Humph, it's just Green Bamboo Island. How dare you scare us? Chapter 1504. After this battle, Yuan Ming probably wouldn't dare to attack so rashly. In the island lord's residence, Fong Chen was cultivating. Sword Qi circled around him, and his golden heart beat rapidly. The sword scripture in his mind started to circulate automatically. After a short moment, a bright smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. He didn't expect that he would actually cultivate the 2nd level of the sword scripture by chance. There were 5 levels of the sword scripture, and heavenly body tier elites could cultivate the 1st level. Creation tier elites could cultivate the 2nd level, and only peerless freaks could cultivate the 3rd level. As for the 4th and 5th levels, they were too far away, so he wouldn't think about them for now. After cultivating the 2nd level of the sword scripture, Fong Chen felt that his understanding of sword Tao had deepened. Almost naturally, the sword burial art of heaven and earth reached the realm of greater mastery. As expected of the sword scripture, it can allow me to cultivate sword Tao secret techniques so quickly. Previously, he had worked so hard, but he had only cultivated the sword burial art of heaven and earth to the entry level. From entry level to great accomplishment, the jump was too big. If I encounter a 5th level creation tier elite now, I can easily crush them. After entering the creation tier, Fong Chen's freakish talent gradually revealed itself. Fighting against opponents of a higher cultivation level was like eating a meal. Voila! Fong Chen stood up, and Sword Qi shot out in all directions. As usual, he continued to check on the cultivation of the 300 formation masters. At the same time, on a faraway island, Tian Xin was facing the greatest crisis in history. Golden Island. This island was one of the islands in the Sword Sky archipelago. After Tian Xin left Green Bamboo Island, he accidentally learned about the Sword Sky archipelago and then came here. While cultivating on Golden Island, Tian Xin had met his true love. Min-Er, I'll avenge you. Tian Xin had been cultivating all this time, but after meeting Min-Er, his heart was completely opened. He and Min-Er were in love, and they lived together, cultivating together. Min-Er was also a genius in Sword Tao, and her talent in Sword Tao wasn't inferior to Tian Xion's. Because Min-Er had cultivated for a long time, her strength was stronger than Tian Xion's. Originally, the two of them lived a carefree life. However, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared 3 days ago. Their cultivation levels were too high, and Tian Xion and Min-Er couldn't resist at all. After the two of them were captured, Min self-destructed in order to save Tion Xin. He created an opportunity for Tion Xin, who was lucky enough to escape. After fleeing for their lives, they finally found a safe place. He personally carved a tombstone for Min. I won't let you die in vain. Tion Xin was heartbroken. The faces of those people had been deeply imprinted in his mind. He would never forget it even if he died. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted revenge. However, Tion Xin was still rational. He knew that the enemy this time was too strong. There was no way to defeat him. The enemy had already surrounded Golden Island, and there was no way for him to escape. As time passed, he would definitely be captured, and at that time, only death would await him. It didn't matter if he died, but not being able to avenge Min was Tion Xin's obsession. He kowtowed 3 times in front of Min tombstone. Then, he took out a jade pendant and sent a message to his master, Fang Chun. Master, I've encountered danger on Golden Island. The enemy is too strong. I might die at any moment. With that, Tion Xin kept the jade token. While they're here, Tion Xin laughed bitterly. He raised his sword and prepared to fight. Pucci, however, the enemy only released their aura, and Tion Xin's bones cracked. He knelt on the ground. Ah! Tion Xin roared. He was unwilling to accept this. At this moment, the enemy appeared. There were 3 of them, and each of them had a strong aura. This kid is here. Young Master said to capture him alive. Don't worry. If we can't even capture a Heaven Star border realm trash, we don't need to live. The 3 of them came before Tion Xin and looked at him mockingly. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Tion Xin was confused. He had never offended anyone. Why did they want to kill him for no reason? You don't need to know too much. With that, one of them stretched out his hand and grabbed Tion Xin. Tion Xin resisted. The latter was angry and slapped Tion Xin's body. Rumble. At the same time that Tion Xin fell to the ground, a horrifying consciousness appeared. How dare you touch my disciple? You're courting death. The intent that Fang Chun left on Tion Xin appeared. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, it's just an intent. With that, the 3 of them continued to attack. Courting death. Fang Chun said coldly and punched out. Dong! The terrifying fist light smashed a big hole in the void. Crack! When Fang Chun's fist light hit the 3 of them, their souls were instantly destroyed. Are you okay? Fang Chun looked at Tion Xin and asked. I'm fine, but Tion Xin was about to speak when his face changed. Because there was a creation realm expert in the distant sky. How dare you kill the people of the Yuan clan? You're dead. The creation realm expert didn't care about Fang Chun's intent and said coldly, Yuan clan. Fang Chun was furious. Yuan Ming was a despicable person. He couldn't kill him, so he attacked his disciple. Let's go, Fang Chun said telepathically. Then, he used his intent to fight the creation realm expert of the Yuan clan. The result was obvious. The Yuan clan expert was defeated. However, it also bought some time for Tion Xin. Tion Xin disappeared. You can't escape. The creation realm expert spread out his consciousness and found Tion Xin instantly. On Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chun stood up with a gloomy face. Boss, what's wrong? Little Mouse asked. Yuan Ming sent someone to kill Tion Xin. Damn bastard. How dare he attack a Heaven Star border realm martial artist? Isn't he ashamed? Little Mouse cursed. What should we do now? There wasn't enough time to rush over from Green Bamboo Island. It's too late, Fang Chun muttered. At the same time, in the 3rd heaven of the demon subduing boundary, his avatar was on the move. He came to the teleportation formation as fast as he could. Senior Brother Fang, where are you going? The disciple in charge of the teleportation formation asked. Golden Island of the Sword Islands. Okay. The teleportation formation flashed, and Fang Chun arrived at Golden Island. Tion Xin, tell me where you are. Fang Chun immediately sent a voice transmission to Tion Xin. Tion Xin was very excited when he heard that his master had arrived. Master, I'm in the Golden Mountain Range. Tion Xin sent the address to Fang Chun. Fong Chen nodded and then drove the Starfield Dragon boat forward. Time was of the essence. The Creation Realm martial artist was chasing after Tian Xian. Once he was caught, Tian Xian wouldn't be able to resist. Golden Mountain Range. The Creation Realm martial artist's consciousness shrouded Tian Xian and locked onto him. Kid, don't worry. I won't kill you. Young Master Yuan Ming said that he wanted to capture him alive. Splash. The Creation Realm martial artist came to Tian Xian's side and reached out his hand to grab him. Rip. At this moment, the void tore open and the huge Starfield Dragon boat appeared. Fong Chun jumped down from the boat and stared at the Creation Realm martial artist with murderous intent. Let him go. The Yuan race martial artist didn't expect Fong Chun to come so quickly. Young Master Yuan Ming, Green Bamboo Island Master, has appeared on Golden Mountain. He sent the news to Yuan Ming and then looked at Fong Chun with a sneaky smile. Kid, you left Green Bamboo Island without permission. Aren't you afraid that young Master Yuan Ming will kill you? Let him go. Fong Chun roared again. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Yuan Ming had completely infuriated him. What if I don't let him go? The Yuan race martial artist mocked. I'll kill you with my own hands. Fong Chun said word by word. You can't do it. You'll believe me. As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, he unleashed the space-time true intent. Splash. Seeing Fong Chun disappear, the Creation Realm martial artist's expression changed. He couldn't find where Tian Xian was hiding. He grabbed Tian Xian and shouted, Kid, if you don't appear, I'll crush his head. He used Tian Xian as an excuse to threaten Fong Chun. Whoosh. Suddenly, a beam of red light cut through the void. It slashed at the Blessed Realm martial artist's arm at lightning speed. Bang! The hand holding Tian Xian was cut off and fell to the ground. Fong Chen appeared at the right time and took Tian Xian away. Damn it! The members of the Yuan race were furious when their arms were cut off. Leave this to me. Fong Chun placed Heaven's Heart within the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Then, he unleashed a fierce and domineering attack on the people of the Yuan race. Pucci. Without any resistance, the Yuan clan's Creation Realm martial artist was killed. After killing him, Fong Chen's body floated in the sky. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. He knew that the Yuan race army was definitely on the way. Yuan Ming, you despicable person. You can't beat me, so you came to deal with my disciple. Fong Chen's voice was filled with terrifying power. I know you're on the way, but I want to tell you that you'll never be able to kill me. After saying that, Fong Chen's figure vanished. Who? Just a few breaths after Fong Chen disappeared, a life and death realm monarch arrived. And he disappeared. He was a monarch invited by Yuan Ming to kill Fong Chen. Soon, Yuan Ming and the others arrived. Monarch, where is he? Yuan Ming asked. The monarch frowned and said, When I arrived, he had already disappeared. Monarch, can you sense where he is? Logically speaking, a life and death realm monarch's divine sense should be able to cover the entire island. I can't. The monarch shook his head. How is this possible? Yuan Ming cried out. Everything he had painstakingly planned had turned out like this. Impossible. He must have a concealment treasure and is hiding in the surroundings. Yuan Ming shook his head frantically. He didn't believe that Fong Chun had left Golden Island. Search every inch of the ground. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yuan Ming roared. This is a bit strange. The monarch's divine sense covered the entire island, but he didn't find anything strange. Chapter 1505. Even life and death emperors couldn't kill Sanguinati. This infuriated Yuan Ming. If it weren't for Sanguinati's heaven-defying treasures, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Damn it! 3 days later, the search ended in failure. Yuan Ming was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Fong Chun, who was in the demon-subduing realm, had already returned to Green Bamboo Island through the teleportation formation. Green Bamboo Island, Island Lord's Mansion. Fong Chun released Tian Xian from Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The latter was dispirited. Tian Xian, are you all right? Fong Chun asked. Seeing Tian Xian's state, he was somewhat worried. Although he didn't know what setback Tian Xian had suffered, He could clearly feel that he had become much more dispirited. Master, the sorrow that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly poured out. Tian Xan lay on Fang Chen's shoulder, crying bitterly. Sensing his disciple's sadness, Fang Chun clenched his fists, filled with killing intent. Yuan Ming, one day, I'll make you pay a disastrous price, Fang Chun inwardly said. Soon after, he began comforting Tian Xan. After a long time, Tian Xan's expression recovered, and he gradually told Fang Chun what had happened. When the latter learned about it, he was even more furious. Tian Xan had been alone since he was young, and the Sky Fire Tribe had taken care of him. Then, by chance, he met Tian Xan. All along, Tian Xan had been very lonely. He was a lonely cultivator. He had finally found true love, but it was mercilessly destroyed by Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming. Fang Chun faced the sky and roared, wishing he could take Yuan Ming's head. His body was surrounded by a heavy, evil aura. Master, I want revenge, Tian Xan said solemnly. I want to become strong. This was the first time Tian Xan had begged Fang Chun. In the past, as his master, Fang Chun had only given him a few pointers. As for cultivation, Tian Xan had to rely on himself. But now, after experiencing this setback, Tian Xan swore to take revenge for Min Er. Every time he closed his eyes, Min Er's figure would appear in his mind. He could not let go of Min. Min had used her own life to save him. I want revenge. Seeing how determined Tian Xan was, Fang Chun nodded heavily. Next, I will give you a hellish training plan, Fang Chun said. There was a deep obsession in Tian Xan's heart. If he couldn't get rid of this obsession, he would go berserk. In the following period of time, Green Bamboo Island was peaceful. After this incident, Yuan Ming seemed to have given up and never appeared again. As for Fang Chun, he was wholeheartedly teaching Tian Xan. The latter was very talented and possessed the heavenly desolate sword body. His comprehension of the sword Tao was very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as his master, he wasn't any weaker. In just 3 months, the change in Sky Heart could be described as a complete rebirth. At this time, Tian Xan's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Heaven Dipper realm. The reason for the huge jump in his cultivation was entirely because of Fang Chun. Besides Tianxin, Fang Chun also heard another piece of good news. Divine Array Master Nile had successfully broken through to the 3-star realm not long ago. From 2-star to 3-star, Nile's improvement was obvious to all. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Nile's potential was unprecedentedly strong. He wasn't the embroidered pillow that they thought he was. Yuan Race, Sacred Ground. In an elegant garden, the master of Yuan Race sat quietly. He was dressed luxuriously. Beside him was an old man with a black beard. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked, because this old man with a black beard had a great background. In the mortal universe, there was a universe combat power ranking. There were a total of 50 people on the combat power ranking. These represented the top 50 unparalleled powerhouses in the mortal universe. Their strength was so strong that it made the universe pale. Among these 50 people, there were humans and foreign races. The old man with a black beard who was sitting and chatting with the master of Yuan Race was an unparalleled powerhouse on the universe combat power ranking. Moreover, he was ranked 5th on the combat power ranking. His cultivation was earth-shattering. Other than the masters of the 4 sacred grounds, the strongest was the old man with a black beard. No one knew what his name was, but his name was known to all the top powerhouses in the universe. Blackblade Monarch's name resounded throughout the universe. Blackblade, how come you have the time to come here? Yuan Gu grinned and said. He, Yuan Gu, was ranked 2nd on the universe combat power ranking, 2nd only to the human race sacred lord who was ranked 1st. But he didn't dare to underestimate Blackblade Monarch. Blackblade Monarch was a rogue cultivator with no ties. No one dared to provoke him. There was once a life and death realm monarch who provoked Blackblade Monarch. Without saying a word, Blackblade Monarch killed his way to his home. He annihilated the entire family of this life and death realm monarch, causing a river of blood to flow on the island. Even after such a massacre, the human race sacred lord didn't appear. Yuan Gu, don't you know why I'm here? Blackblade Monarch said with a chuckle. From the outside, Blackblade Monarch looked like an ordinary person. But no one could ignore his terrifying combat power. The ancestral land inheritance that occurs once in 100 years is about to open. I want something inside. Blackblade Monarch continued. His lazy eyes stared straight at Yuan Gu. Hearing this, the latter laughed heartily. Something that could make Blackblade Monarch pay attention to was definitely a treasure. Blackblade, what do you want? Yuan Gu asked. I won't beat around the bush with you. I need something inside the ancestral land inheritance. Your sacred land should have a lot of spots this time. Give me a spot, and I'll owe you a favor. Blackblade Monarch said. Yuan Gu's expression finally turned grave when he heard Monarch Blackblade's words. A spot in exchange for a favor from Blackblade Monarch. Even the human race sacred lord didn't want to provoke Blackblade Monarch, who was ranked 5th on the universe combat power ranking. With such terrifying combat power, a favor was simply a great thing. All right, I'll give you face. Yuan Gu agreed without hesitation. At the same time, in the human race sacred land, the human race sacred lord was discussing with the upper echelons about opening the ancestral land inheritance. Everyone, the ancestral land inheritance that occurs once in 100 years will open in another 3 months. Have you chosen the warriors to enter? The human race sacred lord asked. Sacred lord, the warriors have already been prepared. The human race sacred land has a total of 100 spots. Because of the Bone Age limit, there's no choice. The strongest warrior we've chosen this time is a 7th level creation realm genius. With the strength of the human race sacred land, we only need to guard against the Yuan sacred land. The upper echelons expressed their opinions. After hearing this, the human race sacred lord nodded with satisfaction. After a long while, he spoke. Leave a spot for Green Bamboo Island Lord. The sacred lord's words silenced the entire sacred hall instantly. The upper echelons looked at each other in confusion. The ancestral land inheritance only opened once in 100 years. A spot was extremely precious. However, why would they give it to a low-level creation realm kid? Even if he had made great contributions, this shouldn't be the case. Sacred Lord, the ancestral land inheritance is not a game. Please reconsider. Yes, Sacred Lord, Green Bamboo Island Lord is too weak. He'll only waste a spot in the ancestral land inheritance. The warriors we've chosen this time are generally stronger than Green Bamboo Island Lord. It's not appropriate for him to enter. The upper echelons unanimously objected to the human race Sacred Lord's words. However, the human race Sacred Lord's attitude was very firm. Perhaps he'll give you a surprise. On Green Bamboo Island, Fong Chun was teaching Tian Xin when ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, the clone of the human race Sacred Lord arrived at the Island Lord's residence. Sacred Lord. Fong Chun hurriedly bowed. If it weren't for the Sacred Lord, he would have died at the hands of the Yuan Sacred Land inheritance. The Sacred Lord had saved his life. Sanguinati, your potential is beyond my imagination, the human race Sacred Lord said gently. I misjudged you the first time I summoned you. The Sacred Lord admitted that he had misjudged Ling Han. Originally, the Sacred Lord had thought that Sanguinati had great potential. However, there was still a gap between him and the 7 heavenly body tier prodigies he had summoned. Now, it seemed that the gap wasn't as big as he had imagined. They might even be on par. Fong Shin chuckled and didn't say anything. With your potential, it's enough for the human race to focus on nurturing you. I can guarantee that you'll definitely reach the life and death tier in the future. It's only a matter of time. The human race Sacred Lord continued. I'll come to find you this time to give you an opportunity. However, it's up to you whether you can grasp it or not. What opportunity? Fong Chen's eyes widened as he hurriedly asked. Our human race has been passed down generation after generation, universe epochs after universe epochs. We've been able to reproduce all this time because of our foundation. In terms of foundation, all the other races combined probably don't have as much foundation as the human race. The human race has an ancestral land of inheritance. It's the place where all the supreme elites of the past died. It opens once every 100 years. In another 3 months, it'll be the next time the ancestral land of inheritance opens. Because the ancestral land of inheritance is the foundation of the human race, there are restrictions. Only those whose bone age isn't over 100 years old can enter. This time, I want you to enter. Ancestral land of inheritance? Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. According to the human race, sacred lord, those who entered the ancestral land of inheritance were all supreme geniuses. 88. 8. This meant that the other 3 god races would also send cultivators in. Only the 4 holy lands have the right to send the younger generation into the ancestral land of inheritance. The human race sacred lord has reserved a spot for you. However, I have to remind you that the cultivators entering the ancestral land of inheritance this time are all supreme geniuses. With your strength, your life will be in danger. Are you willing to take the risk? The human race sacred lord asked. Almost without thinking, Fang Chun directly nodded and agreed. The ancestral land of inheritance was the foundation of the human race. There were countless inheritances inside. If he could obtain one, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to train. Chapter 1506. The ancestral land was the human race's deepest heritage. As long as the ancestral land was not destroyed, the human race's heritage would not be destroyed. The ancestral land opened once every 100 years. The reason there was a limit was that the human race's ancestors wanted to nurture their descendants. Almost every time the ancestral land opened, there would be martial artists who would soar to the sky. The current leaders of the 4 great sacred lands had entered the ancestral land when they were young. Their achievements today were inseparable from the ancestral land. The 3 divine races, led by the Yuan race, were independent from the human sacred lands. But deep in their hearts, they had always thought of themselves as humans. Occasionally, there would be some internal strife and even competition. But when it came to dealing with the alien races, they would not hesitate at all. This also meant that the human race was an iron bucket, and the alien races had no chance to attack. Seeing that the ancestral land was about to open once every 100 years, the 4 great sacred lands were already bustling with activity. Recently, the 4 great sacred lands had been selecting creation realm martial artists to enter the ancestral land. It was very lively. When there were only 3 months left before the ancestral land opened, the candidates were finally decided. However, there was a problem in the human sacred lands during this period. Out of the 100 people who had been selected, one of them suddenly had to be removed. Everyone was very confused. Hadn't they worked so hard for so many years to enter the ancestral land? At this juncture, no one was willing to withdraw. However, there was an order from the higher-ups that one of the 100 people had to withdraw. What does that mean? Why do we have to withdraw one person? Did our efforts all this time go to waste? Such discordant voices came from the human sacred lands. Although the sacred lord was the ruler of the human race, they were unwilling to submit. They would not withdraw unless they were given a reason to work together. Give us a reason. Many martial artists were shouting loudly, demanding the human sacred lands to give them a reason. After the high-level elders reported this matter to the sacred lord, the latter pondered for a moment and then said, "Let them gather at the square." "Yes, sacred lord." Before long, 100 martial artists all gathered in the plaza. They discussed with each other, not knowing what the sacred lord was up to. The human sacred lord sent a voice transmission to Sanguinati and asked him to come to the human sacred lands as soon as possible. It was related to the ancestral land. When Fang Chan heard the news, he immediately took the teleportation array and arrived at the Holy Land. "Holy Master, why are you in such a rush? Is something the matter?" asked Fang Chun. "I gave you a spot to inherit the Holy Land, but some warriors are not willing. They need you to prove it yourself," the human clan's holy master said calmly. Hearing this, Fang Chan was stunned for a moment, and then came to a realization. It looked like the Holy Lord wanted him to show off his skills to those martial artists who disagreed, intimidating them a little. Walla, the sacred master of a human race, led the sanguinati to the plaza. Everyone, the reason why I have one of you withdraw is because I have given the final spot to the green bamboo Isles on Master Sanguinati. The human race's holy master's words had successfully angered Fong Chun. Countless vicious eyes fell on Fong Chun. The latter curled his lips. Soon after, he raised his head and calmly looked to the front. The last spot goes to Sanguinati. Why? Just because he is the green bamboo island master? But he is too weak. He is not qualified to enter the inheritance ancestors' land. I don't agree to give a last spot to Sanguinati unless he can defeat one of us. The crowd was in an uproar. The martial artists who were ranked at the bottom were very firm in their opposition. The human race's holy master had already expected this. He smiled and looked at Fong Chun. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Fong Chun to settle the rest. Fong Chun nodded slightly and stepped forward. The spot to enter the inheritance ancestors' land was extremely precious. It was impossible to make these people withdraw voluntarily. Therefore, he could only use his fists to conquer them and let them know that he was qualified to enter the inheritance ancestors' land. Fong Chun waved his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Soon after, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, you are all elites selected by the Holy Land. You don't just rely on words, right?" Hearing this, everyone stared fiercely at Fong Chun. "Since I dare to come here, I have already prepared all the countermeasures. The universe is vast, and the strong are respected. Everyone should understand this principle, so I won't say any more nonsense. Since I want to snatch a spot from everyone, then I will use my actions to prove that I have the qualifications to obtain this spot." Fong Chun's voice was sonorous and powerful as it resounded through the square. The crowd quieted down. Some of the martial artists who were ranked at the bottom had cold anger on their faces. They clenched their fists and were eager to fight. As for the few top geniuses standing in the front row, they did not even open their eyes to look at Fong Chun from the beginning until the end. They were the most elite geniuses among the 100 people. They were so powerful that the entire mortal universe was shocked. Therefore, no matter how the spots changed, their positions would not be affected. Boring. Someone shook his head and was a little unhappy. "Who doesn't agree with me, Sanguinati? Please enlighten me." Fong Chun cupped his fists and said to the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people rushed out and were ready to fight. "Lad, you are too arrogant. Let me teach you how to behave." "Let me do it. I will destroy his arrogance." A few martial artists came out in succession. However, they were ranked at the bottom. The few who were shouting fiercely earlier quietened down. "Everyone, how about giving me a chance?" The man with the surname Chin cupped his fists and said to the few martial artists who wanted to attack Fong Chun. When the others saw this, they shook their heads and gave up. A trace of anger flashed in the depths of the man with the surname Chin. He walked in front of Fong Chun. "Lad, the human race's sacred land is not as simple as you think." The man with the surname Chin said gloomily, "Let's talk with our fists." The man with the surname Chin's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the creation realm. It was already impressive if one could reach the creation realm before the age of 100. It was not easy for this person to reach the 4th level of the creation realm. However, Fong Chun did not treat him as an enemy at all. "You make the first move," Fong Chun said nonchalantly. We saw that Fong Chun was not nervous at all. The man with the surname Chin's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Lad, you are courting death." With that, the man with the surname Chin attacked. He opened his large hand, and a powerful force instantly surged out. He grabbed with his large hand, and the void was torn apart. "Go!" the man with the surname Chin shouted. His large hand carried a suffocating aura as it grabbed at Fong Chun's head. Scram! There was only one word in response to the man with the surname Chin. When Fong Chun said the word scram, the sword-shaped talisman turned into a huge dragon and slammed into the man with the surname Chin's large hand. Crack! The man with the surname Chin's large hand was directly penetrated. Blood splattered in the air. The man with the surname Chin's body flew out and fell to the ground. "No!" The man with the surname Qin's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. How is this possible? His heart was filled with anger. He had originally thought that he could teach this arrogant martial artist a lesson in front of the human race's sacred leader. But now, he had actually been defeated. He knew very well what it meant to be defeated. The man with the surname Qin's face was ashen, and he looked dispirited. He was defeated just like that. Whispers could be heard from the crowd. The few martial artists who had wanted to attack felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They could tell that this person was very powerful, and he had probably not used his full strength to defeat the man with the surname Qin. A second-level creation realm martial artist defeated a fourth-level creation realm martial artist with one punch. Interesting. The few martial artists in the front row finally opened their eyes and looked at Fong Chun. Then, they nodded their heads. They acknowledged Fong Chun. Fong Chun's strength was much stronger than the man with the surname Qin. Fong Chun clenched his fists tightly as he stood in the square and looked around at the crowd. I wonder if I am qualified to get the last spot. There was silence in the square. All the martial artists looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The man with the surname Qin's expression was very ugly. Someone wanted to help him up, but was rejected. I lost. The man with the surname Qin suffered a huge blow. His body swayed as he left the square. Sanguinati has joined the 100-man team. Who else is not convinced? The human race's holy leader asked. No one said anything. In that case, from today onwards, Sanguinati will have the last spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. 3 months later, he will enter the ancestral land of inheritance with all of you, the human race's holy leader announced. No one had any objections. After all, strength was everything. Sanguinati's strength had gained their recognition. All right, go back and prepare, the human race's holy leader said. Not long after, over 100 martial artists all left. Fong Chun also bid farewell to the human race's holy leader and returned to Green Bamboo Island. However, before returning to Green Bamboo Island, he returned to the third heaven of the demon subduing boundary. He found his clone and placed it in the coiling moon divine cave before returning to Green Bamboo Island. This trip to the ancestral land of inheritance was a great opportunity. There were as many experts as there were clouds. With Fong Chun's strength, he would have to rely on the dark demonic wheel and the Starfield dragon boat to have a slight advantage. However, he didn't know what the situation within the ancestral land of inheritance was, so he had to be careful and bring his clone with him. That way, even if he encountered some experts, he wouldn't need to use the dark demonic wheel. After all, once he used it, it would drain him of all his energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Fong Chun didn't want to use the dark demonic wheel. At the same time, Yuan Ming, who was far away in the Yuan race's sacred land, received some news. The master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati, has obtained a spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance with the geniuses of the human race's sacred land. Yuan Ming's heart was filled with killing intent after hearing this. A strange smile appeared on his face. Sanguinati, the human race's sacred leader, is protecting you outside. I can't do anything to you. Once we enter the ancestral land of inheritance, you'll die. Yuan Ming felt like he could already see the scene of him personally killing Fong Chun in the ancestral land of inheritance. He laughed heartily. Chapter 1507. The sacred land of the human tribe calmed down after the final quota was decided. The warriors who were qualified to enter the ancestral land of inheritance fought hard to improve their strength. A person only had one chance to enter the ancestral land of inheritance, so they had to seize the opportunity. As for Fong Chun, he taught Tian Xin in Green Bamboo Island. Time flew by. When there was only a month left before the opening of the ancestral land, one of the more famous martial artists in the creation realm suddenly came looking for Fong Chun. I've heard that the Lord of Green Bamboo Island is young and talented. You really live up to your reputation. The white-haired elder was called Crane Lord. Crane Lord was very powerful, and his battle strength was almost the same as Yin Fong's. In the universe, Crane Star Lord's name could also be heard. This time, Crane Lord came to Fong Chun shamelessly for 2 reasons. Crane Lord. Fong Chun cupped his fists and greeted. Crane Lord was a top expert in the creation realm, and he had great prestige in the human tribe. Moreover, Crane Star Monarch was a kind person, so Fong Chun would naturally give him face. May I know why Crane Star Lord has come to my green bamboo island? Fong Chun asked directly. An expert like the Crane Star Lord would not come to the green bamboo island for no reason. Hearing this, Crane Star Lord laughed and said, Lord Shui, I do have something important to do on green bamboo island. Please say it, Crane Lord. If I can help you, I won't refuse. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Crane Lord smiled. The legendary Lord of Green Bamboo Island was gentle and easy to talk to. This made Crane Lord relax a lot, and he went straight to the point. I heard that Lord Green Bamboo Island is an 8-star array master. I found a broken array by accident, and I want to ask Lord Green Bamboo Island to repair it. If Lord Green Bamboo Island can help, I'll be very grateful, Crane Lord said. Broken array? Fong Chen said, Don't worry, Crane Lord. It's just a small matter. Since Crane Lord has asked, how can I not help? However, Crane Star Monarch, you have to be prepared. The universe is vast, and nothing is too strange. Even though I'm an 8-star God Formation Master, there are still some strange formations that I can't understand. Fong Chen said modestly. Hearing that, Crane Star Lord nodded and said, As long as Green Bamboo Island Master is willing to help, I will be very grateful. After saying that, Crane Star Lord took out a jade pendant from his bosom. Island Lord, this is a token of my appreciation. Crane Star Monarch handed the jade pendant to Fong Chun. The latter wanted to decline, but when he saw the look on Crane Star Lord's face, he decided to accept it. Island Master, don't underestimate this jade pendant. Everyone knows that I, Crane Star Lord, am an expert in the crafty stab Dao. This jade pendant contains a strand of my power. At the crucial moment, Crane Sovereign can crush the jade pendant to release its power. It could block any attack below the life and death realm. However, it can only be used once. Hearing Crane Star Lord's explanation, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. Who would have thought that the Crane Star Lord would give him such a precious gift? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this jade pendant was extremely precious. It was equivalent to his second life. The ancestral land of inheritance had restrictions. Only Fortune Realm martial artists could enter it. The power within this jade pendant could block any attack below the life and death realm. In other words, no matter what kind of danger he encountered, he could use it to block it. Many thanks, Crane Star Lord. Fong Chun happily received the jade pendant and kept thanking him. After conversing with the Crane Star Lord for a while, Fong Chun followed him to the place where he was. Evil Soul Archipelago, Blood Crane Mountain. This mountain was originally a nameless mountain. After Crane Star Lord came here, he named it Blood Crane Mountain. Island Master, this Blood Crane Mountain is where I live in seclusion. Crane Star Lord pointed at the mountain ahead. Fong Chun looked over and was astonished. This Blood Crane Mountain was surrounded by a blood-red halo. With a glance, one could tell that it was covered by a powerful array. What a powerful array! Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Green Bamboo Island Master. With just a glance, you can sense the broken array. Seeing Fong Chun like this, Crane Star Lord was even more delighted. He brought Fong Chun to Blood Crane Mountain. Island Master, I accidentally found a broken array here. If you can repair it, I'll be very grateful. Crane Star Lord said, If you need anything along the way, just let me know, and I'll try. After speaking, Fong Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to sense the information of the broken array. Crane Star Lord stood guard for Fong Chun. Yuan Race, Sacred Land. Young Master Yuan Ming, Sanguinati has left Green Bamboo Island. Where did he go? When Yuan Ming heard this, he immediately stood up and asked. He went to Evil Soul Islands. The subordinate reported in a low voice. Evil Soul Islands. Hearing this, Yuan Ming's eyes flickered. Soon after, he took out his communication jade pendant and said, Evil Star Lord, help me kill someone. After communicating, Yuan Ming prepared to leave the Yuan Race Sacred Land. Voila! The leader of the Yuan race appeared. Patriarch, Yuan Ming greeted. The leader of the Yuan race, Yuan Gu, nodded slightly and then looked at Yuan Ming. He seemed to have seen through the latter's thoughts, and then advised, "There's still a month before the ancestral land of inheritance opens. Don't leave the sacred land in the near future." Patriarch Yuan Ming still wanted to speak, but the patriarch shook his head and interrupted him. "The ancestral land of inheritance is the most important," the leader of the Yuan race said slowly. Yuan Ming's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded. "Thank you for your advice." The leader of the Yuan race left, leaving behind Yuan Ming with a furious face. Damn it! Yuan Ming's heart was filled with hatred. The leader of the Evil Soul Islands, known as Evil Star Lord, was so strong that he could be said to be the top expert in the creation realm. On the surface, the Evil Soul Islands were people of the human race sacred land, but they had secretly surrendered to the Yuan race sacred land. After hearing Yuan Ming's order, they immediately acted. Green Bamboo Island Lord Sanguinati. A strange smile appeared on Evil Star Lord's face. What he liked the most was to kill geniuses, especially those who were called peerless geniuses. During this period of time, he had heard a lot of news about Sanguinati. He knew that Sanguinati was a genius and that he had offended Yuan Ming of the Yuan race. Not long after, Evil Star Lord found where Fong Chun was. "He's actually hiding here," Evil Star Lord said sinisterly, and then his figure flashed and found Blood Crane Mountain. When he saw the blood-red halo above Blood Crane Mountain, Evil Star Lord's eyes were filled with fervent desire. What a powerful formation! Evil Star Lord was greedy. If he could establish a base here, he would definitely be able to nurture countless geniuses for the Evil Soul Islands. Whoosh! Evil Star Lord leaped and arrived at Blood Crane Mountain. He saw Sanguinati sitting cross-legged on the ground. Is this kid trying to control the formation? Seeing that Sanguinati's body was filled with blood-red light and was about to merge with the formation, Evil Star Lord attacked. "Kid, go to hell." When a peak creation realm expert attacked, his power was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. Fong Chun, who was immersed in the sea of formations, did not realize that danger was approaching at all. Heretical Star-Lord's large hand reached out and grabbed at Fong Chun's head. As long as he was caught by Evil Star-Lord, Fong Chun would definitely die. However, at the critical moment, a furious roar sounded. Scram! Immediately after, the void flickered, and Crane Star-Lord blocked in front of Fong Chun. He sent Evil Star-Lord's hand flying with a punch. Crack! The two collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Evil Star-Lord was forced back. After stabilizing his body, Evil Star-Lord saw Crane Star-Lord. "Crane Star-Lord, are you trying to stop me?" Evil Star-Lord asked. "Evil Star-Lord, this is my place of seclusion. Leave this place quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite." Others might be afraid of Evil Star-Lord, but Crane Star-Lord was not. "Crane Star-Lord, I only came here to kill this kid. I'll leave as soon as I'm done." Evil Star-Lord did not want to become enemies with Crane Star-Lord. On the Evil Soul Islands, Crane Star-Lord was one of the people Evil Star-Lord feared. "Bullshit. Don't you dare touch him." Evil Star-Lord's words instantly infuriated Crane Star-Lord. Seeing Crane Star-Lord's anger, Evil Star-Lord was stunned. He had never seen Crane Star-Lord so furious before. "Crane Star-Lord, you're willing to become enemies with me for a creation realm trash," said Evil Star-Lord coldly. In my eyes, Sanguinati is 100 times, 1,000 times more important than you. Leave this place quickly, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Crane Star-Lord's aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack at any moment. It was clear that Crane Star-Lord was truly angry. However, Evil Star-Lord was not someone to be trifled with. "Crane Star-Lord, if I want to kill you, you won't be able to stop me," said Evil Star-Lord. If he did not kill this person, how would he have the face to continue living on the Evil Soul Islands? "You're courting death." Crane Star-Lord was enraged. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. Rumble, a battle between peak creation realm experts, was extremely destructive. Crane Astral Lord also realized this and led Evil Astral Lord into the sky. However, Evil Star Lord's original intention was to kill Fong Chun. "Crane Star Lord, I already said that you won't be able to stop me." As he spoke, a clone emerged from the evil Star-Lord's body and headed straight for Fang Chun. "Damn it!" Crane Star-Lord roared furiously. He used a crafty stab dao that he was so proud of. His attacks changed unpredictably, and he suppressed evil Star-Lord's true body like a storm. Whoosh! Crane Star Monarch took out a flame bead from his bosom. He gritted his teeth and threw it at evil Star-Lord's clone. Boom! The flame bead exploded and swept away evil Star-Lord's clone. 88. 8. Crane Star-Lord, you actually used the fire devil heavenly pearl for a creation realm cultivator. Evil Star-Lord's eyes widened as he roared furiously. The explosion of the fire devil heavenly pearl instantly swallowed his clone. How could Evil Star-Lord not be furious when he lost his clone just like that? It's just a fire devil heavenly pearl. Crane Star-Lord did not give Evil Star-Lord any time to react. He continued to attack fiercely. Chapter 1508. In truth, Evil Star-Lord had come prepared this time. He had even brought his doppelganger in order to smoothly kill Fang Chun. He had heard that Sanguinati had an extremely powerful concealment technique that even life and death monarchs couldn't see through. However, he hadn't expected that he would lose a doppelganger before killing Sanguinati. Evil Star-Lord was very strong, and he cultivated a demonic Dao secret technique. Therefore, he only had one doppelganger. As everyone knew, the more doppelganger one had, the more the Yuan spirit would be separated. The multiple separation of the Yuan spirit would affect the cultivation of the main body. Evil Star-Lord wanted to step into life and death realm, so he only refined one doppelganger just in case. But now, he had been destroyed by the Crane Lord, who had always been known as an honest man. Damn it! Evil Star-Lord roared furiously. He waved his hands, opening and closing them. A frightening evil aura instantly spread out. Evil Star-Lord and Crane Star-Lord started fighting for real. Fang Chun was still comprehending the formation. He had no idea that two peak manifestation realm experts were fighting in the void. In fact, the Fire Demon Heavenly Orb was also a supreme treasure for Crane Star-Lord. The energy contained within was comparable to a life and death expert's attack once it erupted. It could also be considered his trump card. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't use it easily. However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Green Bamboo Island Lord was invited by him. He couldn't let Evil Star-Lord kill him, right? Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he resolutely used the only Fire Demon Heavenly Orb he had. He destroyed Evil Star-Lord's doppelganger. Evil Star-Lord attacked like a madman, while Crane Star-Lord defended conservatively. As the battle continued, the energy emitted from the two's battle continuously destroyed the surrounding mountains. Only Blood Crane Mountain remained unscathed. Every time a powerful airflow struck Blood Crane Mountain, it would be blocked by the blood-red halo. Dong, every time the blood-red halo was struck, Fang Chun's body would twitch. Dong 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 as the blood-red halo continued to be hit. The golden heart also started to beat rapidly. Buzz's strange aura burst out from the golden heart and merged with the crimson glow. Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the golden heart seemed to be communicating with the blood-red halo. Sure enough, Fang Chun's guess was correct. A moment later, the blood-red halo underwent a great change. A large amount of strange aura surged out of the golden heart and drilled into the blood-red halo. At this moment, Fang Chun's mind was filled with the rough framework of the broken array formation. Fang Chun was very shocked. He had been examining the rough framework of the damaged formation. Once he had a rough framework, he would have a chance to repair it. What a complicated formation. According to Fang Chun's understanding, this array should be a Tier 9 array. However, after the passage of time, coupled with how damaged it was now barely able to display the power of an 8th tier formation. Fang Chun closed his eyes and began to comprehend the broken array formation. He accelerated the time around him to 100-fold. An hour later, Fang Chun opened his eyes. His face was filled with shock. I wonder which Grandmaster created this array formation. It's too shocking. Under the effect of 100-fold time acceleration, Fang Chun had succeeded in comprehending the array formation. With his current strength, he was completely capable of setting up a smaller version of the array formation. Start repairing it. Just as Fang Chun was about to repair it, he suddenly noticed the battle in the sky. Who was fighting Crane Lord? Fang Chun was somewhat puzzled. The battle in the sky was too intense, causing Fang Chun's heart to palpitate. Bang! After a heavy collision, Crane Lord's body was clearly pushed back a little. Crane Lord, come into the array formation, Fang Chun hurriedly transmitted. Crane Lord had treated him well. Seeing Crane Lord in trouble, he had to help. Hearing that, Crane Star Lord did not say a word and directly entered the formation. Crane Lord, do you think I won't be able to do anything to you just because you're hiding in that broken array formation? Fiendstar Monarch's aura surged as he looked down at Crane Lord. Today, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Fiendstar Monarch's eyes were bloodshot. Even his clone had been destroyed. If he didn't kill Crane Lord, he wouldn't be able to quell his anger. How is it? Crane Lord looked at Fang Chun and asked, Crane Lord, I've already completely grasped the broken array formation. Although it's broken, the remaining energy is very powerful. If it explodes in one go, it'll be enough to heavily injure Fiendstar Monarch, Fang Chun transmitted. However, there's only one chance. Fang Chun told Crane Lord the general idea. Crane Lord pondered for a moment and nodded. I'll hold him back. You're responsible for detonating the array formation's energy. After that, Crane Star Lord made his move. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't fear Fiendstar Monarch. However, Fiendstar Monarch had already entered a berserk state. If it didn't end the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. So he had to use the broken array formation. Kill. Fiendstar Monarch attacked. A crescent moon appeared in the sky above his head. It was incomparably dazzling. The crescent moon contained a blood-colored aura. Die. Fiendstar Monarch grabbed the crescent moon and swooped down. Swoosh. Crane Lord used the crafty stab Dao to shuttle through the void. At the critical moment, a soft whip shot out from his sleeve and wrapped around Fiendstar Monarch's body. It's useless. The crescent moon in Crane Lord's hand erupted with a dazzling light. It was very terrifying. At this moment, he was extremely confident. Who could fight against the crescent moon? Fiendstar Monarch used all his strength to break free from the soft whip. Crack! Cracks appeared on the soft whip, and it was about to be broken by Fiendstar Monarch. Quick! Crane Lord was a little anxious and sent a voice transmission to Fang Chun. The latter closed his eyes and emitted a rich aura of array Dao. Blood-red light instantly spread out. On Mount Blood Crane, a certain side of the broken array formation was pierced through. Wild power, like a mountain torrent, suddenly poured out in torrents. Sensing this terrifying aura, Fiendstar Monarch's expression finally changed. Suppress everything. The crescent moon in Fiendstar Monarch's hand suddenly smashed into the terrifying flood that was like 10,000 horses galloping. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The void was torn apart as the terrifying flood drowned the crescent moon and then Fiendstar Monarch. Too strong. Crane Lord, who was hiding in the distance, paled when he felt this aura. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. If this power was aimed at him, there would probably be nothing left of him. Who, after detonating the power of the array formation, Fang Chun collapsed from exhaustion and sat on the mountain peak, panting. Crack! The flood was like a hot knife through butter. After crushing the crescent moon, it swallowed Fiendstar Monarch's body. No! Fiendstar Monarch's unwilling voice could be vaguely heard in the air. However, under the destruction of the terrifying flood, he could not escape. Boom! When the terrifying flood dissipated, Fiendstar Monarch's body was badly damaged. Crane Lord was a little dazed when he saw this. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant Lord of the Archipelago would die in his own hands? One had to know that the Lord of the Archipelago was protected by his will, and his defense was extremely strong. However, under the terrifying flood, Fiendstar Monarch had died in a daze. Crane Lord, does this person have a grudge with you? Asked Fang Chun, who had recovered from his shock. Fiendstar Monarch came to kill you. He should have a grudge with you, explained Crane Lord. Yes, kill me. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered with golden light. He had already thought of the mastermind behind this matter. Yuan Ming, Fang Chen muttered inwardly. Crane Lord did not want to say anything more and changed the topic. Island Lord, you have a broken array formation. Does that mean that it can be repaired? Fang Chen nodded. It can be repaired, but its power will definitely not be as strong as before. Moreover, it will require a large amount of materials. No problem. Crane Lord was very happy. I have already listed the materials needed. Go prepare them, said Fang Chen. Crane Lord took the list and left Mount Blood Crane. Be careful. Fiendstar Monarch is the lord of the archipelago. We will be in trouble if we kill him, warned Crane Lord. In the sacred land of the human race, inside the sacred palace, there was a wall with countless life slips hanging on it. Usually, these life slips were hidden in the darkness and could not be seen with the naked eye. Today, the life slips suddenly appeared, and then one of them shattered with a crack. Not good. The Lord of the Evil Soul Islands is dead. Immediately after, the news spread from the human race's sacred land. This news caused a commotion in the sacred land. The death of the Lord of the Archipelago was very rare. It was almost impossible to even see it. Who was so bold to even dare to kill the Lord of the Archipelago? We must investigate clearly. Whoever dares to attack the sacred land is provoking the human race. Yes, the death of the Lord of the Archipelago is a big matter. We must pay attention to it. The sacred Lord of the human race had left the sacred land for some matters, so the Grand Elder had to stand up. Inside the sacred palace, there was a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was connected to the will of the archipelago. As long as the corresponding will was inserted, one would be able to see everything that the Lord of the archipelago had experienced. This was also the human race's control over the Lord of the archipelago. The bronze mirror that had not been used for many years was activated by the Grand Elder today. The Grand Elder waved his hand, and a weak wool from the ground was sucked into his palm. Then, the Grand Elder's palm pressed against the bronze mirror. Whoosh! An image appeared on the bronze mirror. Fiendstar Monarch was fighting with Crane Lord, and his clone was destroyed by the fire demon heavenly orb. Then, Fang Chun and Crane Lord worked together to destroy his original body. Sanguinati. After seeing Sanguinati, the Grand Elder frowned and muttered to himself. This matter is very important. The formation that Sanguinati controlled is a bit strange. After thinking for a long time, the Grand Elder gave an order. He sent an envoy to the Evil Soul Islands to bring Crane Lord and Sanguinati to the sacred land. He wanted to interrogate this matter personally. Chapter 1509. In the deep sea of the void ocean, there was a figure sitting cross-legged here. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was empty, and no sea demons dared to come close. There was a bronze cauldron in front of him. The bronze cauldron emitted a terrifying yin and yang aura. His body was shining brightly. The two extremes of yin and yang seemed to be the opposite of each other. It was very terrifying. Whoosh! Suddenly, a message came. The master of the Evil Soul Islands has been killed. The human holy leader's expression changed slightly. His body flashed and disappeared into the depths of the void ocean. At the same time, the other three holy leaders, Black Blade Emperor, and the other three received the same message. It had been a long time since the 5 great beings on the universe combat power list had gathered together. The 5 great beings represented 4 different forces. Among them, the human holy leader's status was unquestionable. Even the master of the Yuan race had to give him face, not daring to act rashly. As for Black Blade Emperor, he was an itinerant cultivator who was not bound by any forces. The conference hall was the top and most authoritative organization in the mortal universe. Some things could only be decided by the members of the conference hall. The principle of the conference hall was not to harm the interests of the human race. The interests of the human race were the priority. There were only 5 members in the conference hall. They were the top 5 on the universe combat power list. For countless years, the 5 of them would only gather together if something major happened. Now, Because of the death of the master of the evil soul islands, they gathered again. In the sacred palace of the human race, there were 5 figures sitting on the 5 thrones. The human holy leader was in the middle. On his left was the Yuan leader, and on his left was Blackblade Emperor. On his right were the spirit leader and the Luo leader. Usually, the 5 of them would not gather together. The 5 of them looked at each other, and the Yuan leader spoke first. Sanguinati and Crane Emperor worked together to kill the master of the evil soul islands. Evil Star Emperor's clone was destroyed. This is a crime of betraying the human race. Monarch Blackblade nodded. He needed the Yuan leader's help, so he had to speak up for him. That's right. As the master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati knows the rules very well. However, he broke the rules knowingly. If we don't punish him severely, we won't be able to convince the masses, Monarch Blackblade said. What about you guys? What do you think? The sacred leader nodded and turned to the right. The leader of the spiritual tribe wore a long green robe and always had a smile on his face. Among the 5 magnates, he was the milder one and had a good relationship with the other 4. First of all, we have to investigate the truth of the matter. I don't believe that Evil Star Monarch would attack Crane Star Monarch and Sanguinati for no reason. The Spirit Clan leader's words were more pertinent. Impartiality. I agree. Let's just find the person involved and ask him clearly. The Luo clan head said. Sanguinati was personally given the position of Green Bamboo Island Master by me. I believe in my foresight. With that, the human clan's holy leader waved his hand and sent out a thought. Not long after, the Great Elder personally led Fong Chun and Crane Star Lord into the Holy Palace. Greetings to the 5 seniors. Crane Star Lord cupped his hands. Fong Chun followed suit and bowed. Other than the human clan's holy leader and the Yuan clan head, Su Mo had never seen the other 3 before. Fong Chun felt his scalp go numb. The faint aura from the 5 magnates made his heart palpitate. They are too strong. Fong Chun did not know the other 3. However, seeing that they were on equal footing with the human clan's holy leader, he could guess what was going on. Explain. The human clan's holy leader said. Crane Star Lord raised his head and looked at the human clan's holy leader. He then said, "This is what happened. I discovered the broken array on Mount Blood Crane by accident. Hence, I wanted to take it for myself and live in seclusion here. I heard that Green Bamboo Island Master is very skilled in array formations. Hence, I went to Green Bamboo Island to visit him personally. I wanted him to help me repair the broken array." The latter agreed and came to Mount Blood Crane to help me repair the array. Who would have thought that Evil Star-Lord would suddenly appear and threaten to kill Sanguinati? Naturally, I had to do my best to protect him. Evil Star-Lord was well prepared. His true body stopped me while his clone dealt with Sanguinati. In a moment of desperation, I used my trump card, the Fire Demon Heavenly Orb, to destroy Evil Star-Lord's clone. After that, Evil Star-Lord fought with me, and he went mad. I had no choice but to keep Sanguinati busy. He released the remaining power of the broken array and killed Evil Star-Lord. Crane Star-Lord slowly explained what had happened. He told the truth. He did not dare to hide anything. The 5 magnates were very powerful. He did not dare to lie. Evil Star-Lord's true body and clone were destroyed. Do you think you can get away with it with a random reason? The person who spoke was the Yuan clan head. As he spoke, his aura spread. Crane Star-Lord immediately knelt on one knee as his bones creaked. Crash! The human clan's holy leader waved his hand and removed the power that was suppressing Crane Star-Lord. Tell me, the human clan's holy leader looked at Fong Chun. Senior holy leader, Crane Star-Lord has already said what needs to be said. I have something to add. Evil Star-Lord wants to kill me, and it might be related to Yuan Ming. Recently, whenever I leave Green Bamboo Island, Yuan Ming will come to kill me. He even used despicable means to kidnap my disciple to threaten me, said Fong Chun. Hearing this, the Yuan clan head's expression changed. His aura fluctuated. How dare you accuse the Yuan clan? If the Yuan clan wants to kill you, it will be as easy as blowing off dust, sneered Monarch Blackblade. The Spirit Clan head did not say anything. However, The Luo clan head looked at Fang Chun with a strange gaze. He could sense the Luo clan's bloodline in Fang Chen's body. The Luo clan's bloodline? Is he the illegitimate son of one of our Luo clan's disciples? The Luo clan head was surprised. The Luo clan's bloodline in Fang Chen's body was very dense. It wasn't any weaker than the top disciples of the Luo clan. This really surprised him. However, when he thought of Luo Lioli, his expression became serious. All right, you guys can leave. The human clan holy leader waved his hand and sent Fang Chun and Crane Star Lord out of the sacred palace. The five heads were discussing in the sacred palace. Fang Chun did not know the exact outcome. The Yuan clan is really despicable. Fang Chun thought to himself, "Alan Lord, this matter started because of me. If the sacred palace really wants to punish me, I will bear the responsibility," said Crane Star Lord. "You can't, Crane Star Lord. This matter is related to me. How can I back down?" Fang Chun hurriedly said. Crane Star Lord laughed. "The outcome is not out yet. I believe the sacred palace will give us an explanation." Fang Chun nodded. "By the way, Crane Star Lord, do you know the other three?" asked Fang Chun. "Of course. Who doesn't know the top 5 heads in the mortal universe?" Crane Star Lord's face was full of admiration when he mentioned the 5 heads. The black-bearded elder next to the head of the Yuan clan is Emperor Blackblade. He's the 5th strongest on the universe combat power list and the only independent cultivator among the 5 heads, said Crane Star Lord. An independent cultivator on a universe combat power list. This was the first time Fang Chun had heard of the universe combat power list. He was a little dazed. I forgot to tell you that the universe combat power list is the most authoritative list in the mortal universe. It was compiled by the human clan holy leader himself. It represents the top combat power in the mortal universe, said Crane Star Lord. At his level, he knew a lot of secrets of the universe. I see. Fang Chun was shocked. The top combat power in the universe. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. The 5 heads occupy the top 5 positions on the universe combat power list. The human clan holy leader is first, followed by the heads of the Yuan clan, Spirit clan, and Luo clan. Emperor Blackblade is 5th. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded. The 5 heads form the highest level meeting hall of the human clan, explained Crane Star Lord. Whenever there's an important matter, they'll gather together to discuss countermeasures. Fang Chun finally understood. When will I be able to enter the universe combat power list? Fang Chun was filled with motivation. The 5 heads sat quietly and even restrained their auras. That was enough to make him feel depressed. This kind of battle prowess was unprecedented and dazzling. Soon, the door of the sacred palace opened. The 5 heads walked out of the sacred palace. The head of the Luo clan looked at Fang Chun with interest and said, "Sanguinati, if you have time, come to the Luo clan." Fang Chun's heart raced. Did the head of the Luo clan notice his Luo clan bloodline? Before he could reply, the head of the Luo clan disappeared. Goodbye, everyone. The head of the Spirit clan tore open the void and left the sacred ground. In the end, only Emperor Blackblade, the head of the Yuan clan, and the human clan holy leader were left. The matter has been investigated. Evil Star-Lord attacked first. It has nothing to do with you, said the human clan holy leader. Fang Chun and Crane Star-Lord turned and left. The head of the Yuan clan looked at the human clan holy leader with a smile. Is it worth it for a creation realm warrior? Holy Master, you made a losing deal this time. The human race's Saint Lord smiled calmly in front of the 2 giants. Remember our agreement. Goodbye. The 2 heads left the sacred ground one after another. The human clan holy leader stood at the peak of the sacred mountain and looked up at the sky. Everything he did was for the sake of the human clan. The 5 heads had obviously reached an agreement about Evil Star-Lord. It was just that outsiders didn't know about it. The head of the Yuan clan and Emperor Blackblade seemed to have benefited. They were very happy after returning to the Yuan clan's sacred ground. I didn't expect the holy leader to be so generous to protect Sanguinati, said the head of the Yuan clan with a smile. Yeah, it's really beyond my expectations. It seems that Sanguinati has some secrets that no one knows. Emperor Blackblade lowered his head and pondered. Although he didn't punish Sanguinati severely this time, it doesn't matter anymore, continued the head of the Yuan clan. Come, let's play chess. Emperor Blackblade picked up a shirako and placed it on the chessboard. The head of the Yuan clan held a black piece in his hand. The two heads were happily playing chess. After this incident, Sanguinati's name spread again. Within the sacred land, countless martial artists looked at the blood-sword saint with strange gazes. Chapter 15:10. The original setting was that the heavenly body tier was the star monarch, the creation tier was the Tao ancestor, and the life and death tier was the monarch. Evil and Crane were both in the creation tier, so they should be called Tao ancestor. My head was muddled, and I forgot, so I wrote it wrong. Here, I'd like to thank Scholar Clear Spring Bright Moon for her reminder. The correct name is Evil Tao Ancestor, Tao Ancestor Crane. I've changed it all. Please understand the inconvenience caused to everyone. Qingshi will pay more attention in the future. P.S. Updated this afternoon. Hit in hand, please wait for a moment. Please remember. Chapter 15:11. Recommended reading. The matter of Evil Tao Ancestor came to an end for the time being. Although it was not clear what agreement the five titans had reached, Fong Chen's intuition told him that it must be very complicated. Furthermore, he could tell the five titans were actually divided into factions too. At least, the Yuan clan lord was with Emperor Blackblade. As for the Luo clan lord and the Spirit clan lord, it was unclear for the time being. After returning to the Evil Soul Islands, Fong Chen began to wholeheartedly repair the array formation for Tao Ancestor He. This array formation was unprecedentedly powerful. If it was an ordinary 8-star divine formation master, it would definitely be impossible to comprehend it. Fortunately, it was Fong Chen. Not only did he comprehend it, but he could also control it. In 3 days, Tao Ancestor he had prepared all the materials. In the following time, Fong Chen began to repair the array formation with all his might. Seeing the blood-red halo on Blood Crane Mountain getting thicker and thicker, Tao Ancestor he's face was full of smiles. Repairing the array formation required time, but Tao Ancestor he was not in a hurry. However, Fong Chen was in a hurry. In less than a month, the ancestral land of inheritance would open. He had to strive to repair the array formation before the ancestral land opened. While waiting for Fong Chen to repair the array formation, Tao Ancestor he also received a piece of news. The news from a human race's holy land. After a discussion among the upper echelons of the human race, they unanimously decided to let Tao Ancestor he be the master of the Evil Soul Islands. Tao Ancestor he originally did not want to be the master. He was unrestrained and was used to freedom. But after the human race's holy lord sent him a voice transmission, Tao Ancestor he readily agreed. From then on, the Evil Soul Islands began a new journey. Fong Chen did not let Tao Ancestor he down. After spending more than 20 days, he finally repaired the array formation. Tao Ancestor he, the array formation has been completely repaired. A blood-red halo spread throughout the entire Blood Crane Mountain. From the outside, it looked like a blood mountain, emitting a terrifying aura, making people not dare to approach. Fong Chen stood in the array formation, feeling the majestic array formation aura, and revealed a faint smile. Whoosh whoosh, not long after Tao Ancestor he came. He traveled through time and space, arriving in front of Fong Chen. He looked around very excited. Many thanks to you, Island Lord Green Bamboo. Tao Ancestor he was extremely respectful towards Fong Chen. It's nothing. Fong Chen nodded gently, disregarding everything else. The jade pendant that Tao Ancestor he gave him was very valuable. It was enough for him to repair the formation. Moreover, Fong Chen had also gained a lot from repairing the array formation. Not only did he fully comprehend the array formation, but he also discovered some clues. Fong Chen was confident that it wouldn't take long for him to set up a miniature version of the blood-red array formation. At that time, his strength would definitely soar. They were about to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. If they could set up such a formation, it would definitely be a great trump card. From now on, Island Master Green Bamboo, you are this old man's good friend. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask. This old man will definitely not frown. Tao Ancestor, he laughed loudly. I'm relieved to hear your words, Tao Ancestor, he. Fong Chun cupped his fists. After learning that Tao Ancestor, he had become the master of the evil Soul Islands, Fong Chun congratulated him. After the two chatted for a while, Fong Chun bade farewell to Tao Ancestor, and hurried back to Green Bamboo Island. Fortunately, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. There was still time. Just as he returned to Green Bamboo Island, the human sacred land sent a message. Island Lord Green Bamboo, the ancestral land of inheritance is about to open. The sacred lord wants you to go to the sacred land now. The sacred land messenger came to Green Bamboo Island with the sacred lord's voice transmission. Oh, Fong Chun heard and nodded. Immediately, he made some arrangements on Green Bamboo Island and went to the human sacred land. At this time, there were still 7 days before the ancestral land of inheritance opened. Sanguinati, the ancestral land of inheritance, is about to open. Wait in the sacred land for these few days and familiarize yourself with your teammates, the sacred lord said. Okay. Fong Chun nodded. The closer it was to the opening of the ancestral land of inheritance, the more lively the human sacred land was. The martial artists who were qualified to enter the ancestral land were very excited. Everyone only had one chance to enter the ancestral land in their lives. There were inheritances everywhere in the ancestral land of inheritance. If one could obtain one of them, their future would be limitless. There was once a peerless genius who obtained a powerful inheritance in the ancestral land. From his 7th level of the creation realm, he directly stepped into the legendary life and death realm, which troubled countless martial artists. This kind of thing happened often. The ancestral land of inheritance is about to open. This time, I must soar to the sky. My opportunity has come. When I return from the ancestral land, it will be the time for me to soar to the sky. I don't want the strongest inheritance. I only want the most suitable inheritance for me. In the sacred land, many martial artists were whispering. Some martial artists were even trying to rope in their teammates. In the past few days, Fong Chun had also heard some names that reverberated like thunder in his ears. Among the 100 martial artists in the human sacred land, there were a few who were very strong and were the candidates to lead the team in the human sacred land. Fong Chun also secretly paid attention to the information of these people. After reading, he was very shocked. Their potential was not weaker than his, and some even surpassed his. Jiang Kuang, the top expert among the younger generation in the human sacred land. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the creation realm, and his battle strength was very high. He was also the most promising martial artist in the human sacred land who could enter the life and death realm. Slaughtering Heaven's Sword, whose cultivation was second only to Jiang Kuang, had reached the peak of the 6th level of the creation realm. His sword skills were divine, and he was an out-and-out sword genius. He was a sword cultivator with super strong attack power, and was worshipped by countless martial artists in the sacred land. Slaughtering Bull, who specialized in refining his body. It was said that his physical body had reached the level of resisting an 8th level divine weapon, and his defense was extremely strong. Among the younger generation, there were very few who could break through his defense. Moreover, Slaughtering Bull was very strong. Someone once saw him kill a martial artist of the same level with one punch. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the creation realm. However, in terms of attack power, he was not as good as Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. Wei Xiang, who was at the 5th level of the creation realm. Among these people, Wei Xiang was the most unique one. Although he was at the 5th level of the creation realm, in terms of attack power, he was not weaker than Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. In other words, among the 100 people in the human sacred land, his battle strength was second only to Jiang Kuang, who was ranked first. Wei Xiang liked to pretend to be weak, and those who were familiar with him knew that. However, there were often martial artists who did not believe it and wanted to challenge Wei Xiang. The result was obvious. They were beaten up by Wei Xiang. Wei Xiang's information successfully attracted Fong Chun's attention. The creation realm itself was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and steal the essence of the sun and moon. It was very difficult to raise one's realm. Everyone's understanding of martial arts differed greatly. Therefore, it was very difficult for a creation realm martial artist to challenge someone of a higher realm unless they were top geniuses. Of course, there were very few people like Feng Chun. This Wei Xiang doesn't seem to be as simple as he looks. Feng Chun made a mental note of Wei Xiang. He had met Wei Xiang once, but he could not tell at that time that Wei Xiang was so strong. If he had not seen the detailed information, he would not have noticed Wei Xiang at all. Overall, among the 100 people in the human sacred land, only these 4 people were worth paying attention to. Feng Chun secretly calculated. With his current strength, it should not be a problem for him to be in the top 10 of the 100 people in the human sacred land. In a one-on-one fight, he could fight against a martial artist of the 5th level of the creation realm. Of course, it was only an ordinary 5th level martial artist. It might not be the same for a genius like Wei Xiang. However, if he took out the dark demonic wheel, he would not be afraid of anyone. Moreover, Feng Chun did not only have the dark demonic wheel as his trump card. The ancestral land of inheritance opens once every 100 years. It is a very important matter. I think everyone has their own trump cards, Feng Chun said. Just as Feng Chun was thinking, a loud voice came from the sky above the human sacred land. The spiritual sacred land team has arrived. Then, the human sacred leader laughed heartily and came out to welcome them personally. Old Ling, you're early, the human sacred leader said with a smile. Early to let them familiarize themselves, the spiritual clan leader said with a smile. Behind him, there was also a team of 100 people. They were the geniuses who represented the spiritual clan to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. Have a good exchange with the geniuses of the sacred land, the spiritual clan leader said to the disciples behind him. Everyone nodded and landed on the square. The disciples of the 2 sides were familiar with each other and soon began to chat. Feng Chun looked at the group from the spirit race as a smile appeared in his eyes. He had met a familiar face. Ling Yu. When Feng Chun first entered the purgatory, he saved Ling Yu. Ling Yu, I trust you've been well since we last met. Feng Chun walked to Ling Yu's side and patted him on the shoulder from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Ling Yu jerked his head back. After seeing Feng Chun's face, he was stunned for a moment. Brother Feng, why are you here? Ling Yu asked with some surprise. Feng Chun spread out his hands and said with a smile, Why can't I be here? Are you the genius who represented the human sacred land to enter the ancestral land of inheritance? Ling Yu was a little surprised. Feng Chun nodded. A touch of shock appeared on Ling Yu's face, but he was relieved in an instant. He could enter the list of 100 people. With Feng Chun's potential, it should be very easy. Brother Feng, I really didn't misread you. When I was in the purgatory, I felt that your future was limitless. It's really amazing. With your own strength, you actually joined the list of 100 people. Ling Yu said with a smile. By the way, my name is now Sanguinati. Feng Chun reminded Ling Yu. He joined the list of 100 people under the name of Sanguinati. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he reminded Ling Yu. What's Sanguinati? Obviously, Ling Yu's name of Sanguinati was like thunder in his ears. He widened his eyes and looked at Feng Chun in disbelief. Recently, he had been hearing rumors about Sanguinati. Even not long ago, it was rumored that Sanguinati and Dao ancestor, he joined forces to kill the lord of the evil Soul Islands. He didn't expect that this legendary rising Sanguinati was actually the Feng Chun he knew. It shocked me. Ling Yu kept shaking his head to express his shock. Feng Chun smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, Ling Feng came over. Ling Yu, you know him? Chapter 15:12. Ling Feng's status in the spirit clan was not too high and could only be regarded as average. However, he was much stronger than Ling Yu. The reason why Ling Yu made such rapid progress had a lot to do with Ling Feng. Ling Feng usually took good care of Ling Yu. At this moment, seeing the latter talking and laughing with the martial artists of the sacred land, he came over to ask, Brother Feng, this is the genius I told you about who saved me in purgatory. Ling Yu introduced. Oh, it's you. I am Ling Feng of the Spirit Clan. I don't know your name. While speaking, Ling Feng stretched out his hand and looked at Feng Chun with a smile. Feng Chun glanced at Ling Feng and also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Ling Feng. I am Sanguinati. Feng Chun played it down, but in Ling Feng's ears, it was an abnormally shocking thing. In Ling Feng's heart, stormy waves were set off. You are really Sanguinati. After saying this, he regretted it. This was the sacred land of the human clan. Who dared to pretend to be Sanguinati? Sorry, I lost my composure. Ling Feng withdrew his hand and said apologetically, It doesn't matter. Feng Chun spread out his hands, not caring about Ling Feng's loss of composure. How about Brother Feng? I told you at the beginning that his future achievements will not be lower than yours and mine. Ling Yu on the side grinned. Ling Feng nodded. I have heard of Brother Shui's name for a long time. Seeing you today is like thunder in my ears. Just as the two were talking, suddenly there was a commotion in the square. Then there were whispers in the crowd. The people of the Yuan clan had arrived. The Yuan clan has arrived. The leader was naturally the lord of the Yuan clan, Yuan Gu, and behind him was the top powerhouse of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ming. When Feng Chun looked at Yuan Ming, the latter just happened to look over. Feng Chun could easily feel the killing intent hidden in the depths of Yuan Ming's eyes. His aura is a lot stronger, Feng Chun secretly said. He felt that Yuan Ming's strength seemed to have increased a little after not seeing him for a long time. But even so what? Yuan Gu, why are you so late? The Lord of the Spirit Clan said with a smile. Since the Luo clan hasn't come, I'm not late either, Yuan Gu said. Then, Yuan Gu entered the sacred hall. Leaving behind the 100-man team, they landed on square. Yuan Ming seems to have become stronger again, as expected of the top expert of a Yuan race's younger generation. He's really amazing. He's one of the popular candidates for the strongest inheritance. Everyone was secretly discussing. Some geniuses from the human race's holy land, such as Jiang Kuang, slaughtering Heaven Sword, Rhino, Wei Xiang, and others, also greeted Yuan Ming. The top experts of the spiritual race also stepped forward to inquire. After Yuan Ming nodded slightly, his gaze fell on Feng Chun. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Ming walked towards Feng Chun step by step. The crowd parted to form a path. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yuan Ming. What is Yuan Ming doing? Many martial artists were puzzled. However, when Yuan Ming arrived in front of Feng Chun, everyone suddenly understood. Sanguinati. Yuan Ming's target is Sanguinati. Everyone had more or less heard about the feud between Sanguinati and Yuan Ming. The ancestral land opens once every 100 years. I'm curious how you got a spot with your mediocre skills. Did you get in through the back door? Yuan Ming grinned, his words full of arrogance. That's right. You have a close relationship with the Sacred Master. A spot is nothing. Hearing Yuan Ming's sarcastic words, Feng Chun laughed. The latter sneered and said, Idiot. The word idiot pierced deeply into Yuan Ming's mind. Suddenly, Yuan Ming's aura shook. He stared at Feng Chun. Sanguinati, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because this is the Holy Land, Yuan Ming said fiercely. Then why don't you try touching me? Feng Chun said cheekily. What a joke. This was the human race's holy land. Even the sacred master of the Yuan race wouldn't dare to mess around. What was a mere Yuan Ming? Moreover, even if they fought, he wasn't afraid of Yuan Ming. Humph, a second-level creation realm trash dares to challenge me. You're just relying on your treasures. Yuan Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. In the crowd, Jiang Kuang, Tu Tianjin, and the others looked on thoughtfully. They didn't say anything. The geniuses of the spiritual tribe expressed their opinions one after another. Although I don't know the Blood Sword Saint's true combat power, his courage alone is extraordinary, Ling Ming of the spiritual clan said. I'm afraid that Sanguinati is just an embroidered pillow. He looks good, but is useless. I heard that if it wasn't for the sacred master, he would have died. Ling Xian curled his lips and said, Ling Xian, why do you say that? Sanguinati just stole your title of the youngest island master. Do you have to be like this? The person who spoke was a female disciple of the spiritual tribe. She wore a green dress and looked like a green lotus. She was called Ling Lianju. Although she was a woman, if one underestimated her, they would pay a heavy price. Her potential wasn't inferior to Ling Ming's, but she hadn't cultivated for as long as Ling Ming, so her strength wasn't as strong. It was obvious that the spiritual tribe valued Ling Lianju. Sister Lianju is right. Sanguinati is only a second-level creation realm martial artist, but he dares to challenge Yuan Ming. This itself requires courage. Whether he's just an embroidered pillow or a pretentious one, I think his courage is good. Ling Qihu, who was beside Ling Lianju, said, "The top geniuses of the spiritual tribe, except for Ling Xian, didn't have any special opinions about Fang Chun. Ling Xian was sanguinati and didn't have much interaction with him. If they had to talk about interaction, then it was the honor of being the youngest island master. Originally, Ling Xian was the youngest island master in this era and enjoyed the worship of hundreds of millions of people. However, after Sanguinati became the island master of Green Bamboo Island, the honor of being the youngest island master had waved goodbye to Ling Xian. Ling Xian didn't feel good. He felt that Sanguinati didn't live up to his name. If you want to get my recognition, you'll have to fight with me." Ling Xian snorted and stopped talking. At this moment, Yuan Ming and Fang Chun were still confronting each other. "Brother Yuan Ming, there's no need to waste your breath on this trash. Everything can wait until we enter the ancestral land of inheritance." A gray-robed man walked out from the 100-man Yuan tribe team. The man's words caused everyone to be stunned. It was so obvious that he was targeting Sanguinati. Wasn't he afraid of the sacred leader? Who is this? He doesn't seem to be from the Yuan tribe. Why does he look a little familiar? I remember now. He's the disciple of Emperor Blackblade. Instantly, a wave of shock surged through the crowd. Emperor Blackblade was an expert who was on equal footing with the four giants. His strength was earth-shattering. Even the sacred leader of the human tribe had to give him face. His disciple actually appeared in the Yuan tribe team. Could it be that the Yuan tribe had given him a spot? Emperor Blackblade's disciple. Fang Chun stared at the gray-robed man and came to a realization. No wonder when the five giants summoned him, Emperor Blackblade spoke up for the sacred leader of the Yuan tribe. So this was the reason. Brother Ji is right. The ancestral land of inheritance is extremely dangerous. Ordinary martial artists will definitely die if they enter. Maybe I don't have to do anything. Some people will die by themselves. Yuan Ming sneered and walked to the gray-robed man. Fang Chun and the gray-robed man looked at each other. Although the gray-robed man hid his killing intent well, Fang Chun still caught it. It seemed that Emperor Blackblade's disciple had colluded with Yuan Ming to harm him. In the face of Yuan Ming's sarcasm, Fang Chun gave a strong counterattack. Many people thought that Sanguinati's counterattack was too stupid. They were about to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. The consequences of offending two experts were severe. However, to Fang Chun, none of this mattered. "Kid, I hope you can live a little longer. Otherwise, I'll have regrets." Yuan Ming sneered. "I'm just afraid that you'll be killed by me," Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Everyone in the crowd shook their heads. Sanguinati's words were too exaggerated. How strong would one need to be to kill Yuan Ming? Even Jiang Quang, Tu Tianjian, and the others dared not say that they could kill Yuan Ming. Moreover, as a member of the Yuan tribe, how could he not have a trump card? Yuan Ming ignored Sanguinati and walked to Jiang Quang and the others. "Jiang Quang, I'm afraid your human tribe's sacred ground will come back empty-handed." Yuan Ming smiled. Even a second-level creation realm trash can be selected into the team. It seems that your sacred ground has no one else. Yuan Ming didn't forget to mock Sanguinati at all times. Sanguinati fought for a spot with his own strength. Jiang Quang frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy. He fought for it himself. I think he used some external force. Yuan Ming laughed when he saw Jiang Quang's expression. In his opinion, the reason why Fang Chun was able to obtain a spot was most likely because he had used that treasure. Otherwise, how could he get a spot when there were so many geniuses in the human tribe's sacred ground? Everyone, there's still some time before the ancestral land opens. Why don't we exchange some pointers? Ling Ming said. I have no objections. Jiang Quang said. I have no objections either. Yuan Ming nodded. Exchanging pointers would help them understand their opponents. Hoo ha ha ha. I didn't expect the Luo tribe to be the last to arrive. The Luo tribe was the last to arrive. The leader of the Luo tribe turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sacred palace, leaving behind 100 people. Seeing the younger generation of the Luo tribe, Fang Chun was shocked. The temperature of his blood suddenly rose. However, he suppressed it in an instant. At the same time, the leader of the younger generation of the Luo tribe frowned slightly and looked around as if he was looking for something. Strange, what was that aura? Luo Qinghan thought. Luo Qinghan, your Luo tribe came at the right time. We're going to exchange pointers. Do you want to join? Ling Ming asked. Luo Qinghan was a genius on the same level as them. Of course, they had to call him. Luo Qinghan nodded and walked to Ling Ming's side. 88 At this point, the geniuses of the four sacred grounds were all present. They were all waiting for the day when the ancestral land of inheritance opened. Somewhere in the void ocean, the surface was calm. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of air flew out from the ocean and floated in the sky like a fountain. A black figure could be vaguely seen standing in the middle. The ancestral land of inheritance seems to be opening. Chapter 15:13. The opening of the ancestral land was in the sacred land of the human race. Therefore, the teams of 100 people from the 3 god clans were all there, waiting for the opening of the ancestral land. The opening of the ancestral land every 100 years was a great time for the human race. The 4 leaders of the universe combat power list were gathered in the sacred land of the human race, so they were not worried that someone would cause trouble. They were not even afraid of the pinnacle sea demons in the void ocean. The warriors in the sacred land of a human race communicated with each other. Fang Chun was quietly waiting for the opening of the ancestral land in his residence. Far away in the void, a black shadow flashed and disappeared. He was extremely fast, and his ability to travel through the void was much better than Fang Chen's. In just one day, the black shadow came to the sacred land of the human race. The sacred land of the human race was at the edge of the void ocean, far away from the islands. Usually, no one dared to barge into the sacred land of the human race. The sacred land of the human race. The black shadow said in a hoarse voice, and then his body flashed and entered the sacred land of the human race. Stop! This is the sacred land of the human race. No one is allowed to enter. The guard guarding the sacred land of the human race was a warrior at the pinnacle of the creation realm. When he saw the black shadow, he immediately shouted. However, the black shadow ignored the guard. Damn it! Seeing this, the guard was furious. He took out the long spear in his hand and attacked the black shadow. Swoosh! The black shadow waved his hand and sent the guard flying. With a loud bang, the guard's body crashed heavily into the ground. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. An elite has invaded the sacred land. The guard endured the pain in his body and roared loudly. His voice spread across the entire sacred land of the human race. In the sacred palace, the 4 leaders were discussing the opening of the ancestral land when they suddenly heard the voice. The sacred leader of the human race's expression changed slightly, and he stood up immediately. Yes. The other 3 leaders of the god clans were also shocked. They felt a very powerful aura. Whoosh! The 4 leaders instantly appeared in the sky above the sacred land of the human race and looked at the black shadow. The 4 of you, how have you been? The black shadow's body floated in the sky. After seeing the 4 leaders, he grinned. His voice was a little hoarse, and it gave people a very oppressive feeling. Below, the crowd was in an uproar. Who is this person? Why is his aura so strong? Even Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at the shadow. He knew a little about the Universe Combat Powers list, but he didn't know this person. It's you. The human race sacred leader's face was filled with surprise. Monarch Bloodfiend. The other 3 exclaimed. They were all too familiar with the Black Shadow. Bloodfiend Monarch was the commander of the Siren clan in the deep sea of the Void Ocean. He was so powerful that he could be ranked in the top 10 of the Universe Combat Power list. All this while, Bloodfiend Emperor had an agreement with the human race. The human race would not take the initiative to occupy the void ocean, and the sea demon race would not interfere in the affairs of the human race. This balance had existed for a very long time. However, the appearance of the blood fiend monarch shocked the four major powers. It wasn't that he was surprised to come to the human race's sacred land alone. What truly shocked the four giants was the aura emanating from blood fiend monarch. Only experts who stood at their level could understand what blood fiend monarch's aura represented. I didn't expect that blood fiend monarch, ranked 7th on the universe combat power list, will be the first to reach that realm. After a long while, the human race sacred leader recovered from his shock and said softly. The leaders of the three major god clans looked at blood fiend monarch cautiously. They had reached the pinnacle of the life and death realm, but they couldn't take that final step. Now, blood fiend monarch was one step ahead of them. This caused a huge change in the situation between the human race and the sea demon race. The ancestral land is about to open. I know it's extremely important to the human race. I won't force you. Just give the sea demon race 10 spots. Blood fiend monarch stated his request. No. The human race sacred leader refused without hesitation. The other three giants also shook their heads. What a joke. How many spots were there? Plus, how could they let the sea demon race enter the ancestral land? This was absolutely impossible unless the human race was destroyed. My sea demon race only wants 10 spots. This is nothing to you. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. Blood fiend monarch threatened the four giants. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from blood fiend monarch's body. In the crowd below, Fong Chun felt his golden heart beating rapidly when blood fiend monarch released his aura. Absolute command. Fong Chun was shocked. Blood fiend monarch could actually achieve absolute command. Could it be that he had already reached the immemorial realm? If blood fiend monarch had reached the immemorial realm, then the current situation would be dangerous. However, after hearing the conversation between the four giants and blood fiend monarch, Fong Chun guessed that blood fiend monarch hadn't taken the final step. Half-step life and death realm. Fong Chun guessed inwardly. That should be the case. His golden heart beat rapidly, and streams of clear energy flowed out. These streams drilled into Fong Chen's mind. Immediately, Fong Chen's eyes became extremely clear as he saw the chaotic void around blood fiend monarch. What's that? Fong Chen's eyes widened, and he felt his breathing quicken. All along, the rules had only existed in legends. Only peerless experts in the immemorial realm could completely comprehend the rules. However, now, Fong Chun actually saw the manifestation of the rules. Blood fiend monarch had touched the threshold of the rules. His body formed its own rules and was not affected by the rules of heaven and earth. Under his rules, he was the sky. Blood fiend, although you've taken a small step, if we really fight, the four of us won't be afraid of you. The human race's holy master spoke. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a seemingly ordinary airflow rushed to blood fiend monarch and destroyed the rules that had condensed. It's impossible to give you 10 spots. The leaders of the three god tribes rejected. Blood fiend monarch's face darkened. If that's the case, let's fight. He chose to challenge the human race's holy master. The four giants were the four strongest people on the universe's combat power list. The human race's holy master was ranked first on the universe's combat power list. If he defeated the human race's holy master, he would be the ruler of the mortal universe. Let's go to the void battleground. The human race's holy master waved his hand and tore open the void. A seemingly real, yet illusory, void, ancient battlefield appeared, and the two of them entered it. The leaders of the three god tribes glanced at each other and also entered the void battleground. Dong! The void battleground closed, and no one outside could see what was happening inside. Rumble. Deafening noises rang out continuously. Even though the void battleground was separated, the aura emitted was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. Too strong. Is this the destructive power of a life and death realm expert? Fong Chun felt that the void battleground might not be able to completely isolate the shockwaves. If they fought above the human race's sacred land, It would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was waiting for the result of the battle. Battles between experts were sometimes very fast. Just as everyone thought that a bitter battle was about to begin, the void battleground opened. The 5 experts walked out in a single file. The human race's holy master's face was somewhat gloomy, but Blood Fiend Monarch's face revealed a trace of a smile. It seemed that Blood Fiend Monarch had the upper hand in the previous battle. Moreover, they must have reached some kind of agreement. Otherwise, Blood Fiend Monarch would not have stopped fighting. Blood Fiend, I can give you 10 spots, but don't forget your promise, the human race's holy master said in a deep voice. Blood Fiend Monarch spread out his hands and said, I don't want to dominate the universe. I only want the sea demon race to develop quickly. Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised you. Then Blood Fiend Monarch waved his hand. 10 sea demons appeared in the space-type True Treasure. They all looked human, and their auras were vigorous. These 10 are the representatives of the sea demon race, Blood Fiend Monarch said. The human race's holy master nodded, and then turned to look at the leaders of the other 3 god tribes. If you give Blood Fiend Monarch 10 spots, the 4 sacred lands will have to give 10 less spots. How should we distribute them? The human race's holy master looked at the other 3 and asked, Our sacred lands are short on spots. These 10 spots will be taken from your sacred lands. The Yuan race leader expressed his attitude. His words displeased the human race's holy master. Yuan Gu, don't forget your identity, the human race's holy master said. Even if you are the holy master, you can't force the Yuan race. Yuan Gu grinned, not caring at all about the human race's holy master's words. Do you think you can make me afraid just because you have Black Blade Monarch on your side? The human race's holy master was angry. This was the first time in countless years that he was truly angry. As the human race's holy master, he ruled over countless territories of the human race. As for Yuan Gu, although he was the leader of the Yuan race, he was still separated from the human race. No matter what, he was still part of the human race. Yuan Gu spread out his hands and stopped talking. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out instantly. The 3 sacred lands will each have 3 less spots, and the human race's sacred lands will have 1 less spot. The human race's holy master made the decision immediately. As the human race's holy master, he could make such a decision. All along, the leaders of the 3 god tribes had thought he was easy to bully. They thought he was gentle and didn't fear them. But now he was showing his tough side. If you don't agree, we can fight, the human race's holy master said in a low voice. Holy master, I haven't fought in millions of years. I would like to see how strong you are. Yuan Gu and the human race's holy master entered the ancient void battleground. They came out in a short while. Yuan Gu's expression was dim, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. The Yuan race will have 3 less spots. Yuan Gu compromised. It seems like the human race's holy master isn't as simple as he looks, Fong Chun thought in the crowd. Since Yuan Gu had compromised, the leaders of the other 2 god tribes had nothing to say. The 10 people who had been eliminated were very unhappy. Chapter 15:14. I'm impressed. Blood Fiend Monarch cupped his hands and smiled. In fact, among the 4 giants, he was most afraid of the human clan's holy master. Although the human clan's holy master had chosen a compromise, it did not mean that he was weak. He was just looking at the big picture. The 400 spots had all been decided. Blood Fiend Monarch was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the human clan's sacred land and waited for the opening of the ancestral land of inheritance. Blood Fiend, the Sea Demon clan, wants to join in the fun at the human clan's ancestral land of inheritance. Aren't you afraid that all of your people will be wiped out? Yuan Gu said fiercely. The 10 people chosen by Blood Fiend Monarch were the top geniuses of the Sea Demon clan. If all of them were wiped out, it would be a huge blow to the Sea Demon clan. I'm not worried about this at all. You should be worried. Blood Fiend Monarch was very confident. The Sea Demon clan is almost invincible in the same realm. Yuan Gu pursed his lips and said casually, I admit that the Sea Demon clan has strong combat power. However, I don't agree that you are almost invincible in the same realm. After saying that, Yuan Gu pointed his finger and a ray of light shot into the crowd and shrouded Fong Chun. Sanguinati, the youngest island master in the human clan's territory. He is only at the second level of the creation realm, and he fought for a spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance with his own strength. If you have the ability, let the Sea Demon clan's second level of the creation realm fight with me. Let's see if you are invincible in the same realm. Hearing Yuan Gu's words, Fang Chun was very displeased. Yuan Gu had said that for no reason. It was obvious that he was making trouble for him. Damn it! Fang Chun clenched his fists and cursed Yuan Gu in his heart. After hearing Yuan Gu's words, Blood Fiend Monarch also noticed Fang Chun. He is at the second level of the creation realm, and he fought for a spot. Blood Fiend Monarch's eyes lit up when he heard that. He stared at Fang Chun carefully. Yes, Yuan Gu said solemnly. Go and test his strength. Blood Fiend Monarch lowered his head and said to one of the sea demons. This sea demon's cultivation level was at the 5th level of the creation realm. She was the one with the lowest cultivation level among the 10, and also the weakest. The reason why the Blood Fiend Monarch chose him was because the Blood Fiend Monarch thought highly of him and wanted to nurture him. Hearing this, the sea monster nodded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you. After saying that, the sea monster walked in front of Fang Chun. Brat, I heard that you're very strong. Come, let me see how strong you are. Fang Chun already had a belly full of anger. His eyes were cold as he said coldly, When I attack, I want to see blood. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Chun's words were very arrogant. However, those who knew him well knew that he was completely enraged. Brat, you're very arrogant. You want to hurt me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The sea demon sneered. In midair, Monarch Blood Fiend shook his head. Yuan Gu, we can't control the battle. If we accidentally injure the people of your holy lands, don't feel bad. Blood Fiend Monarch Nuai said. Hearing what Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said, Fang Chun suddenly raised his head and looked at the ladder. That's right. I agree with Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch. It's inevitable for martial artists to make mistakes in a battle. If I accidentally kill the geniuses of the Sea Monster clan, I hope Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch won't be angry with me. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch stood up and stared at Fang Chun with 2 rays of red light in his eyes. A mere manifestation realm martial artist actually dared to say such words to him. However, in the end, Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch suppressed the anger in his heart. Brat, I hope your strength matches your words. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. Seeing this, Yuan Gu was secretly delighted. As for the other 3 giants, they were expressionless. Rumble. The sea monster made his move. Scales appeared all over his body, and his defense suddenly became stronger. Fang Chun took out the red glass sword and performed the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Swoosh! The red sword light was extremely dazzling. The human clan's holy lord in the sky nodded with satisfaction. An expert like him could tell that Fang Chun's swordsmanship was extraordinary at a glance. This lad has great potential in swordsmanship. The Spirit Clan's master praised. This swordsmanship secret skill is very unique. It gives me a sacred feeling. The Luo Clan's master said. He squinted his eyes and was surprised. He felt that Sanguinati was a little mysterious. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chun. The scales on the Sea Monster Clan's genius exploded with a dazzling light. Kill! He roared, and the scales on his body shot out instantly. Bang! 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 The scales collided with the red sword light, and there was a deafening sound. A wild aura spread out and shrouded the 2 of them. Although the defense is strong, it's not indestructible. Fang Chun thought to himself, Great! The space-time true meaning was activated to the extreme. His body flashed and traveled through space. With a step, he appeared behind the sea monster. Rip! Fang Chun reached out and grabbed a piece of the sea monster's scale. He tore it off forcefully. Arg! The sea monster roared in anger and started to fight back. However, he couldn't catch Fang Chun's figure under the space-time true meaning. With the burial sword art of heaven and earth and the 5 thunder calamity technique, I should be able to take him down. As he spoke, Fang Chun activated the 3rd level of the 5 thunder calamity technique. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. The 5 great figures in the sky watched everything. This lad is a soul cultivator, the Blood Fiend Emperor said in surprise. Moreover, the secret skill of the soul Tao that he cultivates is a little special. The Blood Fiend Emperor caught a glimpse of the 5 Thunder Calamity Techniques aura and fell into deep thought. The 4 great figures of the human race looked at each other. Boom! After the thunder in the sky accumulated to a certain extent, it suddenly swooped down. Together with the burial sword art of heaven and earth, it formed a long dragon. It pierced the vital part of the sea monster. The sea monster wanted to dodge, but Fang Chun traveled through space and appeared behind him, blocking his body. Kill! The sea monster was furious and fought back with all his might. Pucci! However, Fang Chen's attack power was too strong. Moreover, he had found the sea monster's weakness. His entire body was covered in scales, and his defense was extremely strong. However, his throat had the weakest defense and could be considered his Achilles heel. Crack! The long dragon pierced the sea monster's throat. No! The sea monster wanted to make a sound, but he realized that his head was separated from his body. Stop! Seeing this, the Blood Fiend Emperor wanted to intervene, but it was too late. He roared furiously and glared at Fang Chun. Blood Fiend, you don't have to intervene in the battle between the younger generation, right? The human race's sacred leader said. Humph. The Blood Fiend Emperor snorted and a trace of murderous intent emerged in his heart. Dong! The ground trembled. Fang Chen's body landed on the ground. He used his absolute strength to let the world know that he was not an embroidered pillow. So powerful. A 2nd-level creation realm martial artist could kill a 5th-level creation realm martial artist. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Chun with complicated expressions, especially Yuan Ming, who could not wait to kill him with his gaze. On the other hand, the people from the Ling clan and Luo clan were slightly surprised. This guy has great potential. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Fang Chun. Those martial artists who had mocked him previously felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped. Isn't it just a cross-level battle? Do you have to be so arrogant? The Blood Fiend Emperor sneered. Such martial artists usually don't live long. His meaning was obvious. After the remaining 9 people from the Sea Monster tribe entered the Inheritance Ancestral Land, they would not let Fang Chun off easily. However, that was a story for another day. Fang Chun did not care about the Blood Fiend Emperor's threat. All right, let's disperse and wait for the Inheritance Ancestral Land to open, the human race's sacred leader said. After a while, the crowd in the square dispersed. On this day, many martial artists from the human tribe's sanctuary came to Fang Chun's residence, wanting to befriend Fang Chun. However, they were all rejected by Fang Chun. Before this, these martial artists did not even want to look at him in the eye. Now that he had displayed such great strength, they wanted to befriend him. Did they really think that he was an idiot? After a short rest, finally, the day of the Inheritance Ancestral Land's opening arrived. On this day, all the martial artists gathered in the square early in the morning. They were extremely excited. The Inheritance Ancestral Land was opening today. Even the Blood Fiend Emperor was curious about what the Inheritance Ancestral Land was like. The 5 great figures stood in the air. Can we begin? The master of the Yuan clan asked. The human tribe's holy master nodded and looked at the Blood Fiend Emperor. Blood Fiend, you better stay away. When the Inheritance Ancestral Land opens, it will exclude other races. It will not be good if you are hurt. Hurt me. The Blood Fiend Emperor was disdainful and stood still. The human tribe's holy master did not say anything else. He took out a bright and transparent key. When he took out the key, the human tribe's holy master closed his eyes and merged his consciousness with the universe. Ancestors of the human tribe, please open the Inheritance Ancestral Land. Rumble. The key floated in the void, and streaks of power of the rules shrouded it. Ripples spread out in the void, and a void gate gradually appeared in the sky. In an instant, an extremely vast aura of savagery surged over. The savagery aura was so strong that it made one's heart palpitate. It was as though it was going to destroy the void. Not good. Sensing the power of the savagery aura, The blood fiend emperor immediately ran away. Even so, his clothes were torn to shreds. When such a powerful savagery aura came into contact with the human tribe's martial artists, it did not hurt them at all. So strong. Monarch Blood Fiend glanced at his tattered clothes and then stared at the void gate in the distance. The human tribe's foundation was too strong, and the inheritance ancestral land was extremely mysterious. The savagery aura that it gave off made his heart palpitate. Could it be that the human tribe's ancestors are still alive? The Blood Fiend Emperor thought to himself. One should know that the human tribe's strongest person on the surface was the Holy Master. However, all the human tribe's ancestors who had stepped into the eternal realm had already stepped into the divine world. The Blood Fiend Emperor's eyes lit up, and his consciousness spread to the void door. Instantly, it was devoured by the void door. The Blood Fiend Emperor looked at the void door with fear and sent a message to the 9 ocean demons. Chapter 15:15. As the ancestral land of inheritance opened, light shone in all directions. The void gate seemed real and illusory at the same time, giving off an unreal feeling. The vast desolation energy that was emitted was visually and spiritually impactful. It was too shocking. This was the foundation of the human tribe. At this moment, the blood in every human martial artist's body burst forth, their blood boiling. They were proud to be part of the human tribe. As for the 9 sea demons, they were enveloped by Blood Fiend Monarch's aura and stayed far away, not daring to get close. It wouldn't be too late to enter the ancestral land of inheritance after the desolation energy dissipated. The ancestral land has opened. As the human tribe's holy master's voice fell, the void gate gradually stabilized. The desolation energy was also slowly disappearing. The lords of the 3 god tribes came before the human tribe's holy master and looked at the void gate with their dark eyes. Every time the ancestral land of inheritance opens, my soul will be shaken, the lord of the spiritual tribe said. I hope that this time, there will be warriors who can obtain the supreme inheritance and continue the human tribe's bloodline, the lord of the Luo tribe said. The lord of the Yuan tribe was very confident in the geniuses of the Yuan tribe. He was secretly delighted. Everyone get ready. When the last trace of desolation energy dissipated, the human tribe's holy master spoke. People of the Yuan tribe, let's go. Yuan-gu shouted loudly. Immediately, the 97 warriors of the Yuan tribe swarmed into the void gate. People of the spiritual tribe, let's go. People of the Luo tribe, let's go. Soon, all the warriors of the 4 sacred lands entered the void gate. In the end, the gazes of the 4 great authorities landed on Monarch Blood Fiend. The latter leaped and came to the void gate. He made sure that there was no danger before letting the 9 sea demons enter. Buzz. After all the warriors entered, the void gate closed. Dong. A loud sound was heard, indicating that the void gate had closed completely. Ha ha ha. See you in 3 years. Blood Fiend Monarch watched as the sea demons entered the ancestral land of inheritance. He laughed and left the human tribe's sacred land. Every time the ancestral land of inheritance opened, it would last for 3 years. Once the 3 years were up, no matter where you were, as long as you were not dead, you would be transported out. We're leaving too. The 3 great leaders took their leave. The bustling sacred land of the human clan quieted down immediately. On a scorching hot land, there was a lot of fluffy soil. Maple leaves floated above the soil. The scorching sun shone on the maple leaves, evaporating the water droplets on the maple leaves in an instant. There were endless mountain peaks all around, towering into the clouds. A figure stood quietly on the ground. He looked around and finally withdrew his gaze. Feeling the scorching heat of the sun, he looked around vigilantly. Is this the ancestral land? Fang Chun said to himself. It had been 2 hours since they arrived at the ancestral land of inheritance. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he was observing the situation around him. However, to his regret, this scorching land was no different from the outside world. The ancestral land is so ordinary. Fang Chun didn't understand. This place was no different from the mystic realms he had entered in the past. It was also an independent space. He didn't understand why it was called the ancestral land of inheritance. There was almost no information about the ancestral land in his mind. Fang Chun was now in the dark. He had to explore everything by himself. Are the others scattered like me? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Let's go ahead and take a look. Then, Fang Chun walked forward step by step. Every step he took would leave a shallow footprint on the scorching ground. Earth pulse. After walking for about 15 minutes, Fang Chun stopped. There was a scorching aura under the ground, and at the same time there was a pulse. What's going on? Fang Chun was a little puzzled. He spread his divine sense and invaded the ground, wanting to check. However, he was disappointed. The scorching ground actually blocked his divine sense. Dong dong dong. A rhythmic pulse was constantly coming from the ground. Fang Chun's mind shook, and his golden heart beat rapidly. This is, after a long time, Fang Chun opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of excitement. As expected of the ancestral land of inheritance, there are inheritances everywhere. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. With the help of the golden heart, he found the rhythm of the earth pulse. It turned out that this earth pulse was also an inheritance. It's really amazing. I wonder which human ancestor left behind this inheritance. Feeling the rhythm of the earth pulse, Fang Chun closed his eyes. Buzz! Under the ground, a scorching aura quietly drilled into his body. When this aura converged with the starlight in his chi, a deafening sound was suddenly heard. Then, a lot of information appeared in Fang Chun's mind. Great Earthquake Kill. This was a supreme-grade secret technique called the Great Earthquake Kill. After reading the detailed introduction of the Great Earthquake Kill, Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. This Great Earthquake Kill was too magical. The Great Earthquake Kill could silently kill the enemy through the ground. It was like hitting a cow through a mountain, injuring the internal organs of the cultivator through the body. When cultivated to the extreme, one can kill the enemy through the air. As the saying goes, killing someone from 1,000 miles away is nothing more than this. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. He didn't expect to get such a secret technique as soon as he entered the ancestral land of inheritance. He immediately sat down cross-legged and felt the rhythm of the earth pulse to comprehend the Great Earthquake Kill. Not far from the earth pulse, there were two figures. These two were from the Yuan clan. They weren't very strong and could only be considered below average in the 100-man team. Old Mo, the ancestral land of inheritance, is too strange. We have to meet up with the team as soon as possible. Let's meet up as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be in danger if we meet the cultivators of the other sacred grounds. Both of them felt that they were too weak. Just as they were walking, they felt the extraordinariness of the earth pulse. Did you feel it? The Yuan clan member called Old Mo stared at the soil on the ground and asked, "Something strange. Let's go ahead and take a look." The two moved forward quickly and soon saw Fang Chun. There's someone. It's the master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati. The Yuan clan disciple called Old Mo was a little afraid when he saw Sanguinati. Sanguinati is too strong. We're no match for him. Let's go, Old Mo said in a low voice. Old Mo, look carefully. Sanguinati seems to be cultivating. If we sneak attack him, we can definitely kill him. Another Yuan clan disciple said, if we can bring Sanguinati's head to Big Brother Yuanming, we will be greatly rewarded. This Yuan clan disciple seemed to have seen his meteoric rise because of Sanguinati's head. However, Old Mo didn't want to take the risk. Old Mo, Sanguinati, is cultivating and can't split himself. This is the best chance. Another Yuan clan disciple persuaded, if we miss this chance, we will never have a chance to stand out. Don't you want to succeed and be famous and leave your name in history? Old Mo was also tempted by this person's persuasion. Besides, even if we can't defeat Sanguinati, he can't kill us. If we can't defeat him, we can just run away. Old Mo was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chun with sharp eyes, then said in a deep voice, let's do it. After that, the two quietly approached Fang Chun. Fang Chun was cultivating and didn't notice at all. Let's do it. After finding the right opportunity, the two Yuan clan disciples growled and attacked at the same time. A powerful attack instantly blasted toward Fang Chun. Thump! Their attacks were about to land on Fang Chen's body. The latter suddenly opened his eyes and slapped his hands on the ground. Thump! On the scorching ground, the pulsating power quickly gathered and hit the two with lightning speed across the ground. Pucci! The two Yuan race disciples whose faces were full of smiles suddenly felt pain. They subconsciously looked down and found that their legs were being melted by the scorching aura. No! Fang Chun used the pulsating power of the earth to destroy the two's bodies. Kill! He gathered all his power and killed the two through the ground. Pucci! The two Yuan clan disciples died in an instant. So powerful. Fang Chun stood up and felt the power from the pulsating power of the earth. He was very happy. The Great Earth Strike was really a very powerful attack secret art. If he could cultivate it to the transcendent state, it would definitely be unexpected. Good harvest. He was very happy to have such a harvest as soon as he entered the ancestral land. Green Bamboo Island. After Fang Chun left, Yin Fang was in charge of everything. On this day, Green Bamboo Island suffered a lot of destruction. The Sea Demon clan suddenly stirred up trouble and rushed to Green Bamboo Island, wantonly destroying it. Although Yin Fang and the others arrived in time, they couldn't stop the Sea Demon clan. Vice Island Master, why did the Sea Demon clan attack our Green Bamboo Island? The elder asked. I don't know. Yin Fang's face was gloomy and a little angry. He thought that the Sea Demon clan was just attacking on a whim. Who would have thought that the Sea Demon clan would harass Green Bamboo Island in the next few days? They didn't confront Green Bamboo Island directly, but kept harassing them. One day, Tian Xin was cultivating outside a city near the edge of the Void Ocean. Suddenly, the Sea Demon clan attacked. Tian Xin fought with one of the Sea Demons. The Sea Demon was too strong, and Tian Xin was too weak. Amidst the chaotic battle, Heavenheart fell into the void ocean and instantly disappeared. Tian Xin. Chapter 15-16. After killing the two disciples of the Yuan clan, Fang Chun did not leave the Scorching Land. This Scorching Land was the best place to practice the earthquake kill. How could he miss it? A warrior only had one chance to enter the ancestral land of inheritance in his life. If he did not seize it, he would regret it. Moreover, Fang Chun knew that his strength was not very strong among the many warriors. Therefore, in order to protect himself, he had to improve his strength. After practicing the earthquake kill for the first time, Fang Chun felt the power of this secret method. Imagine being able to shake the opponent's body with a powerful force across the land. It could quietly destroy the opponent's defense and play a miraculous role. This secret method had to be practiced to the perfection stage. Only in this way could he make up for the gap in his realm. Continue to practice. The scorching land and the temperature in the air were very high. Fang Chun sat cross-legged and quietly practiced. Traces of scorching aura emerged from the ground and drilled into his body. This scorching land seemed to be relatively remote. 3 days had passed, and no one came here. The little mouse was guarding Fang Chun. The latter's practice was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Dong, the power of the earthquake kill, was even stronger. Not far from a scorching land, a woman in a black veil was walking quickly. Her eyes were filled with seduction. So strange. The woman in the black veil sensed the scorching air in front of her. She felt a little strange and quickly moved forward. After a while, she came to the scorching land. Sure enough, it's strange. I wonder if there's an inheritance. The woman in the black veil showed a ghostly smile on her pretty face. Immediately, she took a step forward and stood on the scorching land. Dong, as soon as she stood on the scorching land, she felt a wild force drilling into her body from the ground. Puff! The woman in the black veil was shocked by this wild force. What's going on? The woman in the black veil looked around vigilantly, and finally her eyes fell on Fang Chun. Could it be that the force just now was released by him? The woman in the black veil narrowed her eyes and carefully observed Fang Chun. After a long time, she walked towards Fang Chun. Suddenly, Fang Chun opened his eyes and stared straight at the black-veiled woman. "Who are you?" Fang Chun asked coldly. This black-veiled woman quietly approached him, so she must have bad intentions. Seeing that Fang Chun had woken up, the black-veiled woman's pretty face was full of smiles. Her every move could touch people's hearts. "Oh, it's Lord Blood Island." The black-veiled woman recognized Fang Chun. She walked in front of him, stretched out her small white hand, and put it on Fang Chun's shoulder. Her body was filled with an enchanting aura. If an ordinary cultivator was here, they would not be able to resist her charm. However, Fang Chun was not an ordinary person. Seduction technique. Fang Chun thought to himself, but he didn't point it out. He wanted to see what this black-veiled woman wanted to do. "Lord Blood Island, I'm a disciple of the Luo clan. My name is Luo Fenger." Luo Fenger's voice contained a bewitching aura. She wanted to bewitch Fang Chun and then capture him. While Luo Fenger was speaking to Fang Chun, she waved her small white hands in front of the latter's eyes. In a moment, Fang Chun showed a confused look. He looked at Luo Fenger with a dull face, as if he had been bewitched by Luo Fenger. Even if you're the Lord of Green Bamboo Island, you can't resist my charm." Luo Fenger saw the dull Fang Chun and sneered. The smile on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Immediately, her aura rippled, and she stretched out her hand to grab Fang Chun's head. Whoosh! Just as she was about to grab Fang Chun's head, a sudden change occurred. The confusion in Fang Chun's eyes disappeared in an instant. Then, he grabbed Luo Fenger's small hand and pulled her into his arms. "You!" The sudden change shocked Luo Fenger a little. When Luo Fenger felt that she had fallen into Fang Chun's arms, her face was filled with coldness. "I didn't expect the Lord of Green Bamboo Island to be so lecherous." As Luo Fenger spoke, she spat out a purple aura from her mouth. Feeling the terror of the purple aura, Fang Chun jumped and dodged. Luo Fenger took this opportunity to quickly escape from Fang Chun's control. "Are all the geniuses of the Luo clan as shameless as you?" Fang Chun stared at Luo Fenger and asked. "Sanguinati you?" Luo Fenger was furious. Her eyes widened, and she wanted to attack Fang Chun. However, the latter attacked first. With the red glass sword in hand, he used the burial of heaven and earth sword art. At the same time, he also used the Great Earth Annihilation. On the scorching earth, the power of the Great Earth Annihilation was greatly increased. Pucci. Although Luo Fenger was strong, she was basically using her charm power. Once her charm power was seen through, her attack power would be greatly reduced. Luo Fenger resisted the attack of the burial of heaven and earth sword art, but she couldn't resist the power of the Great Earth Annihilation. Her internal organs were injured by the shock. "Sanguinati, I will remember you." Finished speaking, Luo Fenger leaped up. Her black gauze rose into the air and disappeared into the void. Trying to escape? Fang Chun sneered and used the space-time true meaning. Huff, huff. The 7th grade space-time true meaning was fully activated, and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Luo Fenger. This made Luo Fenger's face turn gloomy. "This guy is really abnormal," Luo Fenger said angrily. In the process of escaping, she sensed that another genius of the Luo clan was nearby, so she immediately transmitted a message. The Luo clan was one of the 3 god clans. Although they had declined, their foundation was very deep and couldn't be underestimated. Luo Fenger was a genius of the Luo clan, so she naturally had some trump cards. "Brat, just wait for your death." After getting the other party's reply, Luo Fenger deliberately changed her direction, trying to lure Fang Chun to chase after her. "You can't escape," Fang Chun shouted behind Luo Fenger. Luo Fenger's beautiful figure shuttled through the void. Although her speed was fast, she couldn't beat the space-time true meaning. It was known as the best of the true meaning. How could ordinary martial artists compare to it? In a few breaths' time, Fang Chun caught up with Luo Fenger. Crash! Fang Chun's figure appeared in front of Luo Fenger, blocking her way. Luo Fenger's face changed drastically, and she stopped talking. "Still want to escape?" Fang Chen looked at Luo Feng'er mockingly and asked. Luo Feng'er's face changed, and a moment later, a sly look appeared on her face. Sanguinati, you originally had a chance to escape, but now you don't have any chance at all. As soon as Luo Feng'er's voice fell, there was a sound in the distance. Immediately after, a powerful aura whizzed over. Another genius of the Luo clan had rushed over and landed in front of Luo Feng'er. Sister Feng'er, are you okay? The newcomer was a man in black clothes. Judging by his age, he shouldn't be too old. From the aura on his body, his cultivation should be at the 5th level of the creation realm. However, Fang Chen could sense that this person's combat power was definitely stronger than Luo Feng'er's. I'm fine. When Luo Feng'er spoke, there was a gloating look in her eyes as she looked at Fang Chen. Sanguinati, why are you chasing after Sister Feng'er? The black-clothed man turned to look at Fang Chen and asked, Who are you? Fang Chen asked. Luo clan, Luo Chen, the black-clothed man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Luo Chen, why are you talking nonsense with him? He has the inheritance on him. Capture him, Luo Feng'er said. Okay, Sister Feng'er, let me capture him. Luo Chen made his move. As Fang Chen expected, his strength was much stronger than Luo Feng'er's. However, he still couldn't capture Fang Chen in a one-on-one fight. As the two of them exchanged blows, Fang Chen hit Luo Chen's body with his palm. Luo Chen's body immediately retreated. A jade pendant fell from his chest and landed on the ground. Fang Chen, who was about to continue attacking, saw the words on the jade pendant from the corner of his eye. He immediately widened his eyes and stopped attacking. That is, Fang Chen's body trembled a little, and his expression changed. He spread out his divine sense and stared at Luo Chen's jade pendant. There was the word Luo on the front of the jade pendant. This was nothing. What really shocked Fang Chen was that there were 2 words on the back of the jade pendant that haunted him. Azure Glaze. Isn't this my mother's name? Could this jade pendant be my mother's jade pendant? Voila! Almost at the same time that Luo Chen moved, Fang Chen's body shuttled through space and arrived on the ground at the fastest speed. He held the jade pendant in his hand. Suddenly, a warm aura drilled into his body. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He could conclude that this jade pendant was definitely his mother's. Give me back my jade pendant, Luo Chen roared furiously. He bared his teeth. It seemed that this jade pendant was very important to him. Even Luo Feng'er's face turned gloomy when she saw Fang Chen take away the jade pendant. Sanguinati, give me the jade pendant, and this matter will end here, said Luo Feng'er coldly. Fang Chen tried hard to calm his heart. He played with the jade pendant and asked, Is this jade pendant very important to you? This jade pendant was given to me by Aunt Azure Glaze. It's very important to me. Please give it back to me, said Luo Chen sincerely. Hearing that, Fang Chen's body twitched slightly. Sanguinati, I advise you to obediently return the jade pendant. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Luo Feng'er's face was cold as she glared at Fang Chen. A voice appeared in Fang Chen's mind. It sounded like a mother's voice. It was gentle and kind. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't say anything and was playing with the jade pendant, Luo Chen and Luo Chen were both anxious. Luo Chen and Luo Feng'er were very anxious. The jade pendant was very important. Once Sanguinati used the jade pendant to threaten them, they would be in trouble. However, the development of the gaff did not go as they had imagined. After playing with the jade pendant for a while, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Luo Chen with his dark eyes. Since this jade pendant is so important to you, you should keep it well. Chapter 15-17. Luo Feng'er and Luo Chen were also stunned by Fang Chen's change in attitude. If it were them, they wouldn't give up so easily after getting hold of something that could be used against him. This was a life-saving talisman. However, the Bloodsword Saint had handed over the jade pendant so easily. Pa! Luo Chen grabbed the jade and looked at it carefully. Luo Feng'er also came over and said, Check if he's up to something. To put it bluntly, Luo Feng'er didn't believe that Sanguinati would hand over the jade for no reason. She thought that he must be up to something. Fong Chen glanced at Luo Feng'er and Luo Chun and sighed in his heart. He turned around and left. Sanguinati, Luo Chen called out to Fong Chen. If I want to leave, the two of you can't stop me. Fong Chen said without turning his head. Luo Chen said, Sanguinati, thank you for returning the jade. I, Luo Chen, owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best. Fong Chen ignored Luo Chen's promise and disappeared in front of them. Luo Chen, you should know the importance of a jade. Let's see what you could do if you lose it. Luo Feng'er reprimanded Luo Chen. Luo Chen spread his hands helplessly. However, he also realized his mistake and apologized to Luo Feng'er. Sister Feng'er, I was wrong. I promise that I will hide the jade well and won't lose it. Luo Chen said solemnly. Luo Feng'er nodded and her fair little hand gently caressed Luo Chen's face. In her eyes, Luo Chen was just a child. As an older sister, she naturally had to take good care of Luo Chen. Luo Chen, what do you think this blood sword saint means by returning the jade pendant so easily? Luo Feng asked with a chuckle. Luo Chen shook his head. I'm not sure, but I can see that Sanguinati is a straightforward person. Luo Feng'er's beautiful eyes looked in the direction where Fong Chen disappeared. Her mind was filled with thoughts. What an interesting guy. Luo Feng'er thought to herself. Judging from his age, he should be quite young. But what happened to him could only be described as a miracle. Previously, Luo Feng'er did not approve of Sanguinati. She thought that he was able to become the Green Bamboo Island Master because of the favor of the human race Holy Lord. However, after exchanging blows with Sanguinati, Luo Feng'er's attitude towards him changed greatly. His strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Sister Feng, what are you thinking about? Luo Chen's voice pulled Luo Feng'er back from her thoughts. Nothing, let's go, Luo Feng'er said. While walking, Fong Chen's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The little mouse on his shoulder comforted him. Boss, we've been through a lot ever since we left the ancient sword continent. If someone had told you in the past that you could reach this level, would you have believed it? Although the road ahead is long, with your potential, boss, you can definitely go on. The little mouse continued, Boss, your mother is the Luo clan's holy maiden. Her status is very high, and her life isn't in any danger. What are you worried about? Worried that you won't be able to meet her? Worried that the Luo clan will stop you? The little mouse asked. Hearing the little mouse's words, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Yes, what was he worried about? His mother was in the Luo clan, and she was the holy maiden. Her status was respected, and she wasn't in any danger. On the contrary, she could obtain all the resources of the Luo clan. She was the hope of the Luo clan. In the future, she might even have the chance to become the next leader of the Luo clan. With his mother in such an environment, what was there for him to worry about? As for worrying about the Luo clan stopping him, this wasn't a problem at all. The Kernim was too weak. But one day, his strength would grow to the point that even the Luo clan feared him. At that time, would the Luo clan still stop him? The Luo clan's leader would probably beg him to return to the Luo clan. After hearing the little mouse's words, the knot in Fong Chen's heart was immediately untied. A smile appeared on his face. Thank you. Fong Chen grinned and said, Boss, where are we going next? In the ancestral land of inheritance, there were inheritances everywhere. Fong Chen had a deep understanding of this. He had just entered, and he had already obtained such a powerful secret technique, Earthquake Kill. If he could obtain more opportunities, it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to break through. The ancestral land of inheritance has been open for a few days. Let's find someone to inquire about it. Who knows, we might gain something, Fong Chen said. They headed towards the center of the ancestral land of inheritance. They also met some martial artists from other sacred grounds. Many of them quickly avoided Fong Chen when they saw him. The scene of Fong Chen killing a 5th-level creation realm sea demon was still vivid in their minds. They knew that they weren't Fong Chen's match. 3 days later, Fong Chen met a few martial artists from the human sacred grounds. Brother Fong. When they were in the human sacred grounds, these people had a good relationship with Fong Chen. Now that they met, they were especially close. Where are you guys going? Fong Chen asked. We are going to the reception hall, one of them said. Guidance hall? Fong Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. Brother Fong, the reception hall is the most important place in the ancestral land of inheritance. After the ancestors of a human race died, they were all buried in the reception hall. The martial artist explained, the inheritances scattered in every corner of the ancestral land of inheritance are just ordinary inheritances. Only the inheritances in the reception hall are the strongest. Yes, Heaven-Slaughtering Sword, Jiang Kuang, and the others have already gone to the reception hall. After listening to their explanations, Fong Chen finally understood what was going on. Powerful martial artist's goal was the reception hall. Relatively weaker martial artists who were not qualified to compete for the strongest inheritances would settle for the second best and choose the inheritances in other places. It seemed that he still had to ask for information. Otherwise, if he searched for inheritances in the ancestral land of inheritance, he would miss the reception hall. Where's the reception hall? Fong Chen asked. We are also going to the reception hall. Brother Fong, come with us, one of the martial artists said. All right, thank you very much. The group of people hurried on their way. The reception hall was located at the center of the ancestral land of inheritance. The reception hall was very magnificent, and the aura it emitted made many martial artists' hearts palpitate. There was a small square in front of the reception hall, and there were some martial artists here. Looking carefully, almost everyone who dared to come here was a powerful martial artist. Even the 9 members of the Sea Demon race had come here. When Fong Chen arrived, the square was packed with people. Heaven-Slaughtering Sword and Jiang Kuang are here. Fong Chen's divine sense swept over the square and found Heaven-Slaughtering Sword, Jiang Kuang, and the others. Brother Fong, do you see the stairs to the left of the reception hall? One of them pointed to the left of the reception hall. Fong Chen looked over. There really was a staircase to the left of the reception hall. After passing 9 steps, you can reach the top of the reception hall. That is the reception hall's test, said another martial artist. A test. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he saw Jiang Kuang move. Whoosh! Jiang Kuang was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the top of the stairs. Buzz! When Jiang Kuang stepped onto the stairs, his speed sharply decreased. It was as if he had fallen into a gravitational space. Yes. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide. He wanted to see just what the test of the 9 steps was, but he couldn't see through it. Thump! Although Jiang Kuang's speed had decreased, it didn't affect him in the slightest. A moment later, Jiang Kuang stepped onto the 7th step. However, at this time, Jiang Kuang's face was a bit pale. He seemed to have reached his limit. Whoosh! On the stairs, Jiang Kuang took a deep breath. His pale face became a bit redder. In his mind, his Yuan spirit trembled. A powerful soul Dao aura instantly filled the air. He circulated all his strength and took a step forward. Just as Jiang Kuang was about to step onto the 8th step, a terrifying force suddenly struck him, sending him flying. Jiang Kuang landed miserably on the ground. He immediately found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. He seemed to have comprehended something. The test is too difficult. Even Jiang Kuang can't reach the 8th step. It seems others won't be able to pass, said a martial artist beside Fong Chen. Jiang Kuang, watch me. The person who spoke was Slaughtering Heaven Sword. Slaughtering Heaven Sword had always been suppressed by Jiang Kuang. This was his chance to counterattack. Whoosh! Slaughtering Heaven Sword was very fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the 6th step. What a powerful pressure! Slaughtering Heaven Sword's smile vanished. He endured the pain all over his body and took a step forward. Crash! Slaughtering Heaven Sword was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His clothes were tattered. Standing on the 7th step, he was panting. His forehead was covered in sweat. Continue. Slaughtering Heaven Sword wanted to reach the 8th step, but he failed in the end. He was even more miserable than Jiang Kuang. After Slaughtering Heaven Sword's failure, Wei Xiong and Rhino of the Human Sacred Land took the test one after another, but they all stopped at the 6th step. It seems that the Human Sacred Land is only SOSO. The person who spoke was a genius of the Yuan Sacred Land. The supreme treasure in the welcoming hall is destined to belong to the Yuan sacred land. After saying that, Yuan Qian of the Yuan sacred land climbed the steps. However, although Yuan Qian's tone was arrogant, his strength was really weak. When he reached the 5th step, he felt that he had reached his limit. He tried his best to reach the 6th step. His clothes were tattered, and he was sent flying. Below, there was a burst of laughter. Yuan Qian's face was burning as if he had been slapped. His face was cold. He stood up and looked around. "What are you laughing at?" Yuan Qian said coldly. "Kid, I've tolerated you for a long time. Come out and fight." Yuan Qian's gaze fell on Fang Chun. He had just mocked the human sacred land's martial artists, but he was slapped in the face. Yuan Qian was very angry, but he didn't dare to offend others. CCC Pavilion, he happened to see Sanguinati in the crowd. He knew about the grudge between Yuan Ming and Sanguinati. Therefore, he vented his anger on Fang Chun. In the crowd, Fang Chun was a little stunned. How could this be? He was simply unjustly implicated. "Sanguinati, you trash. Why are you laughing at me?" Yuan Qian cursed Fang Chun mercilessly. Chapter 15:18. Yuan Qian was one of the best among the younger generation of the Yuan race. He was originally only at the 5th level of the creation realm, but after entering the ancestral land of inheritance, he gained some enlightenment and stepped into the 6th level of the creation realm. He had just stepped into the 6th level of the creation realm, and his cultivation was not stable yet. However, he felt that his strength was enough to crush Sanguinati. He happened to see Sanguinati here, so how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Hearing Yuan Qian's words, everyone noticed Sanguinati. The Yuan race people looked at Sanguinati fiercely and wanted to tear him into pieces. "Sanguinati, you piece of trash. How dare you try to enter the welcoming hall? What a joke." Yuan Qian used words to humiliate Fang Chun. Fang Chun was a little helpless. He had been attacked, even though he was standing still. He had to admit that Yuan Qian was really digging his own grave. Moreover, he still did not know how good he was at digging his own grave. What's the point of having a sharp tongue? You mocked the human race's sacred ground and got slapped in the face instead. How dare you vent your anger on me? What a joke. Fang Chun exposed Yuan Qian's humiliation. Yuan Qian was furious and strode in front of Fang Chun. "Sanguinati, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human." Yuan Qian was already a little ashamed, and after hearing Fang Chun's words, he was even more furious. "Yuan Qian, why are you talking nonsense with him?" In the Yuan race area, a warrior with a strong aura said indifferently, "Brother Yuan Liang, don't worry. I'll capture and kill this kid right now." With that, Yuan Qian attacked. The aura of the 6th level of the creation realm instantly spread out. "Kid, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Yuan Qian cultivated the tri-elemental body tempering art, a secret technique of the Yuan race. Everyone in the mortal universe knew about the tri-elemental body tempering art. It was said that this body tempering secret technique was created by the ancestors of the Yuan race and was very powerful, especially when combined with the Yuan race bloodline, its power sword. There were many secret techniques in the Yuan race, but Yuan Qian had always been studying the tri-elemental body tempering art. He possessed the Herculean demonic ape physique, which was known for its strength. This kind of special physique was very rare. When Yuan Gu, the leader of the Yuan race, discovered Yuan Qian's Herculean demon ape body, he praised it as unique in the universe. In other words, only Yuan Qian possessed the Herculean demonic ape body. In ancient times, the Herculean demonic ape body was extraordinarily tyrannical, and its name shook the universe. Yuan Gu had personally imparted the 3 elemental body refinement art to Yuan Qian. He thought highly of Yuan Qian. The latter lived up to everyone's expectations, and his physical body continued to grow stronger. Yuan Qian had once used pure strength to kill a human martial artist at the creation realm with a single punch. His power was publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the Yuan race. Of course, his overall combat strength was a little weaker. Boom! Yuan Qian clenched his fists tightly, urging all the strength in his body, and suddenly punched out. There There was a layer of black light on the surface of his skin. This represented the first level of the three elemental body refinement art. The three yuan body refinement art had a total of 3 layers, and its power was tyrannical. Now, Yuan Qian had only displayed the first level, and it was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. What a domineering 3 elemental body tempering technique. No wonder it's the top secret technique of the Yuan race. It's really enviable. He hasn't even activated the Herculean demonic ape body, but he already has such powerful strength. This Yuan Qian has hidden his strength too well. It seems that sanguinity is in danger. The disciples of the 3 divine races were not optimistic about Fang Qian's chances. Even the martial artists of the human race's sacred land shook their heads slightly. Jiang Kuang, Tu Tianjin, and the others were still comprehending and did not even open their eyes. The 3 Yuan body refinement art? Fang Qian chuckled as he looked at Yuan Qian. Then, he casually threw a punch. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little speechless. What is Sanguinati doing? Why isn't he dodging, but competing with Yuan Qian in strength? Is Sanguinati out of his mind? Or is he so confident that he can suppress Yuan Qian's strength? Fang Qian's punch caused an uproar. However, he ignored it. Competing with me in strength? You're courting death. Yuan Qian sneered. His fist was surrounded by a black halo as it fiercely smashed towards Fang Qian. Dong, the 2 fists collided, and a dazzling light burst out. The surrounding violent aura instantly dissipated. Dust flew everywhere, and the smoke was dazzling, drowning the 2 of them in an instant. The 3 Yuan body refinement art is very powerful. If it weren't for my strong physical body, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fang Qian thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying force coming from his fist, and his figure instantly retreated. Crash! When all the smoke dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Sanguinati is unharmed? Sanguinati withstood Yuan Qian's strength attack. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He's actually not at a disadvantage when competing with Yuan Qian in strength. Shocked voices were incessant. Many martial artists stared at Fang Qian with their eyes wide open. Yuan Qian clenched his fists, and his aura surrounded him. Layer after layer of red halo spread out, and in the blink of an eye, the black halo was swallowed up. This was the performance of the second level of the 3 Yuan body refinement art. Your strength is not bad. You were able to withstand my punch. However, that's all. After saying that, Yuan Qian punched out again. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with fist shadows. There are a total of 3 levels of the 3 Yuan body refinement art, and so far, Yuan Qian had only mastered the second level. Yuan Gu, the master of the Yuan clan, had once said that if he could master the 3rd level, with the help of the great demon ape body, Yuan Qian could dominate the creation realm. Since I mastered the 2nd level of the 3 Yuan body refinement art, I have defeated all kinds of geniuses and have never been defeated in a competition of strength. This legend will continue. With your strength, you can't shake me at all. Yuan Qian was very confident in himself. As he spoke, the purple fist shadows in the sky whizzed towards Fang Qian at a speed invisible to the naked eye. So strong. After feeling the power of the 3 Yuan body refinement art, Fang Qian no longer held back and activated the perfect sword body. Buzz! Terrifying sword chi spread out from Fang Qian's body. Sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin, giving people a very shocking feeling. What kind of constitution is this? Everyone exclaimed, feeling oppressed. No matter what kind of constitution you have, you can't resist my strength. Yuan Qian sneered. The purple fist shadows that filled the sky hit Fang Qian's body with a rumble. With the perfect sword body activated, Fang Qian's defense was raised to the strongest. At the same time, he clenched his fists and erupted with his strongest strength. I've never been afraid of anyone in a competition of strength, Fang Qian said in a deep voice. He suddenly punched out and directly smashed the purple fist shadows that were close to him. Boom! Punch after punch. Fang Qian's punches were so fast that it made people speechless. He constantly blocked the purple fist shadows that attacked him. However, Even so, there were still some that slipped through the net. Some of the purple fish shadows still landed on Fang Chen's body. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes revolved, and a powerful sword chi soared into the sky. The purple fish shadows couldn't shake the sword-shaped runes at all and finally dissipated in the air under the impact of the sword chi. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qian's smile disappeared and was replaced by a dignified look. What kind of constitution is his? His intuition told him that Sanguinati's constitution must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he resist the attack of the 3 elemental body refinement art? No, I don't believe it. Yuan Qian roared angrily. The aura around his body gushed out and condensed into a 30-meter-tall ape behind him. The ape bared its fangs and brandished its claws, exuding a terrifying demonic aura. It was a peerless demonic ape. Great demonic ape body? Fang Chun raised his head and grinned at the 30-meter-long demonic ape. Yuan Qian was proud of the 3 elemental body refinement art and the great demonic ape body. If he defeated them both, then he wouldn't have any right to be proud. Roar! The demonic ape roared at the sky, feeling the anger in Yuan Qian's heart, and stepped forward step by step. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. Great earthquake kill. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the great earthquake kill. Through the earth, energy was transmitted to the demonic ape. Roar! The demonic ape felt the attack coming from underground and roared angrily. It directly came to Fang Chen's side. It stretched out its claws and quickly clawed. Sanguinati, go to hell. Yuan Qian roared and controlled the demonic ape to use the 3 elemental body refinement art again. Crack! Fang Chen raised his hands and blocked the demonic ape's big claws. The powerful force instantly tilted downwards, and his body was forcefully sunk into the soil. So strong. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. The great demonic ape body was indeed the pinnacle of strength constitution. His perfect sword body was known as the strongest constitution in the world, but it didn't belong to the strength constitution. In terms of strength, there was still a gap between it and the great demonic ape body. Fortunately, the perfect sword body had other advantages, so he could barely resist the demonic ape's attack. Kill! Yuan Qian's eyes were scarlet, and he fell into a state of madness. He controlled the demonic ape to kill Fang Chen. It's too difficult to destroy the demonic ape. I can only do it from Yuan Qian. A thought quickly flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Then, while resisting the demonic ape's heavy pressure, he used the Great Earth Annihilation to deal with Yuan Qian. Puchi! Yuan Qian, who had leaped high in the air, suddenly fell from the sky. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. Sanguinati, you despicable man. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had happened and why Yuan Qian was suddenly injured. They looked at Fang Chen in confusion. After the Great Earth Annihilation hit Yuan Qian, he was not seriously injured. However, Fang Chen then used the 5 Thunder Tribulation art. Rumble! The Thunder and Soul Path aura emerged and hit Yuan Qian's head. Yuan Qian roared angrily. His aura was a little weak. The demonic ape that attacked Fang Chen swayed and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Sanguinati, I'm going to kill you. Yuan Qian glared at Fang Chen. He took a step forward and jumped onto the devil ape's back. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. After attacking Yuan Qian continuously, his body was injured and he was temporarily disconnected from the demonic ape. This affected the demonic ape. At this moment, Fang Chen seized the opportunity. He launched a large-scale attack and activated the perfect sword body. The red glass sword stabbed into the demonic ape's body. Crash! Chapter 1519. With the Herculean demonic ape body broken, Yuan Qian's body was exposed in front of Fang Chen. What other means do you have now? Fang Chen sneered, and the red glass sword in his hand emitted a sword hum, as if responding to its master. I'm going to kill you. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his Herculean demonic ape body was broken by his opponent. This was a disgrace to Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian's face was gloomy, and he once again displayed the 3 elemental body refining technique. However, the Herculean demonic ape body being broken had a great impact on him. In the following battle, Yuan Qian's attack was no longer a threat to Fang Chun. Whoosh! With a slash of a sword, tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged in the sky. The sword light soared into the sky and merged with the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, turning into a terrifying attack that shot towards Yuan Qian. In the battle, Yuan Qian gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and Fang Chun completely controlled the battle. No one had expected this. If someone said before the battle that Sanguinati could defeat Yuan Qian, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. But now, the truth was in front of them. Although Yuan Qian had not been defeated yet, everyone was well aware of it. Yuan Qian could not hold on for long. What a freak! There were such whispers in the crowd. Many people looked at Sanguinati in shock, and only the people of the Yuan clan looked gloomy. Especially Yuan Liang, who had spoken before, glared at Yuan Qian fiercely. "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Yuan Liang said coldly. Yuan Qian, who was in the middle of the battle, was stunned and immediately felt ashamed and angry. "Brother Liang, give me time, and I will kill him." Until now, Yuan Qian was still unwilling to give up. In this case, Fang Chun would not give him chance. However, in front of so many Yuan clan disciples, he could not kill Yuan Qian. Otherwise, if he aroused the anger of the Yuan clan, he would not be able to enter the main hall. Whoosh! A terrifying pressure shot out from the red glass sword and immediately stabbed at Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian desperately tried to dodge, but it was no use. Bang! Fang Chun found the opportunity to display the space-time true meaning and suddenly appeared behind Yuan Qian and then kicked him away. Yuan Qian's body fell to the ground, his face full of shame. The geniuses of the Yuan race are only SOSO. Fang Chun glanced thoughtfully at the Yuan race area and said, "Brat, so what if you defeated Yuan Qian? Fight me if you have the ability." Yuan Liang was a little angry as he said coldly, "Fight with you? You are a 6th-tier creation realm genius of the Yuan race. Who knows how many trump cards you have? I'm only at the 2nd tier of the creation realm. Don't you think it's embarrassing for me to fight with you?" Fang Chun mocked the Yuan race mercilessly. Yuan Liang's expression changed. "What's the point of trying to win with words? In the end, you're just a clown. If I attack, you'll die without a doubt." Yuan Liang's aura surged as he prepared to make his move. Yuan Ming was not with them because of some matters. Yuan Liang was the strongest person in the Yuan clan. Since Yuan Qian was humiliated, he naturally had to step in. "If you want to kill me, you Yuan race will have to pay the price. Believe me, none of you can bear that kind of price," Fang Chun said indifferently. He had a trump card, so he was very confident. Not to mention the celestial dragon boat. There were very few people who could catch up with him when he used the true meaning of space-time. Besides, he also had the jade pendant that Tao ancestor he gave him. If he was forced into a corner, it was not impossible for him to kill Yuan Liang. Is that so? No one has ever dared to threaten the Yuan race. "You're the first," Yuan Liang said sinisterly. "You can't bear the consequences of threatening the Yuan race." As soon as Yuan Liang finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. However, Fang Chun was already prepared. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, pieces of purple crystals appeared in his arms and floated in the sky. Formation complete. With Fang Chun's low shout, the Chaos Origin killing formation was set up. Yuan Liang was directly trapped in the Chaos Origin killing formation. "Let's break the formation first," said Fang Chun. In the formation, Yuan Liang was still full of confidence. "You want to trap me with a mere formation? What a joke." After saying that, Yuan Liang displayed his domineering and peerless power and forcibly broke the formation. "I don't have time to play with you." Seeing Yuan Liang break the formation, Fang Chun took a step forward and came to the top of the stairs. Buzz! As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Fang Chun felt a terrifying soul Tao aura coming from all directions. Fang Chun was a little stunned and immediately became ecstatic. He did not expect that this level would actually test the essence spirit. It's much easier to test the essence spirit. Fang Qin's essence spirit was already strong enough after being tempered. Among the people present, there was almost no one whose essence spirit was stronger than his. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Qin easily reached the 7th step while everyone was dumbfounded. So far, only Tu Tianjin and Jiang Kuang had reached the 7th step. Even Wei Xiong and Rhino stopped at the 6th step. He actually reached the 7th step so easily. Below, Rhino and Wei Xiong looked at each other and shook their heads. The two of them were considered the top in the human race's 100 list. Apart from Jiang Kuang and Tu Tianjin, they were the strongest. However, they stopped at the 6th step, while Sanguinati easily reached the 7th step. At this time, Tu Tianjin also opened his eyes. Can he reach the 8th step? Stare. The 8th step. There was an uproar below. Countless martial artists were shocked. Sanguinati actually reached the 8th step and was tied with Jiang Kuang. Oh my god! What kind of monster is Sanguinati? Too powerful. Jiang Kuang stopped at the 8th step, but Sanguinati easily reached it. I wonder if he can break Jiang Kuang's record. It seems that another genius of the human race's sacred land has risen. Below, with a boom, Yuan Liang broke the Chaos Origin killing formation and roared angrily. Sanguinati, your time of death has come. However, as soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong. Everyone was looking at the steps. His gaze shifted to the steps. He was stunned by what he saw. Sanguinati reached the 8th step. Yuan Liang couldn't believe it. That damnable fellow, he really is lucky. Yuan Liang believed that Sanguinati had reached the 8th step because he had cheated. He went up. Sanguinati reached the 9th step. Suddenly, startled cries came from the crowd. Everyone was completely stunned. They stared blankly at Sanguinati. After reaching the 8th step, he paused briefly before continuing on to the 9th step. Buzz! When he stepped on the 9th step, a gentle light shone from the reception hall and enveloped him. 10 golden stone platforms appeared on the 9th step. After the golden platforms appeared, Fang Qin's body was wrapped in a gentle light. He arrived on the first golden platform. Once the 10 golden platforms are full, the second stage of the trial will begin. An ancient voice came from the reception hall. The golden platforms are full. The second stage of the trial will begin. There are only 10 golden platforms. Doesn't that mean that only 10 people can pass the first stage of the trial? At this time, everyone's expression changed. They finally felt a sense of urgency. Crash! In the Yuan clan's area, Yuan Liang rushed up the steps. Thump! Thump! Yuan Liang quickly climbed up the steps and easily reached the 7th step. After a short pause, he stepped on the 8th step. When he wanted to take another step, he was sent flying. Damn it! Yuan Liang, who had retreated, shouted in his heart. If Sanguinati could reach the 9th step, why couldn't he? Cultivate! Yuan Liang sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to comprehend. For a time, many cultivators rushed to pass the trial. Fang Chun sat on the golden platform and looked down. Jiang Kuang and Heaven-Slaughtering Sword of the Human Sacred Land are the most likely to reach the golden platform. As for Rhino and Wei Xiong, their Yuan spirits are slightly weaker. I'm afraid they don't have a chance. With that, Fang Chun turned his gaze to the Yuan clan's area. Although he hated the Yuan clan, he had to admit that the Yuan clan's overall strength was still very strong. Fang Chun guessed that it wouldn't be a problem for Yuan Liang to reach the golden platform. Unknowingly, a day had already passed. During this period, Yuan Liang had tried 3 times, all of which ended in failure. However, after each failure, he was able to gain some insights. After a little comprehension, his improvement was very fast. It wouldn't be long before he could reach the golden platform. Originally, Fang Chun guessed that among these people, Yuan Liang should be the first to ascend the golden stone platform. He didn't expect that he had underestimated Jiang Kuang. This person was very low-key. In a day, his Yuan spirit improved greatly. Finally, in the 3rd trial, he succeeded and reached the 2nd golden platform. In this way, the human sacred land had already occupied 2 seats, which made the 3 god races envious. At the same time, they were even more anxious. However, at this time, uninvited guests arrived. The 9 powerful beings of the non-human race had arrived. "The golden platform belongs to our sea demon race," said the leader coldly. The sea demon's words angered the human race. "Humph! This is the human race's ancestral land. You sea demons want to reach the golden platform? What a joke. If you're not convinced, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The sea demon's attitude was very arrogant. They wanted to suppress the human race with absolute strength. "I'll fight you." The spiritual race's genius, Ling Chi-hu, couldn't help but step forward and point at the 3-eyed sea demon. "Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The 3-eyed sea demon was known as the 3-eyed Spear King in the Void Ocean. He had 3 eyes and was a member of the blue-eyed golden-eye race. However, he had 3 eyes. Legend said that his 3rd eye could erupt with destructive power. Once it opened, it would destroy everything. All this time, no one of the younger generation had been able to force the 3-eyed Spear King to open his 3rd eye. "You freak, do you think you can scare me with 3 eyes?" Ling Chi-hu sneered, and his aura spread. The 3-eyed Spear King's face was gloomy, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He was known as the 3-eyed Spear King because, other than his 3 eyes, he was also known for his spear techniques. His spear technique was very strange and powerful. "You're too weak." The 3-eyed Spear King waved his hand, and the long spear danced wildly, stabbing out one after another. Ling Chi-hu and the 3-eyed Spear King fought. Chapter 15:20. The 3-eyed Spear King's spear was like a dragon. Every thrust of his spear caused people to hallucinate. It was very shocking. So powerful. Ling Chi-hu, who was fighting with the 3-eyed Spear King, also felt the power of his opponent. However, he was a genius of the spiritual tribe and would not admit defeat so easily. "Kill!" Ling Chi-hu roared and used his most powerful skill. The 3-eyed Spear King sneered and waved his hand. His spear shot out like a dragon. "Chi-hu, watch out!" The sky pride of the spirit tribe, Ling Ming, shouted. Then he stomped his foot and dashed towards Ling Chi-hu in a flash. Too late. The 3-eyed Spear King sneered when he saw Ling Ming coming to his rescue. The dragon-like spear stabbed toward Ling Chi-hu. Ling Chi-hu, who was opposite him, felt the strong pressure and his face changed. "Am I going to die?" At this moment, Ling Chi-hu displayed an incomparable thirst for life. He tried his best to dodge the 3-eyed Spear King's spear. However, it was useless. The spear seemed to have a mind of its own and locked onto Ling Chi-hu's body. No matter how he tried to dodge, he could not. The spear was about to pierce Ling Chi-hu's body. At this critical moment, a talisman appeared in Ling Chi-hu's hand. He activated the talisman without hesitation. Immediately, berserk flames spread out and enveloped his body. The talisman was very powerful. Hiss! The long spear stabbed into the raging flames and stopped abruptly, unable to move forward. Whoosh! Ling Ming arrived in a moment. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force bombarded the long spear, forcing it back. The 3-eyed Spear King landed on the ground and stared at Ling Chi-hu. The humans let out a sigh. Everyone who entered the ancestral land of inheritance had a life-saving treasure on them. The talisman was probably Ling Chi-hu's life-saving treasure. Everyone knew what it meant to lose his life-saving treasure. Ling Chi-hu was no longer qualified to fight for the strongest inheritance. However, it was worth it to exchange his life for this. Ling Ming, it's not good for you to interfere in their fight. A seductive woman from the sea demon tribe giggled and said, if I don't make a move, the 7 tigers will be in danger." Ling Ming snorted coldly, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction with the sea demon clan. "Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you." The enchanting woman walked out. Her body was filled with a charm that wasn't any weaker than Luo Feng-er's. "Xinyue, be careful," the 3-eyed Spear King reminded. Su Xinyue was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the Sea Demon clan. Her strength was not inferior to the 3-eyed Spear King. Moreover, she was also one of the leading figures of the Sea Demon clan. Since the Sea Demon clan wanted to occupy the Golden Stone platform, they had to display unparalleled combat strength. Su Xinyue walked in front of Ling Ming and prepared to attack. At this moment, Yuan Liang spoke. We humans have already been very merciful by agreeing to give you 10 spots. You still want to snatch the strongest inheritance of our human race? You must be dreaming. Yuan Liang said, if you really push us too far, we can join forces and destroy the 9 of you easily. The outstanding younger generation of the Luo clan also stood beside Ling Ming and expressed their attitude. The Sea Demon clan didn't expect things to turn out this way. They looked at each other and didn't act rashly. However, at this moment, a deafening voice resounded through the sky. 9 steps suddenly appeared on the right side of the reception hall. The Sea Demon clan can attempt the right step. However, I'll say this first. The right step is twice as difficult as the left step. Each of you only has 5 chances. If you fail all 5 times, your soul will be scattered. Hearing this, the 9 Sea Demon clan members' faces turned serious. The human race's ancestral land was still very hostile to the Sea Demon clan. Double the difficulty brought with it a lot of unknowns. I like to see how long the Sea Demon clan can be so arrogant, Ling Chihu said angrily. The 9 members of the Sea Demon clan gathered together to discuss countermeasures. As for the human race, they ignored the Sea Demon clan and continued to explore. Perhaps it was because of the Sea Demon clan's provocation. Yuan Liang's attempt was successful. After crossing the 9th step and stepping onto the 3rd golden stone platform, a faint smile appeared on Yuan Liang's face. However, when he looked at Sanguinati, who was on the 1st golden stone platform, a trace of killing intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. It seems like it'll take some time for the 10 golden stone platforms to be full. Fang Chun inwardly thought to himself. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged and began comprehending the burial sword art of heaven and earth. His main body and clone comprehended together at an extremely fast speed. The chants of the burial sword art of heaven and earth rapidly circulated in his mind. Sir Chi vaguely coiled around his body. The outside world naturally didn't know what was happening in the ancestral land. Green Bamboo Island. During this time, Green Bamboo Island could be said to be in a passive position. The Sea Demon clan was constantly harassing Green Bamboo Island. Perhaps because they were afraid of angering the human race's sacred land, the life and death emperors didn't make a move. Only the Fortune Realm's sea demons came to harass them. Yin Fong and the others had to fight for a long time every day to defeat the Sea Demon clan. Island Master Mansion, Conference Hall, Vice Island Master, we can't continue like this. Yes, we need to think of a way. Don't we have a lot of formation masters? We can let them set up some defensive formations. Each elder expressed their own opinions. After hearing it, Yin Fong kept shaking his head. Right now, they needed a sweaty battle to deter the Sea Demon clan. Otherwise, they would continue to harass them. If only Island Master was here. Vice Island Master Yin Fong muttered to himself. He still didn't know that the reason why the Sea Demon clan attacked Green Bamboo Island was entirely because Island Master Sanguinati had killed a prodigy of the Sea Demon clan in the human race's sacred land in front of Blood Fiend's Sovereign Emperor. Report. A hurried voice came from outside the conference hall. Speak quickly, Yin Fong hurriedly asked. Vice Island Master, we just received news that our Crimson Jellyfish mine has been completely occupied by the Sea Demon clan. All the martial artists mining the mine have died, the subordinate quickly reported. Hearing this, Yin Fong was furious. Damn the Sea Demon clan. While Yin Fong and the others were frowning, on a towering tree that pierced through the realm wall on Green Bamboo Island, the originally tranquil towering tree suddenly shook its branches and leaves. Fang Chun, that brat, told me to take good care of Green Bamboo Island. I only slept for a little while, and Green Bamboo Island already became like this. After the old faker woke up, he immediately sensed the changes on Green Bamboo Island. After carefully sensing, he discovered that the Crimson Jellyfish mine had a problem. The Crimson Jellyfish mine was a cultivation resource that Fang Chun had set his eyes on. The old faker had been paying attention to the Sea Demon clan situation. Damn the Sea Demon clan. Are they tired of living? How dare they come my territory and steal things? The old faker was somewhat angry. In any case, he was an immortal tree that had touched the threshold of deity realm. His strength was comparable to a life and death sovereign emperor, but he was relatively low-key and didn't take action under normal circumstances. Right now, he had no choice but to take action. Immediately, the old faker made his decision. His roots began to sway in the void ocean. Immediately, a huge whirlpool appeared in the void ocean. The old faker's roots rapidly arrived before the crimson jellyfish mine. Inside the mine, the Fortune Realm clansmen of the Sea Demon clan had gathered together to discuss how to deal with Green Bamboo Island. Everyone, the mission that Bloodfiend Sovereign Emperor gave us is to destroy Green Bamboo Island. The leader said, however, due to the monitoring of the human race's sacred land, we can only cause small disturbances and disturb the operation of Green Bamboo Island, making them collapse on their own. That's right. We'll destroy all their cultivation resources and see how they develop. Although the Crimson Jellyfish Mine is nothing to us Sea Demon clan, it's definitely incomparably important to Green Bamboo Island. Destroy the Crimson Jellyfish Mine as soon as possible, and then continue to think of ways to destroy Green Bamboo Island. While the Sea Demon clan was in the midst of their discussion, a root suddenly drilled into the mine with a rustling sound. Swish! The root wrapped around a Fortune Realm martial artist and pulled him out of the mine. Crack! The old faker's move was naturally incomparably tyrannical. Just the root's entanglement directly killed a Fortune Realm Sea Demon. Crack! The Fortune Realm Sea Demon's body directly disintegrated. The old faker released a trace of terrifying aura, which enveloped the entire Crimson Jellyfish Mine. Who are you? The Sea Demon clan's leader's expression changed greatly as he asked coldly, You bastards dare to rob my territory? Are you tired of living? The old faker's voice sounded. Human race expert. The Sea Demon clan's leader's expression changed greatly. Come out if you have the ability. What's the point of hiding in the dark? The Fortune Realm clansmen of the Sea Demon clan looked around vigilantly. Crack! The root appeared again, wrapped around a person, and quickly pulled him out of the mine. Elder, something's wrong. Finally, they realized that something was wrong. Let's attack together. I don't believe that he can destroy all of us. Old bastard, come out if you have the ability. See how I destroy you. Hearing the clamor of the Sea Demon clan, the old faker was enraged. Countless roots directly entered the Crimson Jellyfish Mine. Not a life and death realm emperor. Feeling the aura emitted by the old faker, the Sea Demon clan's leader furiously roared. He didn't understand why a life and death realm emperor of the human race would attack. Chapter 1521. The old faker's attack power was unimaginable. The Fortune Realm clansmen of the Ocean Demon clan were unable to resist at all. Numerous roots wrapped around the Ocean Demon clan and strangled them to death. In a few breaths' time, the clansmen of the Ocean Demon clan who had invaded the Crimson Jellyfish Mine were all killed. You dare to cause trouble in my territory? You're courting death, the old faker said coldly. Shortly after, his roots wrapped around the entire Crimson Jellyfish Mine. He protected the Crimson Jellyfish Mine, and only Green Bamboo Island's clansmen could enter. Human race's sacred land, inside the sacred palace. The human race's sacred lord suddenly opened his eyes. His divine sense spread out, instantly enveloping the entire universe. Shortly after, his gaze pierced through the clouds and looked in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. That's a quasi-god tree. A slight ripple appeared on the human race's sacred lord's face. Even as a sacred lord whose Yuan spirit had fused with the universe, this was his first time seeing a quasi-god tree level plant. I didn't expect Green Bamboo Island to be hiding such a plant. The human race's sacred lord sighed. Soon after, he waved his hand, and a crack appeared in the void before him. Then, he entered the crack. At the same time, the masters of the three god races also sensed that aura. Every time a life and death realm emperor was born, they would sense it. Yuan race. Yuan Gu was playing chess with Blackblade Monarch. Blackblade, your disciple can't be underestimated in this trip to the ancestral land. Yuan Gu chuckled. He held a Shirako, and placed it on the chessboard. Blackblade Monarch glanced at the chessboard and grinned. He then grabbed a Shirako and placed it on the chessboard near Yuan-gu. Immediately, a strange phenomenon appeared on the chessboard. Ha ha ha, I won. Blackblade Monarch looked at the chessboard and laughed loudly. Yuan-gu's chess skills were very strong. He would lose every time they played, but this time, he actually won. Yuan-gu didn't think too much about it. Blackblade, what do you think about the matter I told you about? Yuan-gu asked. Blackblade Monarch's smile disappeared, and he looked at Yuan-gu solemnly. Yuan-gu, allow me to think about this matter for a while. At the very least, I'll have to wait until my disciple comes out of the ancestral land, Blackblade Monarch said. Yuan-gu nodded and did not pursue the matter any further. Suddenly, an indescribable aura shook the world. Then, Yuan-gu and Hei Run looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Someone broke through to life and death realm. In the mortal universe, there weren't many life and death realm monarchs. Therefore, the birth of one would attract the attention of many parties. When they caught a trace of aura in the air, they knew that a life and death powerhouse had been born. And the two of them spread out their divine senses and discovered an astonishing scene. The aura originates from Green Bamboo Island. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, the two giants tore through the void and left the Yuan clan's sacred land. In the clouds above Green Bamboo Island, the 5 giants gathered. The first person to arrive was the human race's holy master. His deep gaze was fixed on the towering tree on Green Bamboo Island as his heart trembled. A plant that has touched the threshold of the divine realm has actually appeared. He had only heard of it before, but had never seen it before. It was said that in ancient times, there were plants that had cultivated to become gods. This had always existed in legends, but now he had seen it with his own eyes. It's actually a plant, Yuan-gu said. This plant was on Green Bamboo Island before, but we didn't discover it. Blackblade Monarch said. His eyes were filled with greed. It's a waste to leave such a plant on Green Bamboo Island, Yuan-gu said. After saying that, Yuan-gu came to the top branch of the towering tree. Fellow Taoist, the environment here isn't suitable for you to grow. How about I bring you back to the Yuan clan's sacred land? Yuan-gu asked. The other 4 giants looked at the old faker. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here. The old faker transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Yuan-gu's expression changed slightly. Fellow Taoist, you've already touched the threshold of the divine realm. You shouldn't stay here. If you follow me to the Yuan clan's ancestral land, I'll help you reach the divine realm as soon as possible. Yuan-gu continued to persuade. Deity rank, that was a very tempting thing. Plants were different from humans. Their cultivation system was completely different from the human race's. Therefore, although the old faker's current strength was only equivalent to a human monarch who had just entered the life and death realm. However, the 5 giants wouldn't underestimate him, because as long as he took one more step, he would reach the divine realm. That kind of earth-shattering change was not something the 5 giants could compare to. From a certain point of view, the cultivation of the human race was based on a lot of accumulation and required a lot of potential. Some people were trapped in the life and death realm and couldn't touch the threshold of the laws. For example, the current giants. How could they not want to enter the eternal realm and enter the divine realm? But, even with their amazing talents, they still couldn't touch the threshold of the laws. It was too difficult. Since ancient times, there were too few geniuses who could enter the divine realm. But the old faker was different. Their cultivation system was simple to begin with. With his current state, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to enter the divine realm in a few decades or a few centuries. At that time, no one in the mortal universe would be his match. Therefore, Yuan-gu wanted a rope in the old faker. Once he roped in the Yuan clan, the strength of the Yuan clan would skyrocket. Fellow Taoist, the Ling clan is more suitable for you to live in. The leader of the Ling clan couldn't hold back and said. The leader of the Luo clan also asked the old faker for his opinion. I'm not going anywhere. The old faker's attitude was firm. He wasn't going anywhere. For a moment, the 5 giants looked at each other. Rumble. At this moment, a huge wave rose up in the void ocean. A terrifying bloody aura spread out instantly. The five giants' faces changed slightly. Blood Fiend Monarch had appeared. I was wrong. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying plant to be hidden in Green Bamboo Island. When Blood Fiend Monarch saw the old faker, his eyes widened. Although he had lost some Creation Realm clansmen, he didn't care at all. Blood Fiend, what are you doing here? The human clan's holy master said in a deep voice. This plant is fated with me. I'm bringing it to the void ocean. Blood Fiend Monarch's attitude was firm. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura surrounded the old faker. Creak! Countless branches swayed on the old faker's main body. Damn it! The old faker cursed. He wanted to resist, but Blood Fiend Monarch was too strong. Blood Fiend, stop! The five giants naturally wouldn't allow Blood Fiend Monarch to take the plant away. You can't stop me. Blood Fiend Monarch's hand grabbed the old faker's main body. Blood-red aura spread out, and the old faker's body kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it became a palm-sized plant and fell into Blood Fiend Monarch's hand. Seeing this, the five giants were furious. Blood Fiend, hand over the plant. Blackblade Monarch scolded. They didn't expect Blood Fiend Monarch to have such means to take away the plant. I won't hand it over when it's in my hands. Blood Fiend Monarch said, and was ready to leave. The five giants attacked, wanting to stop him. A shocking battle broke out in the sky above Green Bamboo Island. The five giants fought against Blood Fiend Monarch. These six were already standing at the top of the universe. They were the six most powerful people in the universe. When the five giants joined forces, their attack power was extremely strong. Blood Fiend Monarch retreated and was at a disadvantage. Blood Fiend, hand it over. The sacred leader of the human race said. Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. His body turned into a ray of red light and disappeared into the void ocean. Where do you think you're going? The five giants chased after him. In front of the reception hall, in the ancestral land of inheritance. On the first golden stone platform, Fong Chun sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Below, the members of the Sea Demon clan were fighting against the human race. Originally, Fong Chun didn't want to pay attention to these things. But suddenly, he opened his eyes. Old Faker. There was a special connection between Fong Chun and the Old Faker. He immediately sensed that the Old Faker was taken away by Blood Fiend Monarch. But after a while, he couldn't sense the Old Faker anymore. Damn it! Fong Chun's heart was filled with anger. Blood Fiend Monarch, the strongest person of the Sea Demon clan, was so narrow-minded. In Fong Chun's opinion, Blood Fiend Monarch must have attacked the Old Faker because he had killed the outstanding genius of the Sea Demon clan. Fong Chun tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He looked down. It just so happened that Ling Yu of the Spirit Clan was defeated by the Sea Demon clan. I really want to know what your attitude will be when the 9 most heaven-defying people of your Sea Demon clan all die in the ancestral land of inheritance. Fong Chen's killing intent surged as he walked down the golden stone platform step by step. Jiang Kuang of the sacred land of the human clan was a little stunned when he saw this. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. As for Yuan Liang of the Yuan clan, he was secretly delighted. If he left the golden stone platform, could he come up again? Crash! Fong Chun landed in front of the reception hall. He helped Ling Yu up from the ground and then looked at the Sea Demon clan. Brother Shui, Ling Yu exclaimed when he saw this. The others were also very puzzled as to why Sanguinati would give up the golden stone platform. Sanguinati, are you here to die? The speaker was called Sima Yueshing. Fong Chun killed Mu Feng in the sacred land of the human clan, and the 9 of them held a grudge against him. At this moment, seeing Sanguinati take the initiative to come down from the golden stone platform, they were full of killing intent. Die! Pucci! Without saying a word, Fong Chun backhanded with his sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and the heaven and earth burial sword art was instantly displayed. A terrifying red sword light quickly pierced towards Sima Yueshing. At the same time, Fong Chun used the Great Earthquake Kill, transmitting energy through the earth, hitting the cow across the mountain. Pucci! Sima Yueshing saw Sanguinati make a move, sneered, and was ready to fight back. However, before he could make a move, the red sword light penetrated his body. At the same time, a shock force came from the ground, injuring his internal organs. Sima Yueshing vomited blood. Pucci. Another sword strike, a clean and nimble strike. Sima Yueshing's head was directly cut off. Chapter 1522. Sima Yueshing was dead. 2 of the top 10 prodigies of the Sea Demon clan had died in the hands of Fang Chun. If killing Mu Feng was still acceptable, then killing Sima Yueshing gave them too much shock. Sima Yueshing was at the peak of the 5th level of the creation realm, and his combat strength was comparable to the 6th level of the creation realm, or even stronger. He was beheaded before he could even make a move. This was a naked provocation. Fang Chun held the red glass sword in his hand, his gaze falling on the other 8 people. The 8 great sea demons were also a little stunned, and immediately their killing intent soared. "Boy, you dare to kill the elites of my sea demon clan," the 3-eyed Spear King said angrily. "What's the harm in killing them?" The people of the human clan did not understand why Sanguinati suddenly flew into a rage. The strength of the 3-eyed Spear King was obvious to all, but Fang Chun was not afraid in the slightest. "You are courting death." The 3-eyed Spear King finally could not help but make a move. The long spear in his hand turned into a long dragon, whistling as it came. Clang, the red glass sword was held horizontally in front of his chest, easily blocking the long spear of the 3-eyed Spear King. "Is that all you can do?" Fang Chun mocked, deliberately angering the 3-eyed Spear King. Sure enough, the latter was enraged. "I swear, I will tear you to pieces," the 3-eyed Spear King roared angrily. Immediately, he stomped his foot, and his body floated in mid-air. The long spear in his hand was constantly waving. Numerous spear shadows were densely packed, like rain, suspended in the air. "Kill!" the 3-eyed Spear King growled, and the rain-like spear shadows whizzed over. "Sanguinati, be careful!" the heaven-slaughtering sword roared. No matter what, Sanguinati was fighting for the human clan. At this moment, the people of the Yuan clan also put down their prejudice against Sanguinati. In the face of the Sea Demon clan, the human clan should not have internal strife. Even if the Yuan clan master, Yuan Gu, was here, he would do the same. Everyone was worried about Sanguinati. The attack power of the 3-eyed Spear King was too strong, and every time he struck, he could move space. However, Fang Chen's strength should not be underestimated. His combat strength was already very strong. Coupled with the true meaning of space and time, he could easily dodge the 3-eyed Spear King's attacks. Dong, the 3-eyed Spear King's spear and Fang Chen's red glass sword fiercely clashed together, resulting in a deafening explosion. The 3-eyed Spear King could not help but take a few steps back. His expression was gloomy. "Brat, you should be proud to be able to force me to open my third eye," the 3-eyed Spear King said coldly. At the same time, the third eye in the middle of his forehead slowly opened. A vast aura shot out from the third eye. When the third eye fully opened, it was like a black hole, swallowing everything. Yes, it can affect space-time. Sensing the aura emitted from the third eye, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who would have thought that the third eye of the 3-eyed Spear King would actually have such a powerful effect? "Die!" The 3-eyed Spear Monarch controlled his third eye and looked at Fang Chen. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light shot out in an instant. Using the true meaning of space and time, Fang Chen's figure disappeared. The terrifying beam of light bombarded the ground, smashing a large pit. In the Sea Demon area, Su Xinyue looked at all this indifferently. There was a different kind of charm on her pretty face. She did not seem to be worried about the 3-eyed Spear King. "This brat has some ability. He actually forced the 3-eyed Spear King to this extent," Su Xinyue said. "Even I dare not resist the third eye of the 3-eyed Spear King. This brat is dead." Mu Hanfu sneered. She was one of the only 2 women among the 10 geniuses selected by the Blood Fiend Monarch. Her strength was slightly inferior to Su Xinyue, but she was also very strong. "The human race can't hold on any longer," Yin Guyuan said. On the battlefield, the 3-eyed Spear King's third it was extremely destructive. It constantly shot out terrifying beams of light to attack Fang Chun. The latter's figure fluttered, constantly dodging. Swoosh! At a certain moment, Fang Chen's body was locked on by the beam of light. Sword burial art of heaven and earth. Fang Chun displayed the burial sword art of heaven and earth, shooting at the terrifying beam of light. Crack! The red sword light was instantly shattered. His expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. At the critical moment, Fang Chun displayed the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. In the sky, a lightning snake swooped down with the terrifying power of thunder. Under Fang Chun's control, it instantly collided with the terrifying beam of light. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying beam of light directly swallowed the lightning snake. In Fang Chun's mind, his primordial spirit shook. Puchi! Fang Chun vomited blood, injured by the terrifying beam of light. Brat! Let's see what else you can do. The three-eyed Spear King sneered. He took a step forward and came in front of Fang Chun, ready to attack. Roar! The little mouse appeared and displayed its innate ability, extreme piercing. The purple spear turned into a stream of light, shooting at the three-eyed Spear King's third eye at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Courting death. The three-eyed Spear King did not care about the sudden attack. The terrifying beam of light shot out again. This time he was wrong. The purple spear, in an indestructible manner, pierced through the terrifying beam of light and ruthlessly stabbed into the three-eyed Spear King's third eye. Ah! A miserable cry came from the three-eyed Spear King's mouth. He held his forehead with both hands, blood splattering all over the sky. The terrifying beam of light in the sky instantly exploded. The three-eyed Spear King's body swayed and fell to the ground. Everyone looked over and exclaimed. The three-eyed Spear King's third eye was tattered, and his skull was shattered. What a terrifying attack! In the crowd, everyone looked at the little mouse with shock. Ah, my eye! Facing the little mouse, the three-eyed Spear King was too careless. With his third eye pierced, his body suffered heavy injuries and lost his fighting strength. Three-eyed. This sudden turn of events caused the other members of the Sea Demon clan to be stunned. They came in front of the three-eyed Spear King and checked his body. A moment later, Su Xinyue and the others' faces were incomparably gloomy. The three-eyed Spear King's injuries were too severe, and his third eye was equivalent to his life. Now that his third eye was destroyed, he did not have much life left. In other words, even if he did not die, he would be a cripple. This was a heavy blow to them. If we don't kill this kid, how can we continue to live? Yin Guiyuan said furiously. Don't worry, he will die. Su Xinyue's face was covered with frost. She had already pronounced Sanguinati's death. Fang Chun used the 5 lightning tribulation technique and suffered a backlash, sitting on the ground to heal. The little mouse stood beside him, staring at the Sea Demon race. With me here, don't even think about hurting my boss. I'll kill you, then kill your boss. Yin Guiyuan attacked. He fought with the little mouse. The little mouse's defense was strong, but its attack power was not strong. With the three-eyed Spear King's loss, Yin Guiyuan was naturally very careful. When he saw the little mouse use its innate ability, he immediately hid far away. The battle was very intense, and Yin Guiyuan soon suppressed the little mouse. Bang! Bang! The little mouse's defense was too strong, and Yin Guiyuan could not do anything about it. His defense is very strong. It will be futile if this continues. Mu Hanfu said, suppress it, then kill Sanguinati. Hearing this, Yin Guiyuan nodded. Immediately, he suppressed the little mouse with one hand and reached for Fang Chun with the other. Boss! The little mouse's eyes were scarlet red, and it roared furiously. In the human race's area, several geniuses were ready to attack. Stop! As humans, how could they watch Sanguinati be killed? Sanguinati is dead meat. Yin Guiyuan sneered. When his big hand approached Fang Chun, something strange happened. Rumble, the clear and boundless sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. In a breath's time, the sky completely darkened. Immediately after, Thick lightning snakes swam in the rolling sea of clouds. These lightning snakes seemed to have a mind of their own as they roared at the sky. At the same time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit vibrated in his mind, and the Five Thunder Tribulation technique was automatically activated. The Five Thunder Tribulation technique, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, actually broke through at this moment. Every time the chant was activated, the number of lightning snakes in the sea of clouds would increase. In the end, it was so dark that the human race's martial artists felt their hearts palpitate. Hurry up and attack, or something unexpected will happen. Su Xinyue also felt that something was wrong, and she spoke out. Yin Guiyuan was a little scared, but when he heard Su Xinyue's words, he gritted his teeth and attacked. When his large hand came into contact with Fang Chen's body, the densely packed lightning snakes in the sea of clouds immediately swooped down. Rumble, the deafening sound of thunder resounded in the sky. The entire world shook. Countless lightning snakes attacked Fang Chen's body fiercely, beating his body. Yin Guiyuan's big hand was instantly broken by the lightning snakes. Blood kept flowing out. The lightning snake's attack power was too strong. Countless lightning snakes all smashed onto Fang Chen's body. The latter was directly drowned in the sea of lightning. It was too terrifying. The aura made two Tianjin and the others continuously retreat. Boss! Little Mouse saw the situation and bared its teeth. While Yin Guiyuan was in pain, it opened its mouth and bit Yin Guiyuan's other hand. Crack! Yin Guiyuan's only remaining hand was also bitten off. The pain swept through his entire body. Yin Guiyuan was severely injured, and the lightning snakes entered his body through the wound, destroying his body. Little Mouse, of course, would not let go of such an opportunity. It jumped onto Yin Guiyuan's shoulder and bit off half of Yin Guiyuan's head. Guiyuan, seeing this, Su Xinyue attacked. She waved her small white hand, and a gray aura appeared around her. She rushed toward Little Mouse, trying to save Yin Guiyuan. Sensing the threat, the Little Mouse leaped and directly jumped away. Bang! His body was sent flying by the gray aura. At the same time, Yin Guiyuan's body fell to the ground. Damn it! The Sea Demon clan was completely furious. They had lost several geniuses consecutively, and the culprit, Sanguinati, was still alive. This was a disgrace. Little Mouse got up from the ground and looked at Boss worriedly. He and Boss were telepathic and knew that Boss was still alive. Chapter 1523. Only Fang Chen could understand the pain of being struck by thousands of lightning bolts. In the beginning, his perfect sword body could still withstand it. However, in the later stages, even the perfect sword body's defense could not withstand the terrifying lightning snake's bombardment. In the sea of clouds, the dense lightning snakes continued to descend and bombarded Fang Chen. The place where the latter stood was immediately flooded by lightning. It's too terrifying. It's too difficult for Sanguinati to survive under such lightning attacks. Yeah, what kind of secret technique did Sanguinati cultivate to cause such a huge commotion? Many human martial artists felt their hearts palpitate. Even Jiang Kuang and the others were stunned. After Yin Guiyuan died, there were only 6 of the Sea Demon race left. They were Su Xinyue, Mu Hanfu, Zhong Wenshun, Fandong, Dao Ancestor Purple Flame, and Dao Ancestor Monster. Among the 6, only Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu were stronger than Yin Guiyuan. The others were at most on par with Yin Guiyuan. Yin Guiyuan's death had completely enraged the Sea Demon race. Damn it! Fandong could not hold back his anger and directly attacked. Boom! However, before he could get close to Fang Chen, he was bounced back by the terrifying lightning light. He seems to be transforming. Stop him. Fandong's face was pale as he said coldly, "Let's attack together." The 6 sea demons attacked together, with Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu taking the lead. The 6 of them displayed their most powerful attacks. Seeing this, the human race could not sit back and do nothing. As a human race, how can we watch the sea demon race kill our compatriots? Slaughtering heaven, sword roared and grabbed. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in the void. Then, they entered a chaotic battle. Kill! The young geniuses of the spirit race, Yuan race, and Luo clan all attacked. Even Jiang Kuang on the Golden Stone platform attacked. Jiang Kuang walked down from the Golden Stone platform and rushed into the battlefield. "I'll deal with her," Jiang Kuang shouted and appeared in front of Su Xinyue. Slaughtering Heaven's Sword, who was fighting with Su Xinyue, turned to deal with the others. Pucci, the human race and the sea demon race were in a full-scale war, and the human race had the absolute advantage. The sea demon clan didn't expect things to turn out this way. Fan Dong was the first to succumb to the humans' attacks. His body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. While the human race and the sea monster race were fighting, Fang Chun was undergoing the final transformation. At the end of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique, one would encounter misfortune. When he had obtained the Five Thunders Tribulation technique, the old man had told him about it. Boom! After a quarter of an hour, the 10,000 lightning strikes finally came to an end. His body, which was engulfed by lightning, was gradually revealed. Fang Chen's clothes were in tatters, and his skin had exploded. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to effectively avoid the deadly attack of the terrifying lightning snake. Otherwise, he would have died countless times already. If he cultivated according to the incantation, the myriad lightning body would end, and he would be considered to have succeeded in reaching the 4th level. But it's not that easy. Bad luck had arrived. Fang Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Immediately after, an incomparably thick bolt of lightning in the sky suddenly bombarded his head. Dong! His primordial spirit trembled. After this strange aura drilled into his body, it instantly dissipated throughout his body. Immediately after, Fang Chun was shocked to discover his primordial spirit had undergone a great change. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart trembled. His primordial spirit had become like this, and he felt a trace of the threat of death. Could this be the curse? Fang Chun thought to himself. Break! Fang Chun urged his primordial spirit, trying to break the curse. However, a red halo appeared on the surface of his skin. This red halo was corroding his skin. Not good. Fang Chun cursed inwardly. Soon after, he stood up. While resisting the misfortune, Fang Chun rushed into the battlefield. He happened to encounter Fan Dong, who was retreating. He stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed Fan Dong. Immediately, the red halo on the surface of his skin penetrated his hand and drilled into Fan Dong's body. Fan Dong's body began to twitch, and white foam came out of his mouth. A miserable scream came out of Fan Dong's mouth. His vitality was disappearing. Bang! Fang Chun exerted force with his palm and crushed Fan Dong's head. Fang Chun was a little stunned. The red halo on the surface of his skin was corroding his skin, but could also cause fatal damage to the enemy. Kill Singwanati. Seeing Fan Dong fall, Mu Hanfu roared and rushed directly towards Fang Chun. However, at this moment, a fist light was placed in front of her chest, blocking her advance. Your opponent is me, Ling Ming said coldly. Hiss! Fang Chun was resisting the misfortune. His golden heart was beating rapidly, constantly absorbing the red halo. Okay. Fang Chun discovered that after the red halo was absorbed by the golden heart, it seemed to be suppressed. Could it be that the golden heart can eliminate the red halo? Fang Chun was secretly delighted. Although he had cultivated the 4th level of the Five Thunder Great Tribulation technique, something unexpected happened midway. His essence spirit had changed, and a fatal red halo appeared on the surface of his skin. If he did not resolve this, his life would be in danger. Continue to absorb. After discovering this shocking scene, Fang Chun naturally would not let go of this opportunity. He increased his strength and urged the golden heart. It kept absorbing the red halo. In a few breaths, the red halo on the surface of his skin disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chun felt that the red halo was completely suppressed in the golden heart. Great! Fang Chun was overjoyed. Did this mean that the curse of the Five Thunder Great Tribulation technique had been broken by him? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun saw a cultivator from the human race's sacred land in danger. Swoosh! Using the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chun appeared beside him, helping him block the fatal blow. Sanguinati, go to hell. Seeing Sanguinati take the initiative to attack, Zone Wenshin roared angrily. Immediately, he used the innate ability of the sea demon race. However, the current Fang Chun was not the same as before. After the breakthrough of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique, his strength had skyrocketed. 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique. Having just broken through, Fang Chun also wanted to try how strong the 4th level of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique was. Boom! 10,000 lightning bolts struck him. However, the target of the bombardment this time was not Fang Chun, but Zone Wenshin. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Zone Wenshin's body was drowned in lightning. He didn't even say a word before his soul completely dissipated. Moreover, his body was blasted into pieces. So strong. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The 4th level of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique was indeed much stronger than the 3rd level. Sanguinati. The sudden turn of events caused the Sea Demon clan to be furious. As for the people of the human race, they were a little dazed. Sanguinati has broken through. He's too strong. He killed Zone Wenshin with one blow. Has his strength surpassed Jiang Quang's? Many martial artists were shocked. The battle was also interrupted because of this. Muhan Fu and the others quickly returned to Su Xinyue's side. They looked at each other, their faces full of anger. Sanguinati, you killed a disciple of the sea demon race. You and I are irreconcilable, Su Xinyue said coldly, her words full of killing intent. Irreconcilable? Fang Chun sneered. When the Blood Fiend Emperor forcibly took the old faker away, he was already irreconcilable with the sea demon race. So what if I'm irreconcilable? So what if I kill all of you? Fang Chen's aura fluctuated and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Su Xinyue and the others in his eyes at all. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill all of us. Don't think that you're on the same level as us just because you've broken through. You think too highly of yourself. Sanguinati, you're going to die in our hands in the end. That's right. Even if I can't get the strongest inheritance today, I'm going to kill you. Fang Chun looked at the remaining 4 people and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The strongest geniuses of the sea demon race. If I kill all of them, I wonder what the Blood Fiend Emperor will think. Fang Chun said casually. But when the others heard this, their faces changed drastically. The 10 strongest geniuses of the sea demon race were personally selected by the Blood Fiend Emperor. The Blood Fiend Emperor had high hopes for them and even fought with the human race's sacred leader to get the 10 spots. If they were really killed in the ancestral land, the Blood Fiend Emperor would definitely go crazy with anger. But so what? Fang Chun had already thought about it. Even if he killed all of them, the Blood Fiend Emperor wouldn't attack him in the human race's territory. The 5 giants weren't just for show. They would definitely stop him when the time came. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Moreover, the old faker had been captured by the Blood Fiend Emperor, and he didn't know if he was still alive. Now he would collect some interest first. If we fight one-on-one, I'll kill 10 of you. Purple Flame, Dao Ancestor sneered. Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you can kill 10 of me alone. Fang Chun opened his palm and stared at Purple Flame, Dao Ancestor as he said coldly. Xinyue, let me kill this kid. Purple Flame, Dao Ancestor said. Su Xinyue was silent for a moment and then nodded. Be careful. Use your trump card at the critical moment. Su Xinyue had a certain understanding of Purple Flame Dao Ancestor and knew that he had a very strong trump card. That was why she agreed to let him fight. Sanguinati, wash your neck. Purple Flame Dao Ancestor was full of fighting spirit. Fang Chun turned around and looked at the human race martial artists. Everyone, leave the remaining 4 to me, Sanguinati. You could just watch from the side. Hearing Sanguinati's words, the crowd didn't think too much about it. As long as they killed the Sea Demon clan, it didn't matter who attacked. From fighting for the Golden Stone platform to killing the Sea Demon clan. This was something that no one had expected beforehand. Among the 10 Golden Stone platforms, Only Yuan Liang didn't move. It wasn't easy to come to the golden stone platform, and he didn't want to give up. Moreover, he also hated Sanguinati. It would be best if both sides were injured, and then he would come out to clean up the mess. Chapter 1524. Purple Flame Tao Ancestor was dressed in a purple robe and surrounded by purple flames. Fang Chun could tell that this person should be proficient in the Tao of Fire. Sanguinati, I will burn you alive. Purple Flame Tao Ancestor was very confident in his own flames. He did not believe that there was a flame more powerful than his own in this world. Is that so? Fang Chun sneered and looked at Purple Flame Tao Ancestor quietly. The latter stretched out his palm, and the purple flames that surrounded his body instantly gathered in his palm. The rich purple flames emitted an aura that was suffocating. Purple Flame Tao Ancestor looked at Fang Chun playfully. Are you afraid? Unfortunately, it's too late. Until now, Purple Flame Tao Ancestor had not recognized the reality. He thought that Sanguinati would be afraid and terrified. The flames that you're so proud of are just trash in my eyes. Fang Chun sneered. Who doesn't want you to say that later? Purple Flame Tao Ancestor said calmly in the face of Fang Chun's sneer. You're still pretending when you are about to die. You are really courting death. Demon Tao Ancestor sneered. Purple Flame Tao Ancestor no longer talked nonsense and directly attacked. The purple flames in his palm gathered into a ball of light and erupted with a scorching aura. At this moment, the temperature in the air became extremely hot. In the next moment, the purple flame ball of light rushed toward Fang Chun. Facing the powerful purple flame ball, Fang Chun shook his head gently. Too weak. In his opinion, the purple flame ball could not be compared to the black flame at all. One had to know that the black flame had the characteristics of the undying flame. The undying flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, was the king of flames. In front of the undying flame, who dared to be superior? Although the black flame that Fang Chun controlled had not completely evolved into the undying flame. However, its power far surpassed that of the purple flames. If it was a head-on confrontation, Purple Flame Tao Ancestor might be able to hold on for a while. But he chose to fight with flames. He wanted to suppress Sanguinati with a strong stance. However, the nightmare had only just begun. Fang Chun stood there quietly, motionless. He allowed the purple flames to wrap around his body and burn him. Seeing this, the human race cultivators were all shocked. When Su Xinyue and the others saw this, they smiled dejectedly. This was the consequence of being arrogant. Hiss, 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 the purple flame enveloped Fang Chun's entire body, burning continuously. The human martial artists nearby all retreated. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. Sanguinati, how does it feel? Purple Flame laughed wildly and taunted. In his opinion, Sanguinati was already a dead man. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded. You're just SOSO. Fang Chun's voice was heard leisurely. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame was slightly taken aback. Then, he stared fixedly at the ball of purple flames. In an instant, something strange happened. The incomparably powerful purple flame instantly turned into nothingness at this moment. It was replaced by black flames. The black flames jumped around Fang Chun's body and swallowed the powerful purple flame. Buzz! The temperature in the air rose sharply. Seeing this, Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's expression changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily. How can the undying flame be possible? Tao Ancestor Purple Flame was very shocked. He was good at flames and knew the flames of the world very well. His purple flame was considered a top flame in the mortal universe. However, in his memories, there had always been a type of flame that was superior to the purple flames. That was the legendary Undying Flame. However, the Undying Flame had always been a legend and could not be found in the world. He never thought that Sanguinati actually had the Undying Flame. How could this be possible? The Undying Flame was the exclusive flame of the ancient divine beast, the Undying Bird. Once the Undying Flame appeared, who could compete with it? But now, it had appeared on a human race cultivator. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's thoughts were in a mess. He kept shaking his head. He could not believe everything in front of him. No, his flame is not the undying flame. It just has the characteristics of the undying flame. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame finally realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he discovered an even more shocking scene. The undying bird's blood essence. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame noticed that Fong Chen's body was emitting the aura of the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, he suddenly understood. The reason why the black flame had the characteristics of the undying flame was entirely because of the undying bird's blood essence. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with greed. If he could obtain the undying flame's blood essence, he would definitely be able to evolve his purple flame into the ultimate undying flame. At that time, who among the younger generation would be able to compete with him? Thinking of this, Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's heart was burning and his blood was boiling. Sanguinati, hand over the undying bird's blood essence, or else. Before Tao Ancestor Purple Flame could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fong Chun. What can you do to me in this state? Fong Chun sneered and looked at Tao Ancestor Purple Flame as if looking at an idiot. The next moment, he made his move. Under his control, the black flames around him quickly turned into a huge black dragon. The dragon's mouth was filled with extremely dense black flames, and it rushed straight at Tao Ancestor Purple Flame. Purple Flame. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame retreated and waved his hand, urging the purple flames to the extreme. However, under the attack of the black flames, Purple Flame himself felt fear. This was the suppression of flames, the suppression of all flames in the world by the undying flame. Purple Flame was no exception. Purple Flame trembled and did not dare to confront the black flames head-on. No! Tao Ancestor Purple Flame roared to the sky. He was unwilling to give up. The undying bird's blood essence is mine. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's eyes were filled with killing intent. Immediately, a jade pendant appeared in his palm. Boom! Without hesitation, Tao Ancestor Purple Flame crushed the jade pendant. Immediately, a wild aura spread out in all directions. Sanguinati, be careful! Jiang Kuang roared. A terrifying aura swept over and immediately caused all the warriors to retreat. Space was distorted because of this, and Fong Chen's body was directly swept by the wild aura. This aura was comparable to the peak of the creation realm. Fong Chun could not avoid it all. This time, let's see if you can survive. Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's eyes were scarlet as he stared at the center of the terrifying aura. This was his trump card. If he could kill Sanguinati and get the undying bird's blood essence, it would be worth it. Su Xinyue and the others also curled their red lips, thinking that Sanguinati would definitely die. However, boom! An even more terrifying fluctuation spread out from Fong Chen's body. At the critical moment, he crushed the jade pendant given by Tao Ancestor Crane. This jade pendant was comparable to Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's jade pendant. The two terrifying auras collided, and the ground was blasted open. However, Fong Chun was safe and sound, wrapped in a layer of gray fluctuation. Dong dong dong. The two auras represented the peak of the creation realm. They fought fiercely, and in the end, both sides were injured. The two auras dissipated at the same time. As for Fong Chun, he appeared in front of Tao Ancestor Purple Flame, completely unharmed. Impossible! Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's face was pale, and he had suffered a great blow. He had even used his last trump card, but Sanguinati was unharmed. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's heart was full of hatred, but he knew his own limits, and his body was retreating. Die! After the terrifying aura, Fong Chun immediately activated the black flame and blasted towards Tao Ancestor Purple Flame. The true meaning of time and space was activated, and Tao Ancestor Purple Flame's body flickered. He was wrapped in the black flame. Xinyue, save me! Tao Ancestor Purple Flame roared miserably. Seeing this, Su Xinyue leaped, and her delicate body came in front of Tao Ancestor Purple Flame. She punched out, trying to force Fong Chun back. Fang Chun waved his palm, and the black flame spread out. Su Xinyue felt the danger and took a step sideways. In the blink of an eye, Dao Ancestor Purple Flame was burned to death by the black flame. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame fell. Sanguinati. Su Xinyue was extremely furious in her heart. She wanted to tear Sanguinati into pieces. "Don't worry, you're all going to die," Fang Chun said calmly. Su Xinyue, Muhan Fu, and Dao Ancestor Monster. Fang Chun was not afraid of the last three. "I'm going to kill you." Su Xinyue attacked aggressively. "Don't." There was a tremor in the reception hall. Then an old voice came out. "Enough. All grudges can wait until the test is over." The old voice came out to stop Fang Chun, and he stopped attacking. Su Xinyue did not dare move. After all, this was the ancestral land of the human race. If she was not careful, she would die. After half an hour, the 9 steps will close. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They immediately rushed towards the 9 steps frantically. "Xinyue, let's also participate in the test. Purple Flame and the others will not die in vain." "Sanguinati must die," Dao Ancestor Monster said in a low voice. The remaining 3 people of the Sea Demon race came to the right side of the reception hall and climbed up the 9 steps. Many warriors swarmed up. However, they did not go far before their bodies were sent flying. Fang Chun and Jiang Quang were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the golden stone platform again. Fang Chun looked at Yuan Liang thoughtfully and stood on the first golden stone platform. Of the 10 stone platforms, 7 were left. The 4th to reach the golden stone platform was Ling Ming. The 5th was Luo Qinghan. The 6th was Ling Lianzhu. The 7th was Luo Xia. The 8th was Yuan Jiaojiao. And the 9th was Tu Tianjian. There was only 1 golden stone platform left, but there were many warriors who were qualified to fight for it. Rhinoceros and Wei Xiang of the human race's sacred land. Yuan Hanyun, Yuan Liao, and Yuan Qian of the Yuan race's sacred land. Ling Yi, Ling Xian, and Ling Feng of the spirit race's sacred land. Luo Huakai, Luo Rui, Luo Fenger, and Luo Chun of the Luo clan sacred land. These were the young geniuses of their respective sacred lands, and they all had the strength to fight for the last golden stone platform. As for the remaining 3 people of the Sea Demon race, they had all climbed up the golden stone platform on the right side of the reception hall. They were glaring at the human race warriors. However, just as everyone was fighting, Yuan Ming of the Yuan race arrived. CCC Pavilion Che came together with Black Blade Emperor's disciple. Almost missed the test in the reception hall. Yuan Ming's gaze fell on the golden stone platform. There was only 1 spot left. He tapped his foot and stepped onto the 9 steps. He then occupied the last golden stone platform. As for Black Blade Emperor's disciple, his gaze fell on Sanguinati. Chapter 1525. Sovereign Emperor Black Blade's only disciple, Purple Saber. There were 10 people on the golden stone platforms and 2 from the Yuan race. Purple Saber could not attack Yuan Ming and Yuan Liang. As for the others, the spiritual races Ling Ming and Ling Lianzhu were very strong. Purple Saber was not confident of defeating them. Even if he defeated them, it would be a Pyrrhic victory and would be disadvantageous for the later tests. The human Holy Lands Jiang Quang and Heaven Slaughtering Sword were not weak either. It was the same for Luo Qinghan and Luo Xia. "Sanguinati, get down here." Purple Saber's voice resounded in this place. All the cultivators left the 9th step. Originally, they still had a chance to fight for the last golden stone platform. Now, it looked like they no longer had a chance. Ling Xian and the others shook their heads helplessly. Since they could not obtain the strongest inheritance, they might as well search for other inheritances. "Let's go," Ling Xian said. After Ling Xian and the others left, the other cultivators quickly left as well. Inheritances were everywhere in the inheritance ancestral lands. Although they could not obtain the strongest inheritance, they could not waste time here. It was the same for the other inheritances. It would be best if they could find an inheritance suitable for themselves. Not long after, the front of the reception hall was empty. Only Zidao had managed to reach the 9th step. Purple Saber was furious that Sanguinati ignored him. "Since you are not willing to come down, then I will force you down myself," Purple Saber said sullenly. Step by step, Purple Saber crossed the 9th step. Purple Saber arrived before the first golden stone platform. "Get down!" Purple Saber suddenly punched, wanting to force Fang Chun back. However, Xiao Chun was not to be trifled with. "You are seeking death." Fang Chun clenched his fist tightly and punched, clashing with Purple Saber's fist. Bang! The two fists clashed, and Purple Saber was forced back a few steps. After Purple Saber steadied himself, his expression turned even more sullen. "Brat, I underestimated you. However, do you think that you can fight me, Purple Saber, with this?" Purple Saber said coldly. Purple Saber was very strong, at least on the same level as Yuan Ming. If Purple Saber fought him alone, it would be more troublesome. Just as Purple Saber was about to attack, Fang Chun took out the dark demonic wheel. "If you want to die, continue." The dark demonic wheel emitted a terrifying aura that made the scalps of the others tingle. "What is this?" Those who didn't know Sanguinati were shocked. Sanguinati actually had such a heaven-defying treasure. Yuan Ming was the only one who was quietly watching everything. Zidao's expression changed. He did not expect Sanguinati to have such a precious treasure. "This aura is too strong." In an instant, Zidao made his decision. If he angered Sanguinati, he might really die under the dark demonic wheel. He couldn't act rashly. Zidao forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly calmed himself down. "If my guess is correct, although this treasure is powerful, it cannot be used without limit. You are afraid of it. Otherwise, you would have activated the treasure long ago," Zidao said. "Killing you won't be a problem," Fang Chun said calmly. "Sanguinati, I'll let you off today. If I have the chance, I will definitely behead you." After saying that, Purple Blade left the first golden stone platform. Finally, he stopped in front of the 9th golden stone platform. His target was Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. "So, are you going to go down, or do you want me to do it?" Zidao said coldly. Even if I die, I will die standing." Slaughtering Heaven's Sword stood up and said coldly with a long sword in his hand. "Then let's fight." Zidao's figure flashed and landed on the ground. He held his purple longsword in his hand and stared at Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. "Come down and fight." Slaughtering Heaven's Sword jumped and arrived in front of Zidao. "Let me see how strong Monarch Black Blade's disciple is," Slaughtering Heaven's Sword said. "You will know in a while." Zidao attacked. His sword light was like a shadow, and purple sword light filled the sky. Zidao is very strong. This was Fang Chen's evaluation of Zidao. Zidao's strength was not weaker than Yuan Ming's, especially that purple blade. It should be at least a rank 8 divine weapon. The battle between the sword and the saber was very intense. Actually, Slaughtering Heaven's Sword was already strong enough. However, he met Zidao. After hundreds of rounds, Slaughtering Heaven's Sword was defeated. Whoosh! Zidao's longsword carried an earth-shattering power. He slashed out and hit Slaughtering Heaven's Sword's longsword. Crack! The longsword cracked, and Slaughtering Heaven's Sword's body flew out. "I have lost." Slaughtering Heaven's Sword stood up and looked very calm. "However, I will defeat you one day." Although Slaughtering Heaven's Sword had lost, he did not lower his head. "There will never be such a day." Zidao laughed coldly. He leaped up and landed on the golden stone platform. As for the Heaven Slaughtering Sword, it left behind a lonely figure and left. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The test of the 9 steps has been completed. Those who have reached the golden stone platform are qualified to continue. A voice came from the welcoming hall. Whoosh! Suddenly, a towering tree appeared in the sky above the welcoming hall. On the towering tree, there were countless branches. When a gust of wind blew, the branches swayed endlessly, and the leaves on them drifted down. That is, Jiang Quan was shocked when he saw the tree. He immediately shouted, "Enlightenment, ancient tree!" After saying that, Jiang Quan attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Quan's silhouette directly dashed towards the towering ancient tree, after which he stretched out his hands, grabbing at the fallen leaves floating in the air. Grab it! Suddenly, everyone moved and grabbed the leaves in the sky. Enlightenment ancient tree. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Although he had moved a little late, he used the true meaning of time and space to move at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed a leaf. Whoosh! Whoosh! He continued to grab. The Enlightenment ancient tree was a legendary plant. It was said that if a martial artist could comprehend the martial Tao under the Enlightenment ancient tree, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The Enlightenment ancient tree was a cultivation resource that martial artists dreamed of. He did not expect it to appear in the ancestral land. The leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tree were also supreme treasures that were of great help to a martial artist's cultivation. Moreover, Fang Chun believed that the welcoming hall would not release the Enlightenment ancient tree for no reason. It must have something to do with the next test. Therefore, he tried his best to grab the leaves. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Chun had already snatched over 40 leaves. He was far ahead of everyone. However, he did not give up and continued to grab. After 15 minutes, Fang Chun finally stopped. This was because he already had 81 leaves in his hand. It was not that he did not want to, but that no matter how hard he tried, he could not grab any leaves. It seemed that 81 leaves was the limit. Fang Chen's body landed on the golden stone platform. The 81 leaves in his hand surrounded his body. He suddenly had an epiphany and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. After a while, Purple Saber also grabbed 81 leaves and began to comprehend them like Fang Chen. The third was Yuan Ming, the fourth was Jiang Quang, the fifth was Luo Qinghan, and the sixth was Ling Ming. As for the remaining 4 people, each of them only had about 50 leaves. As for the Enlightenment ancient tree, it had already disappeared. What should we do? The few of them looked at each other with complicated feelings. The second test is to grab 81 leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tree and comprehend the secret method within. Those who do not have 81 leaves will be automatically eliminated after 15 minutes. Ling Lianzhu and the others were anxious when they heard the voice from the reception hall. Yuan Liang, Yuan Jiaojiao, Ling Lianzhu, and Luo Xia. The 5 of them did not have 81 leaves. This meant that one of them would definitely be eliminated. Everyone, I have 51 fallen leaves in my hands. If you can give me the fallen leaves in your hands, I, Yuan Liang, will definitely reward you handsomely, Yuan Liang said aloud. The 4 of them had more than 200 leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tree. Therefore, at least 2 of them would be able to stay. The others shook their heads. How could they give something so important away, so casually? Yuan Liang and Yuan Jiaojiao looked at each other and then at Luo Xia. Luo Xia, hand over the leaves in your hand, said Yuan Liang coldly. His words were full of threat. The Yuan race is really shameless. They showed their true colors so quickly, sneered Luo Xia. Attack! Time waits for no one. Yuan Liang did not want to waste any more time. With a shout, he and Yuan Jiaojiao attacked Luo Xia together. Luo Xia was definitely unable to deal with Yuan Jiaojiao and Yuan Liang by herself. Once they defeat Luo Xia, they will definitely target me, thought Ling Lianzhu. Then, without another word, she helped Luo Xia. With Ling Lianzhu's help, the pressure on Luo Xia was greatly reduced. Many thanks. A smile appeared on Luo Xia's face as the 4 warriors started fighting. Seeing that the time limit was almost up, Yuan Liang became even more anxious. Bang! After a fierce collision, the battle stopped. Yuan Liang looked at the time. His face was filled with anxiety. Big brother Yuan Liang, what do we do? Asked Yuan Jiaojiao. They had no advantage in a 2 against 2 battle. If they continued, they would only lose their qualifications. There's no other way. Continuing to fight is just a waste of time. Yuan Liang looked at Yuan Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, give me your Enlightenment ancient tree. I will compensate you. Yuan Jiaojiao's body trembled. She sighed and handed over the Enlightenment ancient tree. Buzz! Yuan Liang gathered all 81 leaves and sat cross-legged on the golden stone platform. He began to comprehend. Ling Lianju was about to give up when Luo Xia spoke. "Miss Ling, thank you for helping me," said Luo Xia with a smile. "I did it for myself," said Ling Lianju. Luo Xia shook her head. "No matter what, you still helped me. Right now, both of us do not have 81 leaves. We are destined to be eliminated." Luo Xia took out her enlightenment ancient tree and gave it to Ling Lianju. "You stay." "I will leave," said Luo Xia. "How can you do that?" Ling Lianju shook her head. Chapter 1526. The enlightenment ancient tree disappeared, and the 8 human prodigies passed the second round of the test. The 8 of them were surrounded by 81 leaves of the enlightenment ancient tree. Martial Tao aura filled the air as they comprehended. The enlightenment ancient tree contained the truth of the martial Tao. If a martial artist could comprehend it, it would be a great benefit. The competition on the golden stone platform on the left was very fierce. Out of the 10 human prodigies, only 8 of them passed the test. Yuan Jiao from the Yuan clan and Luo Xia from the Luo clan were eliminated. The former was forced, while the latter gave up on her own accord. On the golden stone platform on the right, the 3 prodigies from the Sea Demon clan had it easier. This was because their second test was the complete opposite of the human race's test. The enlightenment ancient tree was not open to them. Therefore, they could only watch the human clan's martial artists seize the enlightenment ancient tree and comprehend it. Their second test was relatively more dangerous. However, the remaining 3 were extremely powerful. Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu, the 2 prodigies, were not only beautiful, but also powerful. Their cultivation was on par with Jiang Kuang and the others from the human clan. There was also Dao Ancestor Monster, who was relatively weaker. However, as long as the 3 of them did not encounter a 9th-level creation realm expert, they would not be in any danger. Huff, huff, huff. Dao Ancestor Monster's forehead was full of sweat. He panted as he stood on the golden stone platform, his face pale. The second test was beyond their imagination, and they had almost died. Fortunately, they had all passed the test. Dao Ancestor Monster looked at Su Xinyue and said, "Xinyue, the human clan's ancestral land rejects the Sea Demon clan. Our test will become more and more difficult. No matter how difficult it is, we must persevere. Our clansmen cannot die in vain." Su Xinyue's pretty face was full of gloom. Beneath her beauty was a vicious heart. Mu Hanfu nodded. The group of 10 had wanted to control the entire ancestral land. Who would have thought that only the 3 of them were left? The other 7 had all died. The biggest reason for all of this was Sanguinati. Sanguinati must die. Otherwise, how will we have the face to return to the limitless ocean? Su Xinyue's eyes were cold. Sanguinati. Everything was because of Sanguinati. If it wasn't for him, the others wouldn't have died. The 3 of them hated Sanguinati so much that they could no longer tolerate him. On the golden stone platform on the left, 8 people sat cross-legged, with enlightenment ancient leaves surrounding them. Comprehending the enlightenment ancient leaf required extremely strong talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to comprehend it. The first one to wake up from his meditation was Yuan Liang. He opened his eyes, and there was some displeasure on his face. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with his own comprehension. Damn it! Yuan Liang was ambitious and wanted to comprehend it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not comprehend the profoundness within. Maybe this leaf of enlightenment is a scam, Yuan Liang muttered to himself. An hour after Yuan Liang woke up, Ling Lianju also woke up. Ling Lianju, who was dressed in green, revealed a smile on her pretty face. A dense aura surged around her. Boom! A dazzling light burst out from Ling Lianju's sea of qi. The original hexagonal starlight actually turned into a heptagonal starlight at this moment. As expected of the enlightenment ancient leaf, Ling Lianju was very excited. Comprehending the enlightenment ancient leaf had actually allowed her cultivation to increase by a small realm. Great! Ling Lianju originally thought that she was the weakest among the 8 and could not help Ling Ming. Now, It seemed that she was not as bad as she had imagined. Damn it, Ling Lianju broke through to the 7th level of the creation realm. At the side, Yuan Liang clenched his fists tightly, filled with jealousy. After Ling Lianju woke up, the other paragons also woke up one after another. Everyone had gained a lot, and almost all of them were able to increase their cultivation by a level. Ling Ming and Luo Qinghan were originally at the peak of the 6th level of the creation realm. After comprehending the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf, they easily stepped into the 7th level of the creation realm. Moreover, they had already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the creation realm. This leap made Yuan Liang dumbfounded. Damn it, damn it. Yuan Liang's heart was filled with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, and the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf was directly crushed into powder. Rumble, 6 hours later, Jiang Quang woke up. The aura around his body rippled, causing everyone to be shocked. As expected, his cultivation had stepped into the 8th level of the creation realm. What a powerful force! Jiang Quang smiled and turned to look at the others. There were only 3 people left on the Golden Stone platform, and they were still comprehending the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf. Yuan Ming's aura was constantly increasing, and he had comprehended it very thoroughly. On the other hand, Zi Dao's aura was even more strange, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. Only Sanguinati's aura was very calm, and Fang Chun was like a weak martial artist, not moving at all. I wonder who among the 3 of them will last until the end. Jiang Quang glanced at the 3 of them and muttered to himself. The Enlightenment Ancient Leaf contained the truth of the martial Tao. The longer one comprehended it, the greater the harvest. The first comprehension was the most effective. If one continued to comprehend it, there would not be much of an effect. This was also the reason why everyone could not wait to comprehend it. A day later, Yuan Ming woke up, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the creation realm. He stood up and turned to look at Jiang Quang. Apart from Jiang Quang, no one else could pose a threat to him. After Brother Zidao breaks through, I will join forces with him. Not to mention Jiang Quang. Even if everyone joins forces, they will not be a match for us. Yuan Ming thought to himself. A trace of killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. However, there was something that puzzled Yuan Ming. Why was Sanguinati able to persist for so long? Damn it, I want to see what a 2nd level of the creation realm martial artist can achieve. Yuan Ming thought to himself. Zi Dao's potential was very strong, and everyone knew that. After all, Zi Dao was the disciple of one of the 5 giants, Black Blade Monarch. Black Blade Monarch was a rogue cultivator, and he did not have any restrictions. He focused on nurturing his own disciple. All the good resources were given to Zi Dao. Moreover, he could personally teach Zi Dao. All of this was due to Purple Saber's heaven-defying strength and abnormal talent. Yuan Ming could understand why Zi Dao had been comprehending the Dao for a longer time than him. However, Sanguinati was not a disciple of the human race's sacred land, and he did not have a large amount of resources. Yet, he was able to persist until now. Yuan Ming was jealous of Sanguinati, and he wanted to get rid of him. Brother Yuan Ming, congratulations. At this moment, Yuan Liang cupped his hands. Yuan Ming collected his thoughts and nodded gently. The 2nd stage of the test was not over yet, and everyone could only wait. They had just broken through, and they were all stabilizing their cultivation. Zi Dao and Sanguinati's comprehension had exceeded everyone's expectations. After 7 days, Zi Dao finally woke up. Whoosh! The 81 leaves of enlightenment that were originally floating around him suddenly turned into powder and entered his body. Everyone was shocked. Zi Dao was too domineering, and he even swallowed the Enlightenment Ancient Leaves. Buzz! Zi Dao opened his eyes, and 2 rays of saber light shot out. Suddenly, the soil on the ground flew up, and a huge pit appeared. Saber chi filled the pit, and it was very terrifying. Congratulations, Brother Zi Dao. Yuan Ming was the first to go forward and congratulate him. Zi Dao withdrew his aura, and his aura changed drastically. It was as if he was a completely different person from before, and he gave off a very shocking feeling. Brother Zidao, what did you gain? However, from Zidao's aura, he could not tell how much Zidao had improved. Thus, Yuan Ming asked. Zidao's attitude towards Yuan Ming was more gentle. Ninth level of the creation realm. Zidao did not hide his cultivation, and he directly said, although his voice was soft, everyone present was a creation realm martial artist, and their hearing was very sensitive. What ninth level of the creation realm? Zidao's potential is too strong. In an instant, many human geniuses, including Jiang Kuang, sighed. Zidao's potential was too heaven-defying. After comprehending the Enlightenment ancient leaves, he actually broke through to the ninth level of the creation realm. Among the younger generation, Zidao was the only one who could reach such heights. Even the geniuses of the four sacred lands could not compare. As expected of the Black Blade Monarch's only disciple. I admire you. Jiang Kuang laughed. Yes, to be able to break through to the ninth level of the creation realm at such a young age, you will definitely become a monarch in the future. Congratulations, Zidao. Amazing, I admire you. As a human, everyone was very happy that Zidao's strength had become stronger. Zidao nodded indifferently, and his gaze fell on Sanguinati. Yes. Zidao frowned slightly, but he immediately looked away. With his current strength, Sanguinati was just a clown. No matter how strong his potential was, he could only break through a small realm. The golden stone platform on the left was very lively, while the people on the right were a little anxious. Damn it, Zidao actually broke through to the ninth level of the creation realm. This is troublesome, said Dao Ancestor Yao. The ancestral land's protection for the human race is too strong. The Enlightenment ancient leaves are precious, but they did not hesitate to give it to the human race. What can we do? Mu Hanfu was very dissatisfied. However, there was no other way. This was the ancestral land of the human race, and they were the sea demons. In the eyes of the human race, they were a different race. So what if I broke through? Su Xinyue's red lips moved slightly, and she said softly, Xinyue. As soon as Dao Ancestor Yao finished speaking, Su Xinyue's aura spread out. Then, a violent aura spread out from Su Xinyue's body. When Dao Ancestor Yao and Mu Hanfu saw this, their faces were filled with excitement. Su Xinyue's breakthrough was really timely. Although she had only broken through to the 8th level of the creation realm, the significance was extraordinary. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Su Xinyue withdrew her aura, and her face was still indifferent. Xinyue, I didn't expect you to break through at this juncture. Chapter 1527. The ancestral land of inheritance was the foundation of the human race. Every martial artist who entered the ancestral land of inheritance could soar to the sky because of it. However, it was also very dangerous. Those who passed the second test had gained a lot. Except for Yuan Liang, the others had broken through. 7 of the 8 people of the human race had woken up. Only Sanguinati had been comprehending the Tao. 81 leaves of enlightenment were dancing slowly around him. Wisps of martial Tao aura entered his body. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The golden heart was no different. So far, according to various guesses, the golden heart was at least the means of a divine realm almighty. In the mortal universe, there were very few things that could cause the golden heart to beat rapidly, unless it was the birth of a true heavenly treasure or something that would benefit Feng Chun greatly. Hiss! As the golden heart beat, a clear stream appeared and absorbed the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment. As time passed, Feng Chen's heart was empty. He entered a state of enlightenment. This state lasted for a long time. The path of martial Tao was to go against the heavens, cut off fear, and have the belief of invincibility. A deafening sound rang in Feng Chen's mind. He gritted his teeth and almost couldn't hold on anymore. Hold on. Feng Chen was shouting in his heart. He must hold on. This was a great opportunity. He could feel that the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment was changing his body. Half a month. A full half a month. Feng Chen maintained the state of enlightenment. During this time, the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment had become very weak. In the end, the leaves of enlightenment turned yellow and cracks appeared. It could be blown away by the wind at any time. What's going on? Jiang Kuang and the others were shocked and confused. Zidao was expressionless and closed his eyes. He didn't care at all. Crack. At a certain moment, a cool breeze blew past. All of a sudden, the 81 leaves of enlightenment were blown away by the wind. They turned into powder and scattered on the golden platform. Dong! The golden stone platform shook and Fong Chen's body twitched. Puchi Fong Chen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Did you suffer a backlash? Seeing this, Yuan Ming and Yuan Liang of the Yuan race were secretly delighted. Looking at Sanguinati's current state, he must have been bitten by the leaf of enlightenment and was severely injured. Some trash just can't recognize their own status. Trying in vain to absorb the power of the martial way from the enlightenment ancient leaf, only to be devoured by it instead. What a joke, Purple Blade mocked. Brother Zidao is right. A clown will always be a clown. He won't be able to show his face. Yuan Ming chuckled. It's embarrassing for me to be in the same team as trash like you. Yuan Liang added insult to injury. The three of them echoed one another, mocking Sanguinati. The faces of Jiang Kuang and the others changed slightly. They wanted to say something, but stopped themselves. Fong Chun gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead of getting angry, a smile appeared on his face. That was because he had noticed that the astral light in his Qi Si had undergone a heaven-toppling change. Since he didn't show it, everyone thought he had failed. Fong Chun calmed himself and slowly stood up. His pale face had regained some color. That's right. A clown will always be a clown. You're always proud of mocking others, but you don't know that you're the most ignorant idiot, retorted Fong Chun. Sanguinati, if you have the ability, then fight me. Yuan Liang was losing his cool. In truth, he had seen that Sanguinati had suffered a backlash and knew his combat power would definitely drop. So he wanted to take this chance to kill him. Are you sure you want to fight me? Fong Chun looked at Yuan Liang with a smile, as though he was looking an idiot. If you don't dare, then kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa 3 times. Then I can spare your life, sneered Yuan Liang. It's not that you can't fight me. It's just that you know my rules. When I attack, there must be blood. If I accidentally kill you, what if a mad dog jumps out and bites me? I don't want to waste time, said Fong Chun. Yuan Liang was infuriated. What a sharp-tongued fellow. If you can kill me, then I'll admit defeat, said Yuan Liang icily. The two of you, the most important thing right now is to pass the trial. Personal grudges can wait until you pass the trial, said Jiang Kuang. He had stepped out to be the mediator, hoping that the two of them wouldn't fight at such a critical juncture. But how could Yuan Liang let go of such an opportunity? Jiang Kuang, this is none of your business. With that, Yuan Liang looked at Fong Chun with provocation in his eyes. Sanguinati, is this all you've got? Sneered Yuan Ming. If you don't use that supreme treasure, then let alone Yuan Liang, anyone here can kill you. Is that so? Asked Fong Chun. Yuan Ming didn't say anything else. Sometimes I'm really curious. The Yuan race is one of the 3 god races. Why do you have so many idiots who are called geniuses? What a joke. Fong Chen's words were sharp. He had angered Yuan Liang and Yuan Ming, but he didn't care. Kid, you're courting death. Yuan Liang roared angrily and clenched his fists. His figure flashed and whistled. Boom! A punch as fast as lightning landed on Yuan Liang's body. The latter didn't have any strength to resist. His body fell off the golden stone platform like a cannonball. Puchi! Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his internal organs were damaged. The so-called top geniuses of the Yuan race are only SOSO. Fong Chun said coldly with his hands behind his back. His words were full of mockery. Yuan Liang was furious. He forcefully suppressed his rolling blood and jumped back to the golden stone platform. Bang! Before he could get close to the golden stone platform, his body was sent flying again. You've fallen off the stone platform. You've been eliminated, said a voice from the reception hall. Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. I'm so ruthless. Yuan Liang was furious. His scarlet eyes stared at Sanguinati, who was on the golden stone platform. Sanguinati, if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Yuan Liang swore a martial oath. Hearing the voice from the reception hall, Zi Dao and Yuan Ming looked at each other. Then, the two of them surrounded Sanguinati. Are you going to go down by yourself, or do you want us to do it? Asked Yuan Ming. Boom! A vast aura spread out from the reception hall and enveloped Fang Chen's body. This person is first place. The first place of the second stage will be protected by the reception hall. This sentence directly ruined Zi Dao and Yuan Ming's plan. The two of them clenched their fists, their hearts filled with killing intent. However, the reception hall's rules couldn't be violated. Fang Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first place of the first stage would be protected by the reception hall. You've passed the second stage. Next, you will take the third stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden bridge appeared in front of the golden stone platform. This bridge is called the Bridge of Helplessness. Those who step on the Bridge of Helplessness will most likely die. The seven of them looked at each other and stared at the Bridge of Helplessness. The Bridge of Helplessness looked ordinary, but it gave people a strange feeling. The bridge was about 10 meters long and connected to the reception hall. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, one could reach the reception hall. I'll go first. Zi Dao was bold and took the lead. He took a step forward and stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. I can't fly. Zi Dao's aura spread out as he resisted the pressure on the Bridge of Helplessness and quickly advanced. When he reached the center of the Bridge of Helplessness, a puppet appeared and blocked his path. Boom! Without saying anything, the puppet attacked. What? The puppet was too strong and nearly sent Zi Dao flying with one punch. Fortunately, Zi Dao wasn't weak and barely blocked the puppet's attack. Damn it! Zi Dao held his saber tightly and started a chaotic battle with the puppet. Rumble! The battle was very intense. Zi Dao's saber secret technique was very strange. After an hour of intense battle, Purple Blade seized an opportunity and dodged the puppet's full-force attack. He quickly fled to the other end of the bridge. Zi Dao finished crossing the Bridge of Helplessness and heaved a sigh of relief. The people left behind were full of worry. The puppet's attack power is very strong. It's comparable to the warrior who stepped on the Bridge of Helplessness, or even stronger, Jiang Kuang said to himself. Next, the others took turns to pass the Bridge of Helplessness. At the same time, on the right side of the reception hall, the test of the 3 sea demons had also begun. Their test was more difficult than the human race's test. Xin Yue is so strong, but it's so difficult to pass. I have no hope at all, Dao Ancestor Monster thought to himself. After a long time, Dao Ancestor Monster shook his head and sighed. He gave up the test. He was not willing to risk his own life in such a dangerous situation. I withdraw, Dao Ancestor Monster said. Mu Hanfa nodded. Leave this to me and Xin Yue. You go find other inheritances. If you have the chance, do your best to kill the human race's geniuses. Don't worry, you and Xin Yue have to be careful. After saying that, Dao Ancestor Monster turned and left. On the left side, after Zi Dao, Yuan Ming also successfully crossed the Bridge of Helplessness. At the last moment, he used a trump card, and his strength increased sharply. Only then did he barely defeat the puppet. As a result, the expressions of the others became more and more serious. Let me try. Jiang Kuang stepped on the Bridge of Helplessness. Boom! Jiang Kuang attacked the puppet first. Crack! The puppet's fist landed on Jiang Kuang's body, forcing him to retreat. Fang Chen discovered that there was a slight fluctuation of power above Jiang Kuang's head. What's this? It was Fang Chen's first time seeing Jiang Kuang use a secret technique of the soul. Sure enough, everyone has a trump card. Crash! Beside Jiang Kuang, a figure that looked exactly the same appeared. It was Jiang Kuang's clone. All along, Jiang Kuang's clone had been kept a secret. No one knew that Jiang Kuang's clone was a very terrifying soul cultivator. Chapter 1528. Almost every creation realm martial artist would condense a doppelganger. Some people condensed a single avatar, while others condensed two avatars. The more clones one condensed, the more divided the origin spirit would be, which would affect one's future cultivation. Therefore, most martial artists would condense a single clone. Jiang Kuang used his clone, and a terrifying Soul Dao secret technique was instantly used. Rumble. Although the puppet didn't have an origin spirit, it had a control center. Jiang Kuang's clone was a martial grandmaster soul cultivator with extremely strong offensive power. When the Soul Dao secret technique was used, it instantly enveloped the puppet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Kuang's main body leaped and crossed the bridge of helplessness. Crack! The puppet broke free from the Soul Dao secret technique's attack and fiercely punched the arm of Jiang Kuang's clone. Blood splattered across the sky. Jiang Kuang's clone broke an arm and fled the bridge of helplessness. Whoosh! On the other side of the bridge of helplessness, Jiang Kuang's face was gloomy. Using one of his clone's arms as the price to pass the bridge of helplessness's test was a heavy loss for him. However, there was no other way. It was for the sake of the final inheritance. A martial grandmaster soul cultivator is really powerful. In Fang Chen's mind, he recalled the soul path secret art Jiang Kuang had used earlier. It was simply too powerful. After Jiang Kuang passed, it was Luo Qinghan, Ling Ming, and Ling Lianju. The strength of the three of them was relatively weak. However, passing the bridge of helplessness wasn't just a test of strength. There were other factors as well. Whoosh! In just a few breaths of time, Luo Qinghan failed. He had used his clone as the prize to escape this calamity. Crack! Luo Qinghan's clone was shattered, and his main body used this opportunity to escape the bridge of helplessness. "Brother Luo, are you all right?" asked Ling Ming. Luo Qinghan's face was pale. He shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Ling Ming glanced at Luo Qinghan's lonely back, then turned to look at Ling Lianju. "Lianju, the puppet is too strong. You didn't bring your clone in, so you should give up," said Ling Ming. Ling Lianju nodded. She was ready to give up when Jiang Kuang's clone lost an arm. Among the people present, Ling Lianju was the weakest. Although she had stepped into the 7th level of the creation realm, her strength was not enough. Even Jiang Kuang had lost an arm of his clone. Given her strength, if she were to force her way through, her main body would definitely be destroyed. Once the main body was destroyed, the clone left behind would also be implicated. It was almost equivalent to cutting off the path of martial arts. For the genius of the spirit race, Ling Lianju, this was something that could not be allowed to happen. "Big brother Ling Ming, you have to be careful too," Ling Lianju warned. "Don't worry, I'm prepared." Ling Ming nodded heavily. Ling Lianju also left the welcoming hall. Only Fang Chun and Ling Ming were left on the golden stone platform. The latter exchanged a glance with Fang Chun before taking the lead and stepping onto the bridge of helplessness. Boom! The moment the puppet appeared, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Ming's body. Silver-gray, complex patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. These patterns quickly formed an extremely strong defense. Ling Ming let out a low growl as all the strength in his body gathered on his fist. Then he suddenly punched out. Dong! The bridge of helplessness trembled. The puppet easily blocked Ling Ming's attack and then launched a counterattack. Just as Fang Chen thought that Ling Ming was about to be defeated, something unexpected happened. Ling Ming's body instantly disappeared. Fang Chun spread out his consciousness and shrouded the top of the bridge of helplessness. However, no matter how he searched, he could not find Ling Ming's body. "What's going on?" Fang Chen's heart trembled. Ling Ming actually had such a heaven-defying technique. He had hidden it too deeply. Swoosh! While Fang Chun was shocked, Ling Ming's body appeared from the void and then gave the puppet a fierce punch. Bang! Caught off guard, the puppet's body was knocked back by Ling Ming. This is the moment. Ling Ming seized the opportunity. With a tap of his foot, his body disappeared again. The next time he appeared, he was already at the other end of the bridge of helplessness. This sudden scene caused Zi Dao and Yuan Ming's expressions to change. Only Fang Chun was enlightened. His eyes were filled with surprise. If he guessed correctly, the technique that Ling Ming used just now was a super strong space-type true meaning. To be able to hide in an instant, it's definitely a space-type true meaning. And from the looks of it, it's definitely a supreme true meaning. It might even be a peerless true meaning. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Apart from him, this was the first time he saw a martial artist who seemed to have a peerless true meaning. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Ling Ming. In the first two tests, Ling Ming had been lukewarm. Although he was the strongest among the younger generation of the Spirit Clan, his limelight was completely suppressed by Jiang Quang and the others. In everyone's hearts, Sanguinati could even suppress him. However, the test of the Bridge of Helplessness made Fang Chun and the others realize Ling Ming's strength. He's been hiding, Fang Chun thought to himself. He could be sure that Ling Ming's space-type true meaning was different from his space-time true meaning. However, he couldn't be sure what true meaning it was. It's my turn. Shaking his head and putting away his complicated thoughts, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Bridge of Helplessness. Hula. He took a step and stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. Yuan Ming and Zi Dao didn't say anything, their faces full of disdain. Not everyone can step onto the Bridge of Helplessness. The puppet appeared as expected and attacked Fang Chun. Without saying anything, Fang Chun used the fourth level of the Five Thunder Tribulation Technique. The Five Thunder Tribulation Technique was a very powerful soul Dao secret technique. After reaching the fourth level and breaking the curse, its power was even stronger. Rumble. In the sky, lightning flashed and swooped down. It instantly merged with the Soul Dao aura, forming a terrifying attack. Dong! The powerful attack blasted on the puppet's body. Crack! Such a sound came from the puppet's body. The puppet gave up on defense and attacked with all its might. Although it's a Grandmaster Soul Cultivator, its attack power isn't weaker than my clone. On the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness, Jiang Quang commented. Before entering the ancestral land of inheritance, he didn't pay attention to Sanguinati at all. However, everything that happened in front of the reception hall made Jiang Quang feel that Sanguinati was extraordinary. It wasn't easy for a martial artist to have such powerful combat strength and Soul Dao attacks. After using the Soul Dao attack, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Ling Ming's expression changed for a moment, but it soon returned to normal. The true meaning of space-time could change the flow of time and space around him. Although Fang Chun hadn't fully mastered this point, it was enough to deal with the puppet. The puppet roared at the sky and attacked the void randomly. It couldn't catch Fang Chen's figure at all. Strolling in the void, Fang Chun changed the flow of time. In the blink of an eye, he came to the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness. So far, 2 of the 8 people had issued the challenge, and the remaining 6 had all passed. However, among these people, Zi Dao, Sanguinati, and Ling Ming passed with the most ease. Jiang Quang and Luo Qinghan had suffered more losses. However, it was worth it to pass the 3rd round. On the right side of the reception hall, Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu had passed the test. Their bodies were covered with blood. The 3rd round of the test was very destructive to them. However, they had finally survived. The 3rd round of the test is passed. Everyone can choose a secret technique. A voice came from the reception hall. Everyone was wild with joy. The secret techniques in the reception hall must be extraordinary. Whoosh! A mirror appeared in the sky. Inside the mirror, there were many illusory images. Each illusion was a book, and the name of the secret technique was written on the book. Everyone, choose a secret technique. Instantly, Zi Dao and the others quickly reached their hands into the mirror and grabbed the secret technique they had chosen. Fang Chun raised his head and looked at the mirror. It's best to choose the one that suits me, Fang Chun thought to himself. His gaze swept across all the balls of light. There were offensive secret techniques, defensive secret techniques, formation techniques, refining techniques, and talisman techniques. In short, there were all kinds of secret techniques. For a moment, Fang Chun did not know what to choose. Dong! The golden heart beat rapidly. Immediately after, Fang Chun felt an illusion appear in his mind. I choose the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. Fang Chun did not think too much. He reached out his hand and took back a book with the words Sacred Dragon Heart Technique written on it. You only have 30 minutes to comprehend the secret technique you have chosen. After that, the final battle will begin. Hearing this, everyone did not dare to waste any time. They all sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. This time, the Sea Demon Clan could also choose. They did not deliberately make things difficult for the Sea Demon Clan. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Feng Chun opened the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique to read. He did not know if he did not read it, but when he read it, he was shocked. Feng Chun's face was full of shock. It was not until this moment that he understood why the Golden Heart had guided him to choose this inconspicuous heart technique. One must know that under normal circumstances, heart techniques only played a supporting role. Geniuses would not choose heart techniques at all. They would all choose offensive secret techniques. The Sacred Dragon Heart Technique was directly ignored by everyone. The Sacred Dragon Heart Technique is a secret technique of the human clan. 80 million years ago, it was created by the Sacred Dragon King, a prodigy of the human clan. This heart technique can assist martial artists to cultivate the secret technique faster. Just reading the introduction, Feng Chun was extremely shocked. The Sacred Dragon Heart Technique was actually created by the Sacred Dragon King 80 million years ago. And, most importantly, if one cultivated the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique, any secret technique could be mastered quickly. What did this mean? It meant that one could learn it immediately. It was simply a heart technique that martial artists dreamed of. Feng Chun wanted to laugh wildly, but he still restrained himself. This time, I really picked up a treasure. Feng Chun was secretly delighted. At the same time, he was also lamenting that if it were not for the Golden Heart, he definitely would not have chosen the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique. Start cultivating. The time was only 30 minutes, but for Feng Chun, it was more than that. Chapter 1529. On the Path of Martial Arts. Above cultivation techniques were secret techniques. Above that were divine techniques. Divine techniques were extremely powerful and could destroy heaven and earth. Their power was unparalleled. There was an insurmountable gap between secret techniques and divine techniques. As for the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique, it was the ultimate technique of the Sacred Dragon King. It was the strongest auxiliary heart technique. According to the book, if a martial artist cultivated the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique, he could learn any secret technique below divine techniques. Moreover, he could quickly cultivate it to the transcendent state. It was simply a cultivation tool. 80 million years ago, the Sacred Dragon King was famous in the mortal universe because of this heart technique. In the end, the Sacred Dragon King stepped into the divine realm, and this heart technique was lost. He did not expect the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique to be hidden in the ancestral land. Feng Chun felt that he was very lucky to be able to obtain such a heaven-defying heart technique. There were a total of 3 levels of the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique. Time was accelerated by 100 times. Both his true body and avatar comprehended together. In addition, Feng Chun's super high comprehension ability. In a breath's time, Feng Chun cultivated the first level. It's too profound. Feng Chun looked at the golden light flowing in his palm and the golden dragon floating above his head. He felt comfortable. Continue cultivating. After successfully cultivating the first level, Feng Chun's understanding of the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique reached a very high level. He used 15 minutes to cultivate the second level. If the Sacred Dragon King knew that he had successfully cultivated the second level of the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique in 15 minutes, he would definitely be shocked. After cultivating the second level, Feng Chun encountered a bottleneck. He saw in the book that in order to cultivate the third level, he needed the assistance of the blood of a true dragon. It seems that there is no way to cultivate the third level. Feng Chun spread his hands, still unsatisfied. He glanced at the others and saw that they were busy comprehending the supreme-grade secret techniques they had chosen. At this time, there was still a little time before the incense stick burned out. Feng Chun gave up on cultivating the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique. He was ready to test the power of the Sacred Dragon Heart Technique. I wonder if the sacred dragon heart technique is as magical as the legends say. Fang Chen secretly activated the sacred dragon heart technique, and a golden aura flowed around him. Then, he began to cultivate the burial sword art of heaven and earth. A miracle happened. When the incantation of the burial of heaven and earth sword technique merged with the golden aura suddenly burst forth. Dong with a loud boom. Fang Chen felt that the burial sword art of heaven and earth had reached the minute subtlety realm. Isn't this too exaggerated? Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine. He continued to cultivate. A moment later, Fang Chen's eyes widened, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Just like that, the supreme grade secret technique, the heaven and earth burial sword art, was cultivated to the realm of perfection. Fang Chen's heart was filled with joy, as expected of a secret technique created by the sacred Dragon King. While he was happy, he was also sighing. The Saint Dragon King was a peerless expert of the human race. His cultivation was earth-shattering. The secret technique he created was also so powerful. It was too shocking. It's time. An illusory voice sounded from the reception hall. The incense stick had finished burning. Everyone opened their eyes. A trace of displeasure flashed across Yuan Ming's face. He hadn't completely comprehended the secret technique he had chosen. The reception hall contains the strongest inheritance left behind by the human race's ancestors. One of you will definitely be able to obtain it. The illusory voice sounded again. However, if you want to obtain the inheritance, you will have to pay a price. Next, you will fight in pairs until the strongest person is determined. After the illusory voice sounded, the people in the air exchanged glances and then looked at the others warily. "What should we do?" asked Yuan Ming. "Since that's the case, let's fight," said Purple Blade. "Everyone, the sea demon race is eyeing us covetously. Why don't we eliminate the sea demon race first and then fight for it?" Ling Ming suggested. "All right, let's do that," said Jiang Quan. "However, the rules say that we should fight in pairs. If we join forces, it will be against the rules. Then let's fight one-on-one." Purple Blade was in high spirits as he looked at the two beauties opposite him. "Which one of you will go first?" asked Purple Blade. "I'll go first." Mu Hanfu had long wanted to fight. The human race had killed several of her sea demon race brothers. She wanted to avenge them. What a clown. Purple Blade sneered. He didn't even take out his battle saber. "Kill." Mu Hanfu attacked. Her clothes fluttered as she transformed into a gust of wind, quickly arriving in front of Purple Blade. Within the sea demon race, Mu Hanfu was already very strong. However, she had met Purple Blade. Purple Blade was a freak through and through. Bang! Mu Hanfu extended her hand, wanting to crush Purple Blade's head. However, she was forced back by Purple Blade's fist. Yes, Purple Blade stared at Mu Hanfu's hand. Her hand was actually made of metal. "Golden Palm Race?" asked Purple Blade. Mu Hanfu didn't answer and continued attacking. Her palms instantly turned into extremely hard metal, comparable to a divine weapon. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Mu Hanfu had released her innate ability. The Sea Demon race had many races. Mu Hanfu's race was called the Golden Palm Race. As the name implied, their hands were made of metal. The Golden Palm race's innate ability was related to their hands. Using the metal in their hands, they could erupt with a powerful force and destroy their enemies' defenses. Swish! The battle blade was unsheathed, and a purple light instantly shot out. Crack! Purple Blade's battle blade ruthlessly stabbed into Mu Hanfu's right palm. Ah! Mu Hanfu let out a miserable cry, her delicate body trembling in the void. Bang! Purple Blade pulled back his battle blade and punched out, sending Mu Hanfu flying. Mu Hanfu's delicate body fell heavily to the ground. Her clothes were tattered, and her pure white body was exposed. "Hanfu," Su Xinyue asked worriedly. Mu Hanfu gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Most of the metal in her right hand had been destroyed by Purple Blade. Her injury was very serious. "Sister Xinyue, I lost," Mu Hanfu said guiltily. "Hanfu, it's not your fault," Su Xinyue said. Mu Hanfu shook her head, feeling a little lonely. Failure meant that she was not qualified to compete for the strongest inheritance. Bloodfiend Monarch was full of confidence. He had personally selected the 10 most outstanding disciples of the sea demon race. However, only Su Xinyue was left now. The human race was eyeing covetously. Su Xinyue was under a lot of pressure. However, Su Xinyue didn't give up. Even if she lost, she had to lose righteously. Who's going to fight? In the void, Su Xinyue took a step forward, staring at the human race cultivators with her pitch-black eyes. Purple Blade had fought once and couldn't fight a second time. Jiang Quang and Luo Qinghan, one of them had lost an arm and the other had been destroyed. They had more or less suffered some injuries and were not suitable to fight. Only Ling Ming, Yuan Ming, and Sanguinati were left. Let me do it. Ling Ming was about to fight, but he was stopped by Yuan Ming. Ling Ming, let Sanguinati fight this battle. Yuan Ming said. Ling Ming frowned. Fangshan also looked at Yuan Ming thoughtfully. Sanguinati, didn't you say that you want to kill all the sea demon race? Now the opportunity is here. Yuan Ming said with a smile, although he knew that Yuan Ming deliberately let him fight. Fangshan still stood up. Brother Ling Ming, leave this battle to me. Fangshan said. Brother Blood, be careful. Ling Ming nodded. Seeing Sanguinati fight, a cold smile appeared on Su Xinyue's beautiful face. Sanguinati, I thought you would be a coward and not dare to fight. Su Xinyue mocked. Sanguinati had killed so many sea demon race clansmen. She wanted to take revenge. Saying these words won't change your ending. Fangshan said calmly. Is that so? I want you to die in this battle. Su Xinyue said bluntly. Sorry, I want your life too. Fangshan said. Then let's see who has more ability. Su Xinyue attacked. Su Xinyue was the leader of the 10 sea demon race clansmen. Moreover, she was the most outstanding member of the sea demon race's younger generation in the past 10,000 years. Bloodfiend Monarch had high hopes for her. He hoped that she could use the ancestral land to enter the life and death realm. A terrifying aura emerged around Su Xinyue's body. In everyone's eyes, this was bound to be a fierce battle. However, facing Su Xinyue's attack, Fang Chun sneered. You're courting death. Seeing this, Su Xinyue sneered and attacked Fang Chun even more fiercely. Looking at the aggressive Su Xinyue, Fang Chun took out the red glass sword. The level of cultivation doesn't represent one's strength. Fang Chun said inexplicably. Sword burial art of heaven and earth. The low-level transcendent sword burial art of heaven and earth was used. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light spread out, causing the space to tremble. He has become stronger again. Ling Min and the others were also surprised. Fang Chen's improvement was beyond their imagination. This alone is not enough to make me retreat. Su Xinyue said coldly. Is that so? As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Fang Chen's body, making people's hearts palpitate. In his sea of qi, the five-pointed astral light spun rapidly and a terrifying aura spread out. Yes, it was the five-pointed astral light. Everyone thought that Sanguinati had suffered a backlash when he was comprehending the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf. However, the truth was that he had not only increased his cultivation to LV5 creation realm. Moreover, he had also absorbed all the martial Tao aura in the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf. The reason why he spat out blood was that he had wanted to forcibly melt the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf and had suffered a backlash. However, it did not matter. Now, Fang Chun had shown his unparalleled strength. When he was at LV2 creation realm, he could fight against the LV7 creation realm martial artist. Now, he had increased his cultivation by 3 levels and reached LV5 creation realm. The aura from his sea of qi made Purple Dao's face change drastically. How is this possible? Purple Dao screamed. How could Sanguinati increase his cultivation by 3 levels? It must be the Enlightenment Ancient Leaf, Purple Dao said in a low voice. Yuan Ming's face was complicated as he watched the scene quietly. What a powerful force! Su Xinyue, who was attacking, was instantly suppressed by the violent aura. Her attack was instantly annihilated. Then a storm came. Su Xinyue could not resist the power of an LV5 creation realm martial artist and the transcendent sword burial art of heaven and earth. Poof! The sword pierced through Su Xinyue's body. The latter's delicate body fell softly to the ground. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. The strength that the Bloodsword Saint had displayed was too terrifying. Chapter 1530. Fang Chun didn't have any pity for the Sea Demon clan. His heart was filled with endless anger. The human clan and the Sea Demon clan coexisted peacefully and didn't invade each other. This balance had lasted for countless years. But now, the Blood Fiend monarch had forcefully taken action and captured the old faker. Fang Chun couldn't take this lying down. He was in the ancestral land and didn't know the situation outside. So, he didn't understand the attitude of the 5 giants. He only knew that he had to take revenge for the old faker. He had to kill all the sea demons in the ancestral land. This was just the beginning. Sister Xinyue. Below, Mu Hanfu saw Su Xinyue's body fall to the ground and cry bitterly. However, what responded to her was Fang Chen's shocking sword. Whoosh! The red sword light pierced through the void and appeared in front of Mu Hanfu with the speed of a clap of thunder. Puchi! Without any resistance, the red sword light pierced through Mu Hanfu's body and killed her. This, Jiang Quang's heart was filled with shock. Not only him, but the others were also shocked. Fang Chen's strength had far surpassed all of them. How did he improve so quickly? Yuan Ming couldn't believe it. The first time he fought with Sanguinati, the latter wasn't his opponent at all. If it weren't for the dark demonic wheel, he would have died in his hands. After that, he could clearly feel that Sanguinati was improving every time they fought. Especially after entering the ancestral land, he wanted to find time to kill him. But now, it seemed that it was uncertain whether he could defeat Sanguinati. Thinking of this, Yuan Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. The strongest inheritance is more important, Yuan Ming said to himself. Everyone woke up from their shock and looked at each other. After 2 rounds of battle, Zidao and Sanguinati won the battle with an absolute advantage. Next, Yuan Ming, Jiang Quang, Luo Qinghan, and Ling Ming would fight 2 battles. Jiang Quang, I'll fight you. In fact, Luo Qinghan chose Jiang Quang for a reason. His clone was destroyed, while Jiang Quang's clone lost an arm. Comparatively speaking, Jiang Quang's strength was lower. Ever since he saw Ling Ming's strange methods, he felt that he was unfathomable. All right, I'll fight you. Jiang Quang laughed heartily as he engaged in battle with Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan was the strongest in the younger generation of the Luo clan. Although he was strong, there was still a gap between him and Jiang Quang. After an hour of fighting, Jiang Quang finally found an opportunity to counterattack and soon suppressed Luo Qinghan. Actually, Luo Qinghan could have used his trump card, but he gave up. He had a trump card, but so did Jiang Quang. Brother Jiang Quang is very strong. I admit defeat. Luo Qinghan smiled. Even though he was not qualified to obtain the strongest heritage, he had still benefited a lot from his trip to the ancestral land. Jiang Quang nodded. Ling Ming, admit defeat. You are no match for me, Yuan Ming said in a low voice. How can anyone from my spirit race be defeated without a fight? Laughed Ling Ming. Since that's the case, let's fight. Bang bang bang. Yuan Ming and Ling Ming started fighting. Yuan Ming's aura fluctuated. His strength was very strong. Moreover, he had also cultivated the spirit race's ultimate arts. He displayed a very strong offensive power right from the start. Ling Ming already knew this, so he did not want to fight Yuan Ming head-on. He used his space type, true, meaning to constantly travel through space. Yuan Ming could not even capture Ling Ming's body. How can you be considered a genius if you keep running away? Roared Yuan Ming. In a battle, the final victory is the most important thing. The process is not important. Ling Ming's voice came from the void. Damn it, I don't believe that you can hide for long. With that, Yuan Ming opened his hand, and a strange black aura came out of his chi-si. After this black aura appeared, it caused the space around him to distort. This is When Fong Chen saw this, his expression changed drastically. Yuan Ming's methods were very strange. "Looks like this is Yuan Ming's trump card," said Fong Chen. The space distorted, and the black aura kept drilling into the void. Bang Bangling Ming's body was forced to appear. "Still want to run?" Seeing this, Yuan Ming continued to unleash his thunderous attacks. Rumble. The battle continued, but the outcome seemed to be determined. Crack! Yuan Ming punched Ling Ming's body, and an armor appeared in front of the latter's chest. Protective armor. Seeing this, Yuan Ming's face darkened, as expected of a member of the three god races. Each of them has a trump card. Fong Chen sighed. In front of the welcoming hall, the battle was intense. In other places of the ancestral land of inheritance, there were also many battles. In a certain wasteland, Dao Ancestor Monster appeared and stopped a few geniuses of the Luo clan. "Sister Feng leave quickly." Luo Chun pushed Luo Feng out and told her to escape. As for himself, he was fighting with Dao Ancestor Monster. Luo Chun was very young, and he was a genius of the Luo clan who had risen recently. Although he was strong, he was no match for Dao Ancestor Monster. "All of you must die." After Dao Ancestor Monster gave up the test, he walked in the ancestral land of inheritance, looking for human warriors and killing them on sight. Before this, he had already killed more than 20 human clan warriors. His hands were covered in blood. Bang! Dao Ancestor Monster sent Luo Chen's body flying with a punch and walked towards him step by step. Luo Chun. At the critical moment, Luo Feng stood beside Luo Chun. "If you want to kill Luo Chun, you'll have to step over my dead body first," Luo Feng said coldly. "Don't worry, all of you must die." Dao Ancestor Monster looked at Luo Feng mockingly. All the strength in his body gathered on his fist, and he punched out. Crash! A person jumped out of the void and stood in front of Luo Feng. With a bang, Dao Ancestor Monster's full-strength attack hit the person. "All of you leave quickly." The person spat out blood and shouted loudly. "Luo Rue!" Luo Feng exclaimed. Seeing that Luo Rue was injured, she wanted to help. "Leave quickly, don't let me die in vain. Avenge me!" Luo Rue shouted hysterically, then turned his head and rushed towards Dao Ancestor Monster. Luo Rue hugged Dao Ancestor Monster, buying time for Luo Feng, and Luo Chun. "You're courting death." Dao Ancestor Monster grabbed Luo Rue's head with his big hand and crushed it with a crack. Then a bright light shot out from his palm and shot toward the escaping Luo Feng and Luo Chun. Puchi! The escaping Luo Chen's arm was pierced. Luo Chun. Luo Feng carried Luo Chun and quickly fled. "Sister Feng put me down." "I'll drag you down," the injured Luo Chun said. "I won't give up on you." Luo Feng face was covered in tears. Whoosh! Dao Ancestor Monster caught up with Luo Feng in no time. "All of you must die." Luo Feng was already in despair, but she suddenly saw some human cultivators appear in front of her. "Save me!" Luo Feng used all her strength and rushed in the direction of the human cultivators. They were Ling Xian, Ling Yi, Ling Feng, and Ling Yu of the Spirit Clan. They were talking and laughing. They had just obtained an inheritance and were very happy. "Brother Ling Xian, the people of the Luo clan are being hunted down. It's Dao Ancestor Monster of the Sea Demon Clan. Should we help?" When did the Sea Demon Clan become so arrogant? Let's attack together. Under Ling Xian's lead, the four geniuses of the Spirit Clan fought with Dao Ancestor Monster. The battle was earth-shattering. Luo Feng did not have the heart to think about this. She carried the injured Luo Chun and fled this place. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it ended with both sides suffering losses. Dao Ancestor Monster was very strong. At the critical moment, he used his trump card and almost wiped out the 4 geniuses of the Spirit Clan. Fortunately, the geniuses of the Spirit Clan also had their trump cards, so they avoided disaster. After this battle, in the ancestral land of inheritance, the 4 sacred lands cultivators jointly issued a statement to suppress Dao Ancestor Monster. Luo Huakai and Luo Xia were furious and swore to kill Dao Ancestor Monster. The crisis was spreading, and Dao Ancestor Monster was secretly waiting for an opportunity to kill the human cultivators. And the human cultivators could do nothing about it. Above the reception hall, the battle between Yuan Ming and Ling Ming was beyond everyone's expectations. Ling Ming's space-type true intent was very heaven-defying. But it was a pity that the Yuan clan thought highly of Yuan Ming and gave him a battle sword formed by the will of the demon origin sword. When Yuan Ming took out this supreme treasure, he immediately defeated Ling Ming. Although the latter also burst out with his trump card, the will of the demon origin sword was too strong. The final result was that the will of the demon origin sword dissipated, and Yuan Ming was injured, and Ling Ming was directly defeated. Huff huff. On the ground in front of the reception hall, Ling Ming held his knees with both hands, panting, sweat dripping from his forehead. He had tried his best. The Yuan clan is really despicable. Fang Chen somewhat looked down on Yuan Ming in his heart. What was the demon origin sword? Fang Chen knew best. Although it was only a battle sword formed by a trace of will, it was beyond the scope of what a creation realm cultivator could withstand. He felt that it was not worth it for Ling Ming. The latter lost somewhat unjustly. If he had not encountered the battle sword formed by the will of the demon origin sword, he would not have lost. However, the outcome was already decided. There was no way to change it. Luo Qinghan and Ling Ming were eliminated one after another. There were only 4 people left above the reception hall. Purple Sword, Yuan Ming, Jiang Quang, and Sanguinati. The 4 of them represented the top battle strength of the younger generation in the mortal universe. Before entering the ancestral land of inheritance, no one would have thought that the last person standing here would be Sanguinati. After going through the cruel test, the 4 of them stood at the top of the reception hall. However, the next battle would be even more cruel. It was destined that only one person would be able to obtain the strongest inheritance. Therefore, none of the 4 wanted to give way. Jiang Quang, I will fight with you. Purple Sword took the initiative to choose Jiang Quang, not Sanguinati. Chapter 1531. There was another reason why Purple Blade chose Jiang Quang. Jiang Quang's clone was injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. 8 reading. 23, he could easily defeat Jiang Quang. If that was the case, he would only be 1 step away from the final stage. All right, let's fight. Jiang Quang's body emitted a wild aura. Although his cultivation was not as strong as Purple Blade, he did not show any weakness. Purple Blade took Jiang Quang very seriously. He held his purple battle saber and stared at Jiang Quang. A battle between experts could be decided with a single thought. The 2 did not act rashly. Instead, they looked at each other. They were looking for the opponent's weakness. Once they found the right opportunity, they would defeat their opponent with lightning speed. Jiang Quang summoned his clone. The clone with a broken arm had stopped bleeding, but his aura was weak. Everlasting Holy Light Saber. Purple Blade finally made his move. His purple robe fluttered without any wind. In an instant, the 9-pointed star in his sea of chi rotated and rumbled. Then a wild purple aura spread out. The purple battle saber in his hand drew a strange saber light in the sky. The saber light poured down like rain. Each saber light contained a majestic purple halo that shook people's hearts. Everlasting Holy Light Saber. Seeing Purple Blade use this secret technique, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. The Everlasting Holy Light Saber was very powerful. It was the Black Blade Monarch's secret technique. If one could cultivate it to the peak, he could destroy his opponent with a raise of his hand. Purple Blade had inherited the Black Blade Monarch's legacy, but this secret technique was very profound. He had not cultivated it to the peak yet. However, even so, it was still very powerful. The saber light contains a strong corrosive power. An ordinary 9th grade martial artist would not be able to block it. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Purple Blade was too strong. Jiang Quang was going to lose. Heavenly Demon Fist. Purple saber light poured down and locked onto Jiang Quang's body. Jiang Quang's expression changed. He roared and gathered his aura on his fists. Dong! He stomped his feet and leaped up. Then he punched out with his fists. The entire sky shook. Jiang Quang's fists were very powerful. Crack! Some of the purple blade lights that were close to his fists were instantly shattered. However, every time he shattered a purple blade light, the power of his fists would weaken a little. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blade lights were shattered. At this time, the power of Jiang Quang's fist had decreased by more than half. The heavenly demon fist is only SOSO. Seeing this, Zi Dao coldly snorted. With a leap, he arrived before Jiang Quang. The purple saber in his hand drew a strange trajectory. Swoosh! The purple saber bypassed Jiang Quang's fists an extremely tricky angle and went straight for his throat. Left with no choice, Jiang Quang could only give up on attacking and focus on defending. Bang! Both of his fists struck the side of the purple saber. All of a sudden, the direction of the purple saber was disrupted. Then, his figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. The air was filled with a terrifying aura. The destructive power of a battle between those at the peak of the blessed realm was extremely strong. He could easily destroy a city with a raise of his hand. Fortunately, there was the reception hall. Otherwise, this space would have been destroyed by the two of them. Zi Dao held the purple saber in his hand. In his pitch-black eyes, there was a hint of ridicule as he stared at Jiang Quang. To be able to display such power at the 8th level of the blessed realm. Jiang Quang, you are worthy of my respect, Zi Dao said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a helpless expression appeared on Jiang Quang's face. He didn't make a move because he knew that even if he used his trump card, he wouldn't be a match for Zi Dao. Rather than that, he might as well admit defeat. At his level, winning or losing wasn't that important to him. Black Blade Monarch's disciple lives up to his name. The most outstanding disciple of the human race's sacred land had lost to Black Blade Monarch's disciple. Jiang Quang shrugged. He retracted his aura, feeling relieved. You've won. However, I'll work harder. One day I'll surpass you. Jiang Quang's face was filled with confidence. Under the life and death realm, everything is like an ant. Let's see who can enter the life and death realm first. After speaking, Jiang Quang leaped and disappeared in front of the reception hall. Hearing the words life and death realm, Zi Dao's face turned incomparably grave. Even if he was so talented that he could suppress all the younger generation in the mortal universe, he still didn't dare to say that he could enter the life and death realm. The life and death realm was a threshold. 99% of martial artists couldn't step into this realm in their lifetime. I'll definitely enter the life and death realm. Zi Dao clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. At the same time, he looked at the reception hall with a burning gaze. If he could obtain the strongest inheritance in the reception hall, he might be able to break through to the life and death realm. The strongest inheritance belongs to me, Zi Dao. Zi Dao shouted in his heart. Congratulations, brother Zi Dao. Yuan Ming chuckled. Zi Dao faintly nodded and said, It's your turn now. Zi Dao stood to the side, waiting for the final result. Whether it was Yuan Ming or Sanguinati, neither of them could pose a threat to him. The strongest inheritance was already in the bag of Purple Saber. Sanguinati, do you still remember the Scarlet Jellyfish Mine under Green Bamboo Island? Yuan Ming stared at Fong Chun and asked. Of course I remember. I destroyed your clone there, Fong Chun said casually. Yuan Ming, swore that I would definitely kill you, Sanguinati. And now is the best opportunity. Yuan Ming coldly snorted and said, What last words do you have? Hurry up and say them. If I'm in a good mood, I might help you finish them. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Yuan Ming's words were filled with killing intent. He wasn't planning on letting Sanguinati off. Are you sure you can kill me? Fong Chen asked. If I activate the Dark Demonic Wheel, you won't even have the chance to resist. Hearing the words Dark Demonic Wheel, Yuan Ming's expression changed. However, he quickly calmed down. I bet that you won't activate the Dark Demonic Wheel. Yuan Ming smiled sinisterly and said, That supreme treasure is an extraordinary item. With your strength, you won't be able to activate it for a long time. If you use it even once, your primordial spirit will be damaged and you'll fall into a coma. Even if you don't fall into a coma, your combat strength will be greatly reduced if your primordial spirit is damaged. You should know that there are still the Purple Blade Brothers behind me. I believe that you won't use the Dark Demonic Wheel, at least not now, Yuan Ming analyzed. Fang Chun spread his hands. You could try. If he didn't even have life, what else was there to talk about? Everything was based on the premise that he had life. Of course, even if I don't use the Dark Demonic Wheel, I can still defeat you. Fang Chun deliberately attacked Yuan Ming. Kid, do you really think that the younger generation of the three god clans is weak? Yuan Ming said coldly. His aura spread out and locked onto Fang Chen's body. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Crash. As soon as Yuan Ming finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. He suddenly punched out, and a rumbling sound was heard. Then, he took out his mace and used his strongest skill, smashing it towards Fang Chun. Sanguinati die, Yuan Ming bellowed, his eyes filled with excitement. It's important to know one's own limits. As a disciple of the God Clan, you can't even see your own position clearly. You can't blame others if you die, Fang Chun said softly. In the next moment, the five-pointed star in his sea of qi instantly exploded. A terrifying aura spread across the entire world. Using the true meaning of space and time, Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible as he shuttled through the void. With the red glass sword in hand, he used the burial of heaven and earth art. At the same time, the clone that had not shown up suddenly appeared on the side and used the fourth level of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. Die! Yuan Ming roared. The mace in his hand smashed the red sword light and hit the red glass sword hard. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing resounded in the sky, and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, Yuan Ming's head was struck by a bolt of lightning that swooped down from the sky. Ah! A miserable cry came out of Yuan Ming's mouth. Crash! Yuan Ming lost control of the mace and was sent flying by the red glass sword. As for Yuan Ming's body, he was directly sent flying. His skull had been smashed, and smoke was coming out of his head. In his mind, Yuan Ming's primordial spirit was shaken. The fourth level of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique was extremely powerful. Furthermore, Yuan Ming was caught off guard and could not block at all. Clone. Seeing Fang Chen's clone, Zidao's expression changed. Sanguinati, you forced me to do this. Since both my original body and clone are here, I can destroy them both. At this moment, Yuan Ming still did not give up. Die! Yuan Ming quickly took out a talisman from his chest. Then, he activated the talisman instantly. Rumble. A terrifying aura spread out from the talisman. A sea of fire instantly enveloped Fang Chen's body. This is Fang Chun was shocked. The power that this talisman could unleash was too powerful. Rank 9 Talisman. Zidao at the side said in a deep voice. Rank 9 Talisman was a talisman in the legends. In the entire mortal universe, there were many rank 8 talismans, but very few rank 9 talismans. This was because there were only a few 9-star divine talisman masters. Yuan race seems to have a 9-star divine talisman master. A 9-star divine talisman master had the same status as a 9-star divine blacksmith, 9-star divine alchemist, and 9-star divine array master. Such an expert status was also one of the best among the life and death realm emperors. Even the 5 giants had to treat such an expert with respect. Rumor had it that the 9-star divine talisman master of Yuan race was invited personally by the Yuan race's master, Yuan Gu. Moreover, he had invited Yuan race more than 10 times before he managed to invite Yuan race. Yuan race really put in a lot of effort to give Yuan Ming a rank 9 talisman. In the sea of fire, the perfect sword body was activated and the sword-shaped talisman was activated. Fang Chun was trying his best to block the attack of the rank 9 talisman. Sanguinati, I want to see how you block it this time. Chapter 1532. 9-star Divine Talisman Master was the pinnacle of Divine Talisman Masters in the mortal universe. Although 8-star was only a step away from 9-star, it was like the distance between heaven and earth. Fang Chun had a deeper understanding of this. He had displayed heaven-defying potential in the Array Tao. In less than 50 years, he had reached 8-star Divine Talisman Master. However, he had only caused a small commotion, which wasn't enough to enter the eyes of the 5 giants. Even if Fang Chun had great potential, the 5 giants didn't think he could reach 9-star Divine Talisman Master in a short time. In fact, it was impossible for him to do so in this lifetime. Sanguinati, you should be proud to die under my Grade 9 talisman. Originally, he had prepared the Grade 9 talisman for the final battle. However, Sanguinati's strength had exceeded his expectations. Thus, he had used it in advance. The sea of fire that filled the sky gave people a very shocking feeling. Purple Blade's figure flickered as he left the welcoming hall. The power of the Grade 9 talisman was too strong. It was comparable to the all-out attack of a high-level life and death emperor. However, because it was activated by Yuan Ming, its power couldn't reach its peak. Even so, it was enough to make Fang Chun feel his life was in danger. Even the perfect sword body can't block it. Fang Chun could feel the sword-shaped runes on his skin being rapidly devoured by the sea of flames. Once the sword-shaped runes were completely devoured, he would die. The clone at the side was also doing his best to fight. True intent of space-time. Fang Chun pushed the true intent of space-time to the limit, wanting to travel through the void. However, he was disappointed. The sea of flames sealed the void. Although the true intent of space-time was heaven-defying, it was useless. Damn it! Fang Chun glanced at the spreading flames and recalled his clone into the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Then, he also entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Dong! Above the welcoming hall, a divine cave of similar size appeared. What is this? The moment the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave appeared, it isolated the sea of flames. Fang Chun's crisis was resolved. As expected of the Coiling Moon War Immortal, Fang Chun sighed to himself. He carefully sensed the sea of fire outside the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The sea of fire enveloped the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, locking down the void. There was no way to leave. I wonder if the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave can hold on. Fang Chun was somewhat worried. In the outside world, when Yuan Ming saw this scene, his face was incomparably gloomy. Sanguinati, do you really think that a spatial treasure can withstand the attack of a 9th-rank talisman? Yuan Ming said coldly. Today you will die. With that, Yuan Ming waved his hand. Terrifying flames continued to erupt from the talisman, drilling into the sea of fire. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was enveloped in a sea of fire above the reception hall. Master, do you plan on being trapped here forever? Suddenly, the dark demonic wheel artifact spirit spoke. Yeah, what do you have in mind? Fang Chun hurriedly asked. Master, why are you so muddle-headed? Don't you have the blood essence of the undying bird? If you use your black flame to absorb the sea of fire outside, you might be able to completely transform it into the undying flame, the artifact spirit said slowly. Hearing this, Fang Chun was startled. Why didn't he think of that? When faced with danger, he was still somewhat impatient. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave's defenses were extremely strong, able to withstand the sea of fire. Just as the artifact spirit said, he could take advantage of this opportunity to completely fuse the blood essence of the undying bird into the black flame. If he could truly transform it into the undying flame, then it would be extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Fang Chun began to try. As the master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, he could control it as he wished. With a thought, he arrived at a certain edge of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Here, he could vaguely see the flames outside soaring into the sky. Absorb. Fang Chun controlled the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and opened a small corner. Immediately, a wild sea of fire rushed in. Fang Chun hurriedly controlled the small corner to slow down the speed at which the sea of fire rushed in. Then, he urged the black flame to drill into the sea of fire. Hiss! Although the flames within the sea of fire were powerful, they were unable to contend against the black flame. The black flame was rapidly absorbing the power within the sea of fire. At the same time, The blood essence of the undying bird appeared and covered its entire body. Fang Chen closed his eyes and tried to fuse the blood essence of the undying bird with the black flame. Outside, beside the welcoming hall, Sanguinati, there's no need to struggle in vain. You will definitely die. Yuan Ming sneered. As long as Fang Chen was not extinguished, the sea of fire would not be extinguished. He did not believe that Sanguinati could hide in this cave for the rest of his life. Seeing this scene, Zidao shook his head slightly. This Sanguinati is really heaven-defying. As the disciple of the Black Blade Monarch, Zidao's master had given him all the resources to nurture him to this level. However, this Sanguinati started from scratch. He came from a weak continent and relied on his own efforts to reach this level. It was not easy. In some aspects, Zidao was ashamed of his inferiority. However, their standpoints were different, so their views were different. What he wanted was the strongest inheritance. Whoever stopped him would be his enemy. If Sanguinati was not defeated, he would not be able to fight with Yuan Ming for the last person. Hence, he could only wait. Sanguinati, give up. You have no chance, Zidao roared. He did not want to waste time. However, if Sanguinati continued to hide in the cave, he would not be able to do anything. There was no movement inside. Zidao's expression changed slightly. He sat down cross-legged and said, "The ancestral land will be open for 3 years. I have plenty of time. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to hold on." After speaking, Zidao closed his eyes and cultivated. Inside the coiling moon divine cave. At first, the speed of absorbing the energy in the sea of fire was very slow. However, as the undying bird's blood essence merged, the speed of absorption became faster and faster. After 2 hours, more than half of the undying bird's blood essence had merged. Indeed, using the sea of fire can merge the undying bird's blood essence. Fang Chen was delighted and continued to absorb. Half a month later, Yuan Ming felt that the power of the sea of fire had weakened significantly. His expression changed slightly. What's going on? Why did the sea of fire weaken? Yuan Ming carefully checked the rank 9 talisman. There was no problem. However, why did the sea of fire weaken? It was too inconceivable. Could it be that Sanguinati was burned to death? Thinking of this, Yuan Ming approached the sea of fire, wanting to check the cave situation. He spread out his divine sense and found that the cave was still floating in the air. When his divine sense swept through a certain part of the cave, he found a small corner. The flames in the sea of fire were constantly entering the small corner. Ha ha ha! Sanguinati must have been killed. Yuan Ming was overjoyed and laughed wildly. However, after a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. That was because the flames in the sea of fire suddenly became wild, and then all of them rushed into the cave residence. Crash! In a moment, the raging fire in the reception hall was gone. It was as if it had never happened. What's going on? My rank, 9 talisman. Yuan Ming turned pale with fright. He checked the rank 9 talisman. He was shocked to find that the energy in the rank 9 talisman had dried up. This meant that the rank 9 talisman was completely useless. Sanguinati must be dead. Yuan Ming comforted himself. If he couldn't kill Sanguinati after wasting a rank 9 talisman, then it would be a huge loss. At this time, in the coiling moon immortal cave, Fang Chen was surrounded by a sea of fire. The black flames in his body had completely merged with the undying bird's blood essence. After half a month of transformation, traces of purple flames appeared in the black flames. Black with purple, this was the characteristic of the undying flame. Buzz! Fang Chen's mind moved, and the black flames instantly emerged. The sea of fire surrounding him was instantly devoured. In the next moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A bright smile appeared on his face. He was very happy. Black flames, no, it should be called the undying flame now. The black flames had completely transformed into the undying flame. Although it had just been transformed and its power wasn't too strong, it wouldn't take long for the undying flame's power to be completely exposed. The overlord of flames, the undying flame, was not an exaggeration. Fortunately, I have the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Fang Chen muttered to himself. With a thought, he put away the undying flame. It's time to go out. After being trapped for half a month, not only did Xiao Chen not die, but he also benefited from the disaster. Xiao Chen wondered what Yuan Ming would think after seeing this. After putting away the coiling moon celestial cave, Fang Chen's main body suddenly appeared above the welcoming hall. How can this be? When Yuan Ming saw Sanguinati, he cried out involuntarily. Yuan Ming quickly shook his head, not daring to believe everything before his eyes. The rank 9 talisman actually did not injure him at all. Impossible. This can't be real. Yuan Ming was somewhat dazed. Purple Dao, who was at the side, immediately stood up. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Sanguinati. This person is too terrifying. Even if I can't be his friend, I definitely can't be his enemy. Purple Dao thought to himself. Purple Dao could feel a scorching flame aura from Fang Chen's body. That flame aura made his heart palpitate. Did I disappoint you? Fang Chen asked. Why? Why? Yuan Ming cried out crazily. He did not understand how Sanguinati could survive the attack of the rank 9 talisman. Yuan Ming, you lost. Purple Dao reminded him. If Yuan Ming did not know what was good for him and forcefully attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Purple Dao's words, Yuan Ming was stunned. Then, his face filled with a bitter smile. Yuan Ming, have been known as an outstanding talent of the Yuan race since I was young. Countless resources have been given to me. All along, I thought that I was the strongest genius of the mortal universe's younger generation, Yuan Ming said in a deep voice. Yuan Ming said in a deep voice as he looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Sanguinati, I admit that you are very strong, but I will not give up. But I won't give up. One day, I will surpass you. At this point, Yuan Ming had actually already admitted defeat. Even a trump card like the rank 9 talisman could not do anything to Xiao Chen. If he continued fighting, he would just be sending himself to death. You try to kill me time and time again. Now that you can't beat me, you admit defeat, Fang Chen sneered. Chapter 1533. Yuan Ming had tried to kill Fang Chen time and time again, and he was even willing to deal with his disciple. This grudge was absolutely irreconcilable. He could not let Yuan Ming go. You want me to let Yuan Ming go? Impossible. Fang Chen's attitude was tough, as he said directly. Zidao's expression changed slightly. At the critical moment, he wanted to help Yuan Ming. Sanguinati, I want to leave. You can't stop me. Yuan Ming roared with a ferocious expression. He hated Sanguinati very much, but he was not strong enough now. He could not force himself. He was extremely regretful. When he entered the ancestral land, he should have searched for Sanguinati immediately and killed him. Damn it! Yuan Ming clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Fang Chen walked towards Yuan Ming step by step, emitting a cold aura. You don't dare to go to Green Bamboo Island to find me, so you send a martial artist to deal with my Heaven Star Border Realm disciple. Only you, Yuan Ming, can do such a thing, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zidao was also a little surprised. At their level, even if they had a grudge against their opponent, they would only fight head-on. Zidao could not do such a thing to deal with a Heaven Star Border Realm disciple. If I did not appear in time, my disciple would have died in your hands. Who can I reason with about this? Fang Chen asked. If I lost to you, Yuan Ming, today would you let me go? The answer was obvious. Definitely not. Yuan Ming wanted to kill him all the time. If he won, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Yuan Ming's expression was gloomy, and he remained silent. He was thinking of a way to escape. It was not realistic to fight Sanguinati head-on. Sanguinati, if you dare to touch me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yuan Ming threatened. He wanted to use the Yuan race to threaten Sanguinati and force him to retreat. Unfortunately, he used the wrong person. Sanguinati was not afraid of threats. Yuan race? Fang Chen grinned. His smile was very strange. Swoosh with the red glass sword in hand, the sword burial art of heaven and earth was suddenly displayed. In the sky, extremely terrifying sword qi emerged in an instant. Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the void. Run! Without another word, Yuan Ming immediately fled. Stop! Purple Blade attacked. His master had a good relationship with Yuan Gu. Furthermore, this quota of his was also given by the Yuan race. Although the Yuan clan had also obtained the benefits they deserved, he still had to help Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming, leave quickly. Purple Blade blocked Fang Chen's real body. He stared at Fang Chen and said, Sanguinati, with me here, you won't be able to kill him. He must die. As he spoke, Fang Chen's doppelganger whizzed out, shuttling through the void and bypassing Zi Dao's obstruction. Rumble, the fourth level of the Five Thunder Tribulation technique, was unleashed. The terrifying power of thunder, combined with the aura of the soul path, struck Yuan Ming's head at lightning speed. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Yuan Ming's body twitched twice, and then he fell to the ground. At the same time, Fang Chen's doppelganger released the undying flame. Hiss! The undying flame was too powerful. Even Zi Dao did not dare to take it head-on. The undying flame carried a powerful force and enveloped Yuan Ming. Miserable cries rang out continuously. Yuan Ming! Zi Dao roared. He wanted to save Yuan Ming, but he was stopped by Fang Chen's real body. In the blink of an eye, the undying flame burned Yuan Ming to ashes. The top genius of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ming, died just like that. Whoosh! A breeze blew past, and the ashes on the ground instantly fluttered in the wind. The undying flame quickly returned to the doppelganger's body. The doppelganger and the real body stood side by side, staring at Zi Dao. Are you going to avenge Yuan Ming? Fang Chen asked. Zi Dao shook his head. Although he had a good relationship with Yuan Ming, it was not to that extent. I've already tried my best, Zi Dao said softly. He looked at Sanguinati with a complicated expression and said, But you killed Yuan Ming. Yuan Gu will not let you off. That's a matter for the future. Now, we should understand the battle between the two of us, Fang Chen said. Zi Dao nodded, doing his best to calm his heart. The two stared at each other. The air was heavy. Zi Dao held his purple saber. Sanguinati, I have to say that even I envy your potential. After entering the inheritance ancestral land, you improved too quickly. I, Zi Dao, rarely admire a person. You have relied on your own efforts to reach this point. I, Zi Dao, admire you. However, only the last person can obtain the strongest inheritance. I'll do my best, Zi Dao said. Actually, there's no need for us to fight, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Zi Dao's expression changed. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Are you going to admit defeat? Zi Dao asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Then, with a thought, the dark demonic wheel appeared in his palm. If I activate the dark demonic wheel, you have no chance of winning. The dark demonic wheel gave off a horrifying aura. For the first time, Zi Dao felt danger. Zi Dao's heart trembled. His heart was filled with unwillingness. We'll know after we fight. Zi Dao made his move. The dark demonic will gave him a lot of pressure. He was afraid that the situation would change if he delayed. The purple saber in his hand turned into a purple saber light and whizzed out. Rumble! The red glass sword waved and blocked the purple saber light. Then Zi Dao attacked with all his might. An earth-shattering sound was instantly heard. The Dao light was like a rainbow, and the sword Qi was like a dragon. This was a battle between the saber Dao and the sword Dao. Zi Dao's saber technique was very fierce and overbearing. On the other hand, Fang Chen's sword technique was very bold and gave people a very shocking feeling. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was the burial sword emperor's secret skill. Although it was only a supreme secret skill, its true power was comparable to a divine skill. Of course, there is still a gap between it and a real divine skill. Everlasting Saint Light Saber. Zi Dao used his secret skill, Everlasting Saint Light Saber. Rays of saber light gathered together like rain. Go! Zi Dao shouted. His purple saber pierced towards Fang Chen along with the rays of saber light. The latter released the undying flame. The space instantly turned into a sea of fire. Splash, any saber light that entered the sea of fire was instantly refined. Damn it, Zidao was not willing to give up. He looked at the sea of fire around Fong Chun with fear. Undying flame. Zidao recognized the undying flame. He felt the powerful aura of the undying bird. Zidao naturally knew how powerful the undying flame was. He could not fight it head-on. Let's fight. As he spoke, Zidao's body flashed. 3 puppets suddenly appeared beside him. These 3 puppets were all at the 9th rank of the creation realm. Their combat power was very strong. Most importantly, these 3 puppets had a set of combined formation. As long as Zidao was trapped in it, he would not be able to escape easily. Go! Zidao controlled the 3 puppets and attacked Sanguinati with all his might. Seeing this, the latter sneered. The sea of fire spread and engulfed the entire area. After the 3 puppets entered the sea of fire, their footsteps slowed. Fong Chun looked at the 3 puppets in surprise. The undying flame was unable to enter their bodies. Fong Chun was shocked. This was a technique of the heaven puppet race. Where did you get these 3 puppets? Fong Chun asked in a low voice. You know them? Zidao asked. How could I not know the techniques of the heaven puppet race? Fong Chun said. He had once cultivated the heaven puppet race's puppet Dao with Qing Ho. However, due to his recklessness, he had broken through the barrier and charged into the sea of void. He had almost died. As for Qing Ho, he had completely inherited the heaven puppet race's inheritance. He had become a puppet grandmaster. He was very clear about the heaven puppet race's techniques. The puppets of the heaven puppet race were very strong. After recognizing them, Fong Chun gave up on using the undying flame to burn them. This was because the undying flame had no effect on the puppets. I didn't expect you to know the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Since you know, it's not too late to admit defeat, Zidao said confidently. Fong Chun shook his head. He held the red glass sword and used the true meaning of time and space. His body kept flashing. Although he was trapped by the 3 puppets' joint attack formation, Fong Chun was not worried at all. As long as he had some time, he would be able to find the weaknesses of the puppets and destroy them one by one. Sanguinati, admit defeat. Zidao held his battle saber and used the everlasting sacred blade outside the joint attack formation. Terrifying saber lights kept entering the joint attack formation. Bang! Bang! Fong Chun blocked the saber lights while observing the 3 puppets. After a while, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. The puppets of the heaven puppet race have no weaknesses. You are trapped and cannot break free. Zidao was very confident in his trump card. His grandfather had once told him that even an expert at the peak of the manifestation realm would not be able to break free from the 3 puppets' joint attack. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the red glass sword stabbed out in a strange trajectory. Crack! The red glass sword stabbed into the neck of one of the puppets. It's useless. You can't break it. Zidao sneered. Bang! The smile on Zidao's face froze and was replaced by fear. With a bang, the puppet that Fong Chun stabbed exploded from the inside and shattered. Then, Fong Chun used the same method to defeat the other 2 puppets. How is this possible? Zidao cried out. He kept shaking his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. The 3 puppets were the trump cards that his master had given him to save his life. The trump card that he was so proud of had been broken by Sanguinati so easily. 88. 8. I'm too familiar with the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Seeing Zidao go crazy, Fong Chun shook his head. If it had been any other method, it might have caused trouble for him, but it just had to be the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Zidao was not willing to give up. He was about to get the strongest inheritance, but Sanguinati had interfered. For the strongest inheritance, I cannot give up. Zidao tried hard to calm down the madness in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Sanguinati with his red eyes. Chapter 1534. Recommended reading. Before entering the inheritance ancestral land, Purple Saber had made ample preparations. His master, the Black Saber Monarch, had also given him a lot of help. His master had paid a huge price to obtain the 3 puppets. According to his master, the Black Saber Monarch, there were very few cultivators in the younger generation who could force him to use the 3 puppets. In other words, as long as he took out the 3 puppets, he would be able to secure victory. The reason why the Black Saber Monarch had paid a huge price to obtain a slot from the Yuan race was for Purple Saber. Purple Saber would definitely obtain the strongest inheritance. However, everything that happened in the inheritance ancestral land exceeded everyone's expectations. Sanguinati had appeared out of nowhere and defeated strong enemies all the way until now. Even the 3 puppets were easily defeated by Sanguinati. Purple Saber was already forced into a dead end. He only had one chance to counterattack. If he failed, he would have no chance of obtaining the strongest inheritance. "You are not my match," Fang Chun said indifferently. He used his absolute strength to suppress Purple Saber. Even now, he had not used the Dark Demonic Wheel. However, Purple Saber did not seem willing to give up. "Give up. Once I activate the Dark Demonic Wheel, you will definitely die," Fang Chun said. He did not want to use the Dark Demonic Wheel so easily. Otherwise, he would fall unconscious, and his survival would be uncertain. "I, Purple Saber, have never given up in my life," Purple Saber said sullenly. Right after he spoke, he suddenly bit his finger. Immediately, drops of blood flowed out from his finger. The sky and earth spun. The stars moved. "Descendant of the purple race, I beg the purple race to descend." Purple Saber muttered an incantation as if he was summoning an ancient expert. "Yes." Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. However, he did not act rashly. Who? The blood dripping from Purple Saber's finger all stopped in midair. At the same time, Xiao Chen's essence spirit came out and enveloped the blood. In the sky, gusts of cool breeze blew past. Gradually, wisps of purple aura began to spread across the place. Dong! Suddenly, the ground shook. The purple aura around Purple Saber grew denser. Descendant of the purple race, summoning the ancestor. Purple Saber's voice resounded in the sky. Rumble, sounds of tremors could be heard from the distant horizon. Immediately after, a strange aura emerged from the blood that flowed out of Zi Dao's finger. These strange auras resonated with the vibrations coming from the horizon. Space was torn apart, and a suffocating aura spread out. Deity aura. Fang Chun turned pale with fright. Purple Saber had actually summoned the purple ancestor. Just as Fang Chun was about to stop him, a god spirit presence suddenly poured down. A shadow appeared. Who summoned me? The illusory figure was an old man in a purple robe. His whole body was filled with the aura of a god. It was the same as the barbarian god shadow that Fang Chun had seen before. Deities of the god realm. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He did not expect Purple Saber's ancestor to be an almighty being of the deity world. However, he wasn't too afraid. He had learned from the god of berserkers that it was extremely difficult for someone from the god realm to descend to the lower world. Purple Ancestor's aura was at most similar to the barbarian gods. Purple Saber had only summoned a wisp of consciousness that he had left in the mortal world. Ancestor, the descendant of the Purple Clan, requests your help. Zi Dao communicated with the Purple Ancestor. My descendant, the Purple Ancestor said, what difficulties have you encountered? Ancestor, I am fighting with this person for the strongest inheritance in the ancestral land. Please help me, Zi Dao said hurriedly. As a member of the Purple Clan, he had a secret technique that could summon the consciousness of the Purple Clan's ancestor. This time, he had no choice but to summon it. Has my descendant fallen to such a state? He can't even defeat a fifth-stage creation realm cultivator. The Purple Ancestor was somewhat dissatisfied with Zi Dao. Ancestor, you misunderstand. Although this person's cultivation is not high, he is very strong. I can't defeat him even if I use all my strength. Zi Dao explained, this person has the undying flame and is very strong. Even the 3 Heaven Puppet race puppets that Master Blackblade gave me were easily defeated. Oh, the undying flame. Hearing this, the Purple Ancestor's face finally showed a hint of surprise. Little fellow, give up. I don't want to attack you. the purple ancestor said slowly. He was a divine world's divine spirit. Although the projection was just a consciousness, he could not be questioned. It's just a consciousness. If the real body came, I might be afraid, Fang Chun said indifferently. Yes. The purple ancestor's face darkened. Little fellow, you are forcing me to attack. Whoosh! Fang Chun took out the dark demonic wheel and was ready to activate it. The purple ancestor's face kept changing when he saw the dark demonic wheel in Fang Chen's hand. You actually got the dark demonic wheel? At this moment, the purple ancestor was finally surprised. He knew very well how powerful the dark demonic wheel was. He did not expect this fifth-stage creation realm cultivator to be so lucky. Do you think that a mere dark demonic wheel can block my attack? Although he was shocked, the purple ancestor's face was very calm. Fang Chen did not speak. The starlight in his chi vibrated, and a strong force poured into the dark demonic wheel. Little fellow, since you are not willing to give up, then don't blame me. The purple ancestor was ready to strike first. He stretched out his hand, and a powerful god spirit aura surged towards Su Chun. So strong, Fang Chen exclaimed. As expected of a divine spirit, just a consciousness was enough to oppress him. Dark demonic wheel. Just as Fang Chun was about to activate the dark demonic wheel, a wild aura came from the hall. Purple ancestor, after so many years, you are still the same. As soon as the voice fell, a figure walked out of the welcoming hall. Lightning ancestor. The purple ancestor recognized this person. There were many consciousnesses in the welcoming hall that were left behind by the ancestors of the human race. Some of them stepped into the divine world, while others fell in the universe. The lightning ancestor was one of them. In the divine world, the lightning ancestor and the purple ancestor were acquainted. Purple ancestor, you are a divine spirit of the divine world. Don't you think it is embarrassing for you to attack a junior? Fang Chun stared at the lightning ancestor. He could faintly feel the terrifying aura of lightning emanating from the lightning ancestor's body. What a powerful lightning energy! Fang Chun exclaimed inwardly. Suddenly, Fang Chun could no longer hear the conversation between the lightning ancestor and the purple ancestor. It seems that they have set up a seal, Fang Chun said inwardly. Purple Dao felt uneasy. He had thought that summoning the purple ancestor's consciousness would help him obtain the strongest inheritance. Who would have thought that the welcoming hall would contain the consciousnesses of the human race's ancestors? I hope it succeeds, Purple Dao prayed inwardly. 15 minutes later, the seal was lifted. The purple ancestor's expression was gloomy. It seemed that he had a dispute with the lightning ancestor. Lightning ancestor, are you not willing to give me face? Asked the purple ancestor. Your back lost to this child. He has no fate with the strongest inheritance, said the lightning ancestor calmly. Lightning ancestor, you're just a consciousness. Don't force me to take action, threatened the purple ancestor. Crash. Purple ancestor, it's been so many years, but you're still so protective. Just at this moment, another person walked out of the welcoming hall. This person wore white robes and had delicate features. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary martial artist, but the huge sword on his back was particularly eye-catching. Sword ancestor. The purple ancestor's expression changed when he saw this white-robed old man. Don't you want to fight? Come on, let's fight. The thought I left in the reception hall hasn't fought for a long time, the sword master said with a smile, holding the giant sword in his hand. Damn it, cursed the purple ancestor. His gaze swept past the sword ancestor and then landed on the lightning ancestor. Purple ancestor, you can protect your descendants. I won't interfere. But if you want to interfere in the welcoming hall, I won't agree. The lightning ancestor's attitude was very unyielding. The purple ancestor's expression changed. He sank into silence. He had already guessed that the lightning ancestor and sword ancestor's consciousnesses weren't the only ones in the welcoming hall. After a moment of silence, the purple ancestor asked, Why did you lie to me back then? The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor glanced at each other, then said, We didn't lie to you back then. When you came, the consciousnesses of the human race's ancestors were all asleep. The purple ancestor sneered. In the end, he compromised. If we meet in the deity world, I'll definitely exchange pointers with the two of you. With that, he turned and walked in front of Purple Blade. My descendant, I can't help you with this matter. But there's no need for this consciousness of mine to remain in the mortal universe. I'll help you one last time. The purple ancestor's body turned into specks of purple light that entered Purple Blade's body. Rumble, in an instant, Purple Blade fell unconscious. His entire body was wrapped in purple light. The purple ancestor's consciousness disappeared. The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor's gazes landed on Fang Chun. Kid, not bad. The lightning ancestor nodded in satisfaction. He's a sword cultivator. My inheritance is very suitable for him, said the sword ancestor. Seniors. Fang Chun was a little dumbfounded. It ended just like that. Kid, what are you waiting for? You persevered until the end and are qualified to step into the welcoming hall. Come in with me. Seeing Fang Chun in a daze, the lightning ancestor smiled. With a flash of light, Fang Chun entered the welcoming hall. The ancestral land was still operating normally. The young geniuses of the 4 great sacred grounds were all looking for their own opportunities. The ancestral land opened once every 100 years, and each time it opened, it would be open for 3 years. It was less than half a year now. There was enough time. As for the demon race's only remaining demon Dao ancestor, he had been hiding ever since he was chased by the 4 great sacred grounds geniuses. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Gradually, the human race martial artists stopped looking for the demon Dao ancestor. After all, increasing one's strength was the most important. They had no idea that Yuan Ming had fallen, Purple Blade had failed, and Sanguinati had reached the top. They would never have dreamed that Sanguinati would be the one to reach the end. Moreover, he had crushed Purple Blade with an absolute advantage. As a result, the latter summoned the purple ancestor to no avail. On this day, the welcoming hall was closed and isolated from the world. Chapter 1535. Recommended reading. Ancestral Land, Welcoming Hall. He had always thought that the welcoming hall would be magnificent, but after entering, he realized that he was thinking too much. The welcoming hall was not much different from an ordinary hall. The empty hall was filled with a strong, wild aura, giving people a feeling of returning to ancient times. At the front of the welcoming hall, there were countless memorial tablets. There was a name on each tablet. Each name represented an existence that suppressed an era. They were all unparalleled powerhouses of the human race, and their names would go down in history. Fang Chun glanced around and found that the tablets of the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were in the 4th row. There was only 1 tablet in the 1st row. There were 9 tablets in the 2nd row. There were 31 tablets in the 3rd row. There were 81 tablets in the 4th row. The further one went, the more tablets there were. Kid, what's your name? The lightning ancestor asked. My name is Fang Chun, and my alias is Sanguinati, Fang Chun said. There was no need to hide it from the ancestors of the human race. Well, I just checked your body and was quite surprised. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the divine realms almighty in the mortal universe. This is also your ability, the lightning ancestor said. Fang Chun was secretly shocked, as expected of the lightning ancestor. He could see that there was a divine aura on his body at a glance. We saw your battle outside with our own eyes. It's not easy for the descendants of the human race to have such an outstanding disciple like you, the lightning ancestor said. The sword ancestor frowned and said, Don't talk nonsense. The lightning ancestor smiled awkwardly and said, Kid, you're already qualified to know some of the secrets of the human race, since you can reach this step with your own efforts. Fang Chun was looking forward to learning the secrets of the human race. I think you should know about the great destruction of the universe, the lightning ancestor asked. I've heard of it, but I'm not too sure, Fang Chun said modestly. After the birth of the universe, countless creatures evolved. These creatures are constantly absorbing the power of the universe. Over time, the universe will gradually be destroyed. The birth of the universe to its destruction is called an epoch, the lightning ancestor said. Each epoch is about 10 billion years. Of course, this was just a general statement. because the exact time limit still depends on the actual situation. The lightning ancestor continued. For example, the destruction of the universe will intensify. In short, there are many factors that affect the destruction of the universe. You won't understand, even if I tell you now. Senior lightning ancestor, may I ask how many eras have passed since the birth of our universe? Feng Chen asked. The lightning ancestor said calmly, our era is the 18th era. Hearing this, Feng Chen was shocked. In other words, it had already been 17 eras. Every epoch was about 10 billion years. 17 eras was simply too long. However, our epoch has only just begun. There is still a very long time before the great calamity. The lightning ancestor said, only 800 million years have passed in this era. It was only 800 million years. Feng Chen was secretly speechless. For the lightning ancestor and other older generation powerhouses, 800 million years was nothing. But for a martial artist like him who had cultivated for less than 50 years, 800 million years was simply too long. Kid, when your strength reaches a certain level in the future, you will realize that a universe epoch is just a snap of the fingers, said the lightning ancestor. The sword ancestor sat quietly to the side. In our universe epoch, the strongest person is the bone progenitor, said the lightning ancestor. Feng Chen looked in the direction of the lightning ancestor's finger and saw that on the only tablet in the first row, there were two bold and powerful words, bone progenitor. The bone progenitor's strength has reached a heaven-defying level. In the mortal universe, it was able to resist the gods. After stepping into the divine realm, it grew rapidly, the lightning ancestor said with a sigh. In a few hundred years, the bone progenitor became a lord of the divine realm. Most martial artists in the mortal universe will rely on the bone progenitor's power after stepping into the divine realm. Feng Chen was dumbfounded. In the mortal universe, it was able to resist the gods. This was too heaven-defying. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the bone progenitor's tablet. Didn't the bone progenitor leave behind a will? Feng Chen asked. It did, but it dissipated 100 years ago, said the lightning ancestor softly. Seeing that the lightning ancestor didn't say anything, Feng Chen didn't ask. By the way, the dark demonic will you obtained was left behind by the demon ancestor, said the lightning ancestor. Feng Chen saw that the demon ancestor's tablet was in the third row. In other words, the demon ancestor's strength was much weaker than the bone progenitor's. In fact, many people left their wills in the welcoming hall. Every 100 years, there will be a human descendant coming here, and correspondingly, a few wills will dissipate, said the lightning ancestor. Senior lightning ancestor. Feng Chen was about to speak when the lightning ancestor interrupted him. I know what you want to ask. I will tell you what you should know. If you don't know, I won't tell you even if you ask. The lightning ancestor waved his hand and said, Okay, let's not talk about other things. You have reached the end, so you should get your own inheritance. Look at these tablets. Which old guy's inheritance is suitable for you? Choose at will, said the lightning ancestor. Feng Chen, you are a sword cultivator. Among the many ancestors of a human race, my achievements in the sword Tao are number one. My inheritance is more suitable for you, said the sword ancestor. Feng Chen, don't listen to the sword ancestor. I see that you cultivate the Thunder Tao Soul technique. My Thunder Tao is also quite suitable for you. Feng Chen was too outstanding. The lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor fought to pass on their mantle to Feng Chen. Seniors, let me take a look. Feng Chen didn't make a choice immediately. He stood up and swept his gaze across the many tablets. Every name on the list represented a heaven's pride of the human race of an era. It could be said that each person's inheritance was very powerful. Feng Chen's gaze finally fell on the bone progenitor's tablet. I wonder what kind of inheritance this strongest person in the history of the human race left behind, Feng Chen said to himself. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Seniors, what kind of inheritance did the bone progenitor leave behind? Yes. Hearing this, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were clearly stunned. The bone progenitor was the strongest person in this era of the universe. It was very difficult to pass on his inheritance. Even for an outstanding genius like Feng Chun, it was nearly impossible for him to succeed. "You actually want the bone progenitor's inheritance?" asked the lightning ancestor in surprise. "Kid, I advise you to choose other inheritances. You can't touch the bone progenitor's inheritance," said the sword ancestor. The more it was like this, the more curious Feng Chun was. Didn't the bone progenitor leave behind an inheritance? Feng Chun continued to ask. "Kid, to tell you the truth, no one has ever succeeded in receiving the bone progenitor's inheritance." The lightning ancestor said, "A long time ago, when the ancestral land opened, there was a human genius who was half a step into the life and death realm. He gave up on all inheritances and resolutely chose the bone progenitor's inheritance. In the end, he died in the process. Both his original body and clone were destroyed, and his soul scattered," added the sword ancestor. "Why is that?" asked Feng Chun in surprise. The lightning ancestor walked to the bone progenitor's tablet and said with a face full of admiration, "The bone progenitor was the strongest person in our era of the universe. He created his own system, which contradicts the system we are currently cultivating. It is also because of this that the bone progenitor's strength is unusually strong. Although there are many peerless experts in the human race, none of them have reached his height. The people you see in the second row are experts second only to the bone progenitor," continued the lightning ancestor. "The bone progenitor's strength is number one since ancient times. He also knows that his own cultivation system contradicts the current cultivation system, making it difficult to find a successor, so he gave up in the end. Otherwise, with the bone progenitor's ability, how could he not have a disciple?" said the lightning ancestor. Feng Chun's heart shook. The bone progenitor was too heaven-defying. He had actually created his own cultivation system. Feng Chun stared dumbstruck at the bone progenitor's tablet. The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor looked at each other. Everyone who heard the legend of the bone progenitor would have the same expression. 99% of the geniuses would give up on the bone progenitor's inheritance, because if they failed midway, they would undoubtedly die. Moreover, both their original body and clone would be destroyed, their soul scattered, and they would truly die. This kind of price was simply too great. They simply couldn't bear it. Even a peerless genius with 1 foot in the life and death realm would die with a grievance, let alone Feng Chun. Although your potential is great, your strength isn't enough. Don't rely on luck. Think carefully and choose the most suitable inheritance for you, said the sword ancestor as he gently patted Feng Chun's shoulder. The latter sunk into contemplation. His eyes were emitting a scorching aura, and his heart was shaking. Thump the golden heart was rapidly beating. Yes, you want me to choose the bone progenitor's inheritance. Feng Chun communicated with the golden heart. Thump, thump, thump. The golden heart seemed to be responding to Feng Chun, rapidly beating a few times. Once I accept the bone progenitor's inheritance, my soul might scatter, said Feng Chun. Do you think I can successfully accept the bone progenitor's inheritance? The golden heart was of great help to Feng Chun. Moreover, Feng Chun concluded that the golden heart was the method of the God Realm's Almighty. Now he was somewhat hesitant. According to the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor, the bone progenitor's inheritance was too dangerous. However, the golden heart wanted him to try. For a moment, Feng Chun was somewhat in a dilemma. Little guy, give up. Don't hesitate anymore, reminded the lightning ancestor. Although they hadn't seen the bone progenitor with their own eyes, they had heard of the bone progenitor's legendary deeds. The higher the cultivation level, the more shocking it was. The height that the bone progenitor had reached in the past was unprecedented. Buzz. For a moment, Feng Chun fell into a state of confusion. A voice came from the endless void in his mind. This voice seemed real and illusory, as if it didn't exist. Put yourself in a desperate situation and fight to live. Don't. As the voice fell, Feng Chun felt his primordial spirit tremble. His body twitched, and he instantly woke up. Recommend this book. Bluestone Whispers. Chapter 1536. The bone progenitor inheritance was extraordinary. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to accept the bone progenitor inheritance. Moreover, accepting the bone progenitor inheritance was very dangerous. If one failed, one would die. Moreover, both the original body and the clone would be destroyed. This was very frightening for a martial artist. If the clone was destroyed, there was still the original body. As long as the original body was nurtured for a period of time, it was possible to nurture another clone. If the original body was destroyed, the clone would still be there. Therefore, as long as the original body and the clone were not destroyed, the martial artist was almost immortal. However, some extremely powerful martial artists could directly kill the clone through the martial artist's original body. This kind of expert was very frightening. Right now, Fang Chun was deciding whether to accept the bone progenitor inheritance. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor were unwilling to let Fang Chun take the risk. After all, Fang Chun's potential was obvious to all. A creation realm martial artist could force a 9th-level creation realm martial artist and even force out the purple ancestor's consciousness. This kind of method was not something an ordinary martial artist could possess. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor had already concluded that if he did not die prematurely, Fang Chun would definitely step into the life and death realm in the future. It was even possible for him to reach the eternal realm. He was the hope of the human race. He was the genius with the most heaven-defying potential in countless years. Suddenly, Fang Chun's mind shook. Then, the complicated expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Just now, he had made his decision. The golden heart told him to fight to survive. On the path of martial arts, one should face difficulties head-on. If he could not even accept such a setback, how could he step into the life and death realm? "Seniors, I have made my choice," Fang Chun said. "Give up." The lightning ancestor chuckled. The sword ancestor also looked at Fang Chun, waiting for Fang Chun to make a decision. "I have decided to give it a try." Hearing Fang Chun's words, the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor fell into silence. After a long time, the two raised their heads. "I've already told you how dangerous the inheritance of the bone progenitor is. However, if you insist on doing so, I have nothing to say," said the lightning ancestor. "Kid, since you made your choice, you have to walk on bravely. I hope you can succeed." The sword ancestor nodded. "We also want to know how powerful the inheritance of the bone progenitor is." The bone progenitor was the strongest human in history. The inheritance he left behind was naturally very powerful. However, for countless years, no one had been able to obtain it. "What should I do?" Fang Chun asked. He was ready. "Send your mind into the bone progenitor's memorial tablet. If you can get the approval of the bone progenitor, you will know what to do next," the sword master reminded him. Fang Chun nodded. With a thought, a strand of his consciousness floated out and swept towards the bone progenitor's memorial tablet. "Be careful," the lightning ancestor warned. Immediately, the phantoms of the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor walked to the side to protect Fang Chun. In an instant, Fang Chun's consciousness drilled into the bone progenitor's memorial tablet. Boom! Fang Chun felt as if his consciousness had entered endless darkness. Boundless darkness filled the area, and everywhere was filled with empty space. His consciousness floated in the dark space of the void. "Senior bone progenitor, how can I get your approval?" Fang Chun asked. Buzz. The dark void was very quiet. Fang Chun's consciousness moved forward, trying to find the inheritance left behind by the bone progenitor. However, no matter where he walked, he was surrounded by the same darkness. Fang Chun did not give up. He moved forward in the darkness. Perhaps this was the bone progenitor's test for him. Green Bamboo Island. The Sea Demon clan was still harassing Green Bamboo Island. However, after this period of operation, under the leadership of Deputy Island Master Yin Fong, Green Bamboo Island had formed a very strong defense. They made full use of the Green Bamboo Array to resist the destruction of the Sea Demon clan, especially the two array geniuses that Fang Chun had high hopes for. In recent battles, they had burst out with dazzling light. Chiu Xin had completely stabilized his array formation realm and reached the peak of 5-star. With a raise of his hand, he could set up a top-tier 5th-rank array formation. When he was in a good state, he could even set up a 6th-rank array formation. Compared to Cho Xan, Niall's improvement was greater. Not long after becoming a 2-star array formation master, he broke through to 3-star. And recently, with continuous combat experience, he broke through to the 4-star array formation realm beyond everyone's expectations. The more he broke through, the more his potential was revealed. Even Deputy Island Master Yin Fong could not help but sigh. The Island Master's vision was too sharp. Back then, Niall was only a very ordinary array formation master among the 300 array formation masters. It had only been a short while, and Niall had already reached the level of a 4-star divine array master. Even Cho Xian was full of admiration. On Green Bamboo Island, there was a green bamboo array formation and a large number of warriors guarding it. There was nothing to worry about. Below Green Bamboo Island, deep in the Void Ocean, this was the mansion of Blood Fiend Emperor. Blood Fiend Mansion. At the same time, it was the core of the entire Sea Demon clan. After Blood Fiend Emperor took the old Faker back, he planted him in the back garden of Blood Fiend Mansion. The old Faker was a quasi-divine tree and had touched the threshold of the divine realm. As long as it was not completely destroyed, it would be fine. In the old Faker's main body, there was a very narrow cave. There was a figure inside. It was Tion Xian, who was forced into the Void Ocean by the Sea Demon clan. Back then, Tion Xian fell into the Void Ocean. The old Faker wanted to take action, but it was too late. He thought that Tion Xian had died. But who would have thought that not only did Tion Xian not die, but he also miraculously appeared in Blood Fiend Mansion. When the old Faker saw Tion Xian, he naturally kept him in his body. "Martial Uncle, is there any way to escape?" Tion Xian asked. The old Faker heaved a sigh and put away his usual cheerfulness. "This is the base camp of the Sea Demon clan, and Blood Fiend Emperor is guarding it personally. As long as I do something, Blood Fiend Emperor will know immediately," the old Faker said sadly. "I wonder how Master is now," Tion Xian said to himself. Hiding in the old Faker's body, he was not in any danger. However, it restricted his freedom. Don't think too much. Cultivate well. When your master comes out of the ancestral land of inheritance, he will definitely find a way to save us, the old Faker said. He was living a good life in Blood Fiend Mansion. As long as he handed over some branches and leaves regularly, Blood Fiend Emperor would not attack him. "I will work hard to cultivate." Tion Xian clenched his fists and closed his eyes to cultivate. Fong Chen did not know what was happening in the outside world at all. Unknowingly, his consciousness had been walking in the dark void ocean for half a month. It was too lonely and too boring. Even a living martial artist would be tortured to the point of mental abnormality. Fong Chen's consciousness was fluctuating. "Senior Bone Progenitor, is this your test for me?" Fong Chen raised his head and looked at the dark void ocean. There was no reply, only darkness and loneliness. "I don't believe that it will continue like this." Fong Chen continued to move forward. He walked for 3 months. For 3 whole months, Fong Chen's consciousness had been walking in the dark void ocean. Loneliness accompanied him. He was completely numb now. If this continued, he did not know if he could stay true to himself. Phew! Fong Chen sat on the ground weakly. Just as he was about to rest, suddenly, there was a trace of warmth from the ground. Fong Chen was shocked. He immediately checked carefully. At this moment, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. What a strange aura. The warmth from the ground entered his body. His body felt like it was being overturned. Intense pain came from his body. "It hurts." Fong Chen looked up to the sky and howled. Fortunately, the golden heart helped him suppress the warmth. From the initial discomfort to the later adaptation, gradually, Fong Chen began to actively absorb the warmth from the ground. Finally, Fong Chen noticed that something was wrong. The warm aura coming from the ground contained an extremely pure energy. The power of the bone progenitor? Fong Chen was overjoyed. He frantically absorbed the pure power. This state lasted for another month. Finally, an illusory voice came from the dark void ocean. 4 months is not too late. Hearing this voice, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. After 4 months of tension, he could finally relax. Senior bone progenitor, did I pass your test? Fang Chun looked up to the sky and asked. You only received my recognition. If you want to receive my inheritance, you have to pass the test I left behind. The bone progenitor said, my inheritance would rather disappear in the long river of history than pass it on to a mediocre person. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. As expected of the bone progenitor, he valued his inheritance very much. The bone progenitor was a proud person. A mediocre person was not qualified to receive his inheritance. In 3 months, I felt the bone power under the ground. In 1 month, I absorbed it to saturation. Your potential is much stronger than the few little fellows who came here before. I hope you can succeed. The bone progenitor's voice was an illusory inheritance. Senior bone progenitor, I will not let you down. Fang Chun said solemnly. After 4 months, he received the bone progenitor's recognition. The pure power contained in the warmth from the ground is called bone power. However, Fang Chun had some doubts in his heart. What was bone power? Fang Chun did not know. This was the first time he heard of it. He guessed that this bone power might be a power created by the bone progenitor. Inside the reception hall, seeing Fang Chun's body twitching, the sword ancestor and lightning ancestor's expressions changed. They were very worried. Will he fail? The lightning ancestor paced back and forth. He was very anxious. You are an ancestor of the human race. What kind of storms have you not experienced? Why are you so anxious? The sword ancestor glanced at the lightning ancestor. This is different, the lightning ancestor retorted. All of a sudden, Fang Chun's twitching body stopped. Yes. The sword ancestor and lightning ancestor hurried to his side and carefully observed him. His breathing is stable. It seems that his life is not in danger. The sword ancestor said. Chapter 1537. In the dark void. Fang Chun's face showed exhaustion. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. His nerves had been stretched taut for 4 whole months. Now, he could finally relax. The test set by the bone progenitor was more humane. After being recognized, he had 3 days to prepare. After everything was ready, his test would come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun seized every second to recover his strength, tried to adjust to his best state in 3 days. The body in the outside world had completely calmed down. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor looked at each other and laughed. Fang Chun should have been recognized by the bone progenitor. After being recognized, he had at least taken the first step. I hope this little guy can succeed, the lightning ancestor whispered. Yes, he has great potential. He is the future of our human race. If he fails, the sword ancestor did not finish his words. But the lightning ancestor was also very clear. The current Fang Chun had no room to retreat. He could only charge forward. And if he failed, both his original body and clone would be destroyed. The 2 ancestors were very worried and paced back and forth in the welcoming hall. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The moment the time came, Fang Chun opened his eyes. Pass the test, and you will receive the inheritance. If you fail, both your original body and clone will be destroyed. In the dark void, the voice left by the bone progenitor sounded. What is the test? Fang Chun muttered to himself. All of a sudden, a great change occurred in the dark void. The temperature of the hot air dropped sharply. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun felt a trace of coldness. What is this? Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and carefully felt the changes in the surrounding air. He was shocked to find that the previous warmth had completely disappeared and was replaced by extreme coldness. Rumble, just as Fang Chun was thinking, countless ice skeletons suddenly appeared in all directions. These skeletons were completely condensed from ice, giving a very shocking feeling. There are a total of 10 waves of attacks, each stronger than the last. If you can withstand 10 waves of attacks in 3 years, you will pass. Otherwise, you will fail. A voice came from the dark void. During this period of time, if you're unable to withstand the attacks, you can directly tell them stop. Hearing this, Fang Chun was slightly moved. Only 3 years? It was fortunate that he could call for a halt within the time limit. Otherwise, it would truly be too dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, the first wave of attacks arrived. With a rough look, there were over 100 ice skeletons in this wave of attack. Bang Fong Chun took the initiative to attack, throwing out a punch. The ice skeletons that approached him were sent flying with a single punch. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face darkened even more. The first wave of attacks was obviously not very powerful. In the following period of time, Fong Chun used his absolute strength to continuously attack the ice skeleton. In less than a quarter of an hour, the first wave of ice skeletons was completely wiped out by Fong Chun. The strength of the first wave of ice skeletons is around the first tier of Creation Realm. Looking around, the ice skeletons scattered on the ground gradually melted, and the icy aura returned to the dark void. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of something. If the first wave is at the first tier of Creation Realm, then the 10th wave? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart raced. If his speculation was correct, then the following waves of attacks would be more terrifying than the previous one. If the 10th wave of attacks was really at the life and death realm, how could he resist it? 3 years. For the first time, Fong Chun felt that time was a little tight. He also finally understood why the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor did not let him choose the bone progenitor inheritance. Thinking about it, this was the problem. However, there was no turning back. If he could not resist 10 waves of attacks within 3 years, both his true body and clone would be destroyed. This was not the result Fong Chun wanted, so he had to work hard. Continue. While he was thinking, the second wave of attacks arrived. Just as Fong Chun had guessed, the cultivation of the second wave of ice skeletons was around the second tier of Creation Realm. Although there were over 100 of them, they did not affect Fong Chun at all. Boom! He could resist almost without using his full strength. The third, fourth, and fifth waves of attacks were the same as the first two. Their combat strength was not strong, so Fong Chun could easily resist them. However, when the sixth wave of attacks came, Fong Chun clearly felt that something was wrong. There were a total of 81 ice skeletons in the sixth wave. Their positions were very strange, and they vaguely formed a joint attack formation. Fong Chun finally felt a little pressure. Burial sword technique of heaven and earth. He finally took out the red glass sword and performed the burial sword technique of heaven and earth to resist the attacks of the ice skeletons. The 81 ice skeletons raised their skeletal palms, and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. So cold. For a moment, Fong Chun felt that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. This is only the sixth wave. Fong Chen's face became more and more solemn. The sixth wave of attacks actually gave him so much pressure. Swish! The terrifying red sword light danced in the sky, carrying a powerful force and piercing towards the ice skeletons. Puff! One by one, the ice skeletons were defeated by Fong Chun. After 2 hours, the sixth wave of ice skeletons finally collapsed. Phew! Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not let down his guard and carefully looked around. After a while, the seventh wave of attacks came. The seventh wave of attacks was even more powerful. The burial sword technique of heaven and earth could no longer completely resist the attacks of the ice skeletons. In the end, Fong Chun performed the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique to completely defeat the ice skeletons. When the eighth wave of attacks came, Fong Chun's eyes were bloodshot. He fought for 7 days and 7 nights before he barely passed. However, when the ninth wave of attacks came, Fong Chun directly admitted defeat. Although he was not afraid of a martial artist at the 9th level of the Creation Realm in a one-on-one fight. However, with so many ninefold ice skeletons working together and emitting an extremely cold aura, Fong Chun's primordial spirit trembled. After the ice skeletons retreated, Fong Chun sat cross-legged on the ground. He recalled the previous battle. The 9th wave of attacks is too strong. Unless I have a breakthrough, it will be difficult to resist. Fang Chun said to himself. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. This was only the 9th wave, but it had already troubled him. Time waits for no man. He only had 3 years. Therefore, he had to resist the 9th wave of attacks as soon as possible. Then he wholeheartedly studied the 10th wave of attacks. At this moment, Fang Chun had already predicted that the 10th wave of attacks should be comparable to the attacks of the life and death realm. A creation realm martial artist challenging a life and death realm martial artist was courting death. Cultivate. There was only one word in Fang Chun's mind. In the reception hall, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor had been observing Fang Chun. Seeing that he had been calm, the two of them relaxed a lot. I wonder what this kid is doing now, the lightning ancestor asked. Logically speaking, he should have been recognized by the bone progenitor. He must be undergoing the test now, the sword ancestor said. I hope he can pass, the lightning ancestor said. Within the ancestral land, the martial artists of the 4 great holy lands were seizing the time to search for inheritances and increase their strength. As for the outside world, danger was gradually approaching under the calm exterior. At a certain edge of the void ocean, there was an extremely hidden island here that was not in the territory of the human race. Countless alien races lived on this island. This was the headquarters of the alien races, isolated from the human race. The island was surrounded by a peerless array left behind by the ancestors of the alien races, capable of isolating everything. Even life and death realm emperors would not be able to sense the array's existence. Therefore, the alien races were very safe. For countless years, the alien races had fought with the human race because of this peerless array. Today, this island was very lively. This was because the ruler of the alien races had come out of seclusion. Ruler Qian Yuan was the absolute leader of the alien races. In the enormous alien race, there were tens of thousands of races. Ruler Qian Yuan's strength had received the acknowledgement of all the alien races. Before entering seclusion, Ruler Qian Yuan's strength was already close to the 5 tycoons. However, he had been enduring silently. The human race was too strong. If the alien races wanted to turn the tables, they had to seize the opportunity and not attack blindly. After coming out of seclusion, Ruler Qian Yuan's strength had greatly increased. After learning of the battle between Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend and the 5 tycoons, he immediately set out for the Blood Fiend Manor in the depths of the Void Ocean. Void Ocean, Blood Fiend Manor. Ruler Qian Yuan, why have you come to my Blood Fiend Manor? Tycoons could sense the other party's presence with just a slight sense. The moment Ruler Qian Yuan stepped into the Void Ocean, Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend already knew. Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend, I have something to discuss with you. Ruler Qian Yuan said with a beaming smile. Come in. Suddenly, the door of Blood Fiend Manor opened, and Ruler Qian Yuan entered. In the garden, the blood-red-robed Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend sat quietly. The somewhat stooped Ruler Qian Yuan walked in and cupped his hands towards Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend. Blood Fiend, your strength has increased by quite a bit. If you have something to say, say it. Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend said gravely. Blood Fiend, you're still so impatient. Ruler Qian Yuan chuckled. 90% of the vast mortal universe is the void ocean, and it belongs to you. Blood Fiend, have you never thought of taking over the universe? Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend's expression changed, and he looked straight at Ruler Qian Yuan. What are you trying to say? The sea monsters shouldn't hide in the void ocean. The mortal universe is your final destination, said Ruler Qian Yuan. Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend shook his head. The human race has a deep foundation and cannot be underestimated. In addition, we sea monsters have an agreement with the human race. We don't invade each other's territory. Ruler Qian Yuan seemed to have a card up his sleeve, as though he had already expected this. Blood Fiend, I know your ambitions. Agreements are useless to experts like us. When you rule over the mortal universe, agreements are nothing more than a blank piece of paper, Hegemin Qian Yuan said. In addition, if we alien races join forces, it should be easy to deal with the human race, continued Ruler Qian Yuan. What do you want? Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend didn't directly refuse. Chapter 1538. In the Dark Void. Fang Chun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as he cultivated. The ninth wave of ice skeletons was too powerful. With his current strength, he was no match for it. Firstly, Fang Chun chose the true meaning of space-time. The true meaning of space-time was a supreme, true meaning, and it was also one of the top true meanings. A long time ago, the true meaning of space-time had reached the 7th grade. Of course, that was when he was trapped in the space-time island in the inner area of the star ruins. He was forced to constantly attack the space-time demon spirit to raise his realm. As time passed, Fang Chen's comprehension of the Tao of space-time deepened. The true meaning of space-time could be separated. Space-time was one of the foundations of the universe. Since ancient times, the four directions were the space. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by the rich, true meaning of space-time, and his golden heart was beating rapidly. He maintained this cultivation for half a year and finally broke through to the level 8 realm in one fell swoop. Half a year later, Fang Chen opened his eyes abruptly. His body was surrounded by a rich space-time aura. 8th grade, Fang Chen was elated. His strength had increased a lot since the true meaning of space-time had reached the 8th grade. Just as Fang Chen was feeling happy, he suddenly realized that his cultivation base had unknowingly broken through to the 6th layer manifestation realm in the past 6 months. My strength has increased a lot. Fang Chen was full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward and came to the center of the dark void. Rumble. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out, and the powerful ice skeletons whizzed over. Dozens of 9th layer creation realm ice skeletons attacked together. Their strength was so powerful that it struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. However, Fang Chen was no longer the same as he was half a year ago. His strength had increased tremendously, and he was fearless in the face of the 9th wave of ice skeletons. Come on, let me see how strong you are. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. Dong! His fist punched out, causing the void to shatter. Ripples appeared one after another. The ice skeleton closest to Fang Chen was smashed into pieces with a single punch, smashing a 9th level creation stage ice skeleton to death with a single punch. If the outside world knew of this battle prowess, they would definitely be extremely shocked. As expected, as his strength increased, so did his physical strength. All of the following battles were almost all one-sided. Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space. His figure flickered in the void, faintly discernible. Although there were many ice skeletons and their attacks were powerful, they were unable to capture Fang Chen's figure. This way, they would not be able to attack Fang Chen, who could easily defeat them. As the saying went, the other went up. In just a quarter of an hour, the last ice skeleton of the 9th wave was killed by Fang Chen with a single punch. Whoosh! After withstanding the 9th wave of attacks, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not relax in the slightest. Instead, his expression became even more serious. It was because the next wave would be the most terrifying one, as well as the last one. If they could not withstand this wave, only death would await them. Buzz! Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a vast aura filled the air. So cold, Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled. The temperature in the air was too low. It made his primordial spirit feel as if it was about to freeze. A life and death stage ice skeleton. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He stared at a certain spot in the dark void without blinking. Dong! The earth trembled. A huge ice skeleton with a snow-white body strolled out of the dark void. Around its body, a gray aura pervaded the air. This aura isolated it from the world, as if it could block the airflow of the world. What is that? Feeling the dangerous aura approaching, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. There is only one ice skeleton in the 10th wave of attacks. The strength of this ice skeleton exceeded the sum of the previous 9 waves of ice skeletons combined. Too strong. Fang Chen's body trembled. His body was surrounded by the undying flame. Fortunately, he had the undying flame protecting his body. Otherwise, just the extremely cold aura in the air would have frozen his primordial spirit. Is this the power of a life and death emperor? Fang Chun stared at the distant ice skeleton with a burning gaze. The ice skeleton stood there quietly. The aura emitted from its body made Fang Chun's heart palpitate. Life and death realm was filled with endless life and death chi. The ice skeleton before him was brimming with life chi, but not a trace of death chi. It could be seen that this ice skeleton had the strength of a low-level life and death realm expert. The gray aura around its body should be the legendary power of law, right? After entering the life and death realm, one could sense the power of law in the world. From there, one could cultivate the law successfully. The law grasped by the ice skeleton was the law of ice. There were countless laws in the universe. Every law was blessed by the heavens and was a part of the universe. Above the law was the law. The law and the law were part of the order of the universe. However, the law was a supreme existence. For example, the law of destruction, the law of life, the law of death, and so on. As for the law, there were more, such as the law of ice, the law of water, the law of fire, and so on. If a life and death realm expert wanted to reach the peak, they had to cultivate a law to the extreme. Only by thoroughly grasping a law could one reach the strongest battle strength. This was also the reason why there were differences in strength between experts of the same realm. Some experts grasped more than one law. The more laws they grasped, the stronger they were. Of course, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The law of ice could command all the ice energy in the world. Facing the ice skeleton, Fang Chun's body continuously retreated. All of a sudden, the snow-white skeleton opened its mouth and spat out a breath of ice. Seeing this, Fang Chun was shocked. He used the true meaning of space and time and quickly fled. However, even so, he was still swept away by the ice aura. So strong. In an instant, his body felt like it was about to freeze. The undying flame erupted at full force, and it took a long time to dissipate the ice aura in his body. This snow-white ice skeleton has only grasped the basics of ice laws, Fang Chun guessed. If it fully grasped the law of ice, he would definitely die. I admit defeat. Immediately, Fang Chun admitted defeat. The deadline was 3 years, and only 1 year had passed. There were still 2 years left. The current him was no match for the snow-white skeleton at all. He could only continue to cultivate. If only I could grasp a law. The snow-white ice skeleton disappeared, and Fang Chun sat down cross-legged, once again entering a state of cultivation. Inside the reception hall, Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor saw Fang Chun's body move, and their faces changed slightly. For a short while, Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor felt an extremely cold aura in the air of the reception hall. The law of ice. Lightning Ancestor cried out. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he naturally recognized the law of ice at a glance. It seems like Fang Chun is in danger. Sword Ancestor's face revealed a hint of worry as he spread out his hands. A Fortune Realm martial artist had almost no power to fight back against a life and death emperor who had grasped the law. AI, the inheritance left behind by the bone progenitor, is too difficult for a martial artist in the mortal universe. Lightning Ancestor said. Sword Ancestor nodded. The bone progenitor has reached the peak, so his inheritance must be unimaginable. He doesn't want his descendants to be mediocre. The two ancestors looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Ever since Fang Chun chose the bone progenitor's inheritance, it was already destined. This path could only be walked by him alone. Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. The bone progenitor was the pinnacle of the human race in this universe era. His methods were heaven-defying and unimaginable. Even if this was only his inheritance, it was not something that Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor could turn the situation around. Therefore, the two could only wait. Outside, in the human race's sacred land. Inside the sacred palace, the human race's sacred master and the other 4 magnates were gathered. The atmosphere was very solemn, and the 5 magnates' faces were gloomy. Everyone, tell us your opinions. The human race's sacred master said. The five magnates rarely gathered together. The last time they gathered was because the master of the evil Soul Islands had been killed. And this time, it was a matter related to the safety of the human race. It was a matter of great importance, and the five magnates did not dare to ignore it. The sea demon race is going too far. Spiritual Race Master said in a deep voice. Our human race and the sea demon race signed an agreement not to invade each other. Blood Fiend Monarch relied on his tyrannical strength to ally with Heaven Origin Ruler and demand territory from our human race. The Luo clan head said, our human race cannot compromise. Previously, during the Battle of Green Bamboo Island, the Luo clan head said, our human race cannot compromise. We don't want to start a war between races, so we let Blood Fiend Monarch leave. He's asking for a yard after taking an inch. Two magnates in a row expressed their extreme dissatisfaction with Blood Fiend Monarch. It said that Heaven Origin Ruler has also taken that step. The two of them together have astonishing battle strength. Unless one of us can reach the eternal ancient realm, Yuan Race Master said. Monarch Blackblade did not say anything, but his meaning was obvious. He wanted to fight. Since the two of them dare to do this, they must have something to rely on. We can't be careless. It's better to be careful, said the human race's sacred master. But this time we won't back down. Last time, Bloodfiend Monarch had come to Green Bamboo Island. He had taken the old faker away and angered the five magnates. The five magnates had a shocking battle with him. No one knew what the outcome of the battle was. They only knew that Bloodfiend Monarch had retreated unscathed. Although there were many magnates in the human race, none of them were particularly strong. Bloodfiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler had both taken that step, which was a great deterrent. Green Bamboo Island. Usually, the sea demon race would launch small sneak attacks and wreak havoc. But today was different. When the sea demon race had descended, Yin Fong and the others did not think much of it. 88. Oh, but when the sea demon race really began a fight, Yin Fong realized. Activate the Green Bamboo Array Formation. Vice Island Master Yin Fong roared. With Nile and Chiu Xian in the lead, 300 Formation Masters activated the Green Bamboo Array Formation together. Suddenly, a majestic green aura spread out. Green bamboo covered the ground, and the branches and leaves swayed, trapping the attacking sea demon race. Chapter 1539. A great battle was about to break out. With Green Bamboo Island as his target, Bloodfiend Monarch took the lead. Amidst the clouds, Bloodfiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler stood with smiles on their faces. Bloodfiend, won't this cause those old fellows to be dissatisfied? Heaven Origin Ruler asked. So what if they're dissatisfied? With the two of us joining hands, there's no need to fear them. Bloodfiend Monarch sneered. If we don't give them a bit of pressure, they won't take us seriously. On Green Bamboo Island, the Green Bamboo Array opened. Within the array, with Vice Island Lord Yin Fong at the lead, numerous creation experts were embroiled in a chaotic battle. The strength of the ocean demon race couldn't be underestimated either. Kill. Yin Fong took a step forward and arrived before an ocean demon. His large hand grabbed the ocean demon's head and crushed it with a kacha sound. Immediately after, he appeared before another ocean demon. The battle was extremely bitter. This was the largest battle in the history of Green Lake Island. Who above Green Bamboo Island? 5 giants appeared one after another. Bloodfiend, you're going too far. Human Race's Saint Lord said furiously. The 2 giants stood in the clouds, staring at each other. If you agree to my request, the battle will immediately end. Bloodfiend Monarch said fearlessly. Impossible. Our human race's territory will never be ceded. Spiritual Race's Lord rebuked. That's right. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Luo Clan's Lord said. Yuan Gu and Black Blade Monarch also entered a state of battle readiness. I'll wait for you in the void battlefield. Bloodfiend Monarch's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Heaven Origin Ruler followed closely behind, entering the void battlefield as well. In the void battlefield, the 5 giants fought against Heaven Origin Ruler and Blood Fiend Monarch. Rumble, Blood Fiend Monarch opened his hand, and several spheres of light appeared in his palm. Each ball of light represented a kind of law. Kill. Blood Fiend Monarch's figure charged before human race's Saint Lord and started fighting. A battle between peak life and death experts was too exaggerated. With a raise of their hands, they could destroy an island. If not for the void battlefield, Green Bamboo Island would have long been destroyed. After 15 minutes of fighting, Blood Fiend Monarch's figure. Shuai Sha, although the two of you are strong, you are no match for us, the human clan's holy master said in a deep voice. Is that so? It's too early for you to be happy. The Blood Fiend Monarch waved his hand. Suddenly, countless clumps of law began to tremble. Not long after, the law of light completely disappeared and was replaced by a jet black ball of light. This ball of light emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This caused the hearts of the 5 giants to palpitate. That is, when the 5 magnates saw the black ball of light, their faces turned completely gloomy. Law of Devour. The human clan's Saint Master cried out. The universe contained countless laws. Every law was a part of the order of the universe. There were also strong and weak laws, high and low. Therefore, there was a law list among the life and death realm emperors. The Law of Devour was a powerful law that could be ranked in the top 10 of the law rankings. Legend had it that the Law of Devour could devour all laws. So this is your greatest reliance. The human race's holy master tried his best to stabilize his shock. The Blood Fiend Monarch looked at the jet black ball of light in his hand, a trace of bloodthirsty malevolence appearing on his face. Correct. After bitterly cultivating for 350,000 years, I've finally comprehended the Law of Devour. The Blood Fiend Monarch said, in front of my Law of Devour, your laws cannot withstand a single blow. The Law of Devour had yet to reach its peak. To reach its peak, one's cultivation base had to reach the eternal ancient realm. For the Blood Fiend Monarch to comprehend the Law of Devour at the life and death realm was already heaven-defying. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give way or not? The Blood Fiend Monarch asked. Blood Fiend, what's the point of wasting words with them? The battle continued. However, after revealing the Law of Devour, Blood Fiend Monarch's strength was even more heaven-defying. The human clan's holy master was actually at a disadvantage. Heaven Origin Ruler also used heaven-defying methods. For a moment, the 5 magnates of the human clan were at a complete disadvantage. The battle in the void battlefield lasted for 3 whole months. No one knew what the outcome of the battle would be. The 5 magnates of the human clan had gloomy expressions. On the other hand, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler's faces were full of smiles. At the same time, the 5 magnates of the human clan notified Vice Island Lord Yin Fong to lead all of his clansmen away from Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fong was shocked, not knowing what was going on. However, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of the 5 magnates. This day was the most shameful day for the human clan. In less than half a day, Fong Chen's friends and family were transferred to the human clan's sacred land. As for Green Bamboo Island, it became the territory of the Ocean Demon Clan. The human clan ceded 3 islands to Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler. Blood Fiend, the human clan won't let this matter rest. We have to be careful, Heaven Origin Ruler said. Don't worry, it won't be long before I enter the eternal ancient realm. At that time, the entire mortal cosmos will belong to me, Blood Fiend Monarch. Blood Fiend Monarch was full of confidence. Heaven Origin Ruler lightly nodded. Blood Fiend, I'll take my leave first. All right, human clan's sacred land. In the coming days, I'll leave the protection of the human clan to the 4 of you, the human clan's holy master said. Holy master, what are you planning to do? Blackblade Monarch asked. I'm going to break through, the human clan's holy master said. As a holy master, his primordial spirit was fused with the universe. With a thought, he could spy on the entire void ocean. However, there was a huge restriction. If he wanted to enter the eternal ancient realm, he had to pay a huge price. This time, the human clan was in danger. The Holy Master had no other choice. The four powerhouses fell into silence. We've already given in to this extent. I believe Blood Fiend won't push his luck. Otherwise, we'll completely fall out with him. We'll fight to the death, said the Luo clan leader. Let's enter seclusion together and strive to enter the eternal ancient realm as soon as possible. The four powerhouses returned to their respective residences and entered seclusion. As for the human clan's holy master, he disappeared from the universe. No one knew where he went. In the distant Fiend subduing world, in a quiet and elegant garden, Fiend subduing world's holy master was fishing by the pond. He looked up at the blue sky and sighed. The sky is about to change. 3 months, a year and a half, 2 years. Fang Chen's cultivation went from the 6th level of the creation realm to the 7th level, and then to the 8th level. He only stopped when he reached the peak of the 8th level. He originally had hopes of entering the 9th level of the creation realm, but he chose to give up. His cultivation had increased too quickly, and he needed to stabilize it. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable, and he would be in danger. The increase in his cultivation did not mean that he could withstand the ice skeleton's law of ice. The law of ice was unparalleled. Unless he had the same development, he could resist it. However, Fang Chun did not give up and continued to cultivate. Just as the 2-year deadline was approaching, the sword scripture broke through to the 3rd level. It was recorded in the sword scripture that a creation realm sword cultivator who could comprehend the 2nd level was considered a rare genius. Comprehending the 3rd level was rare in the world. With his amazing talent, Fang Chun comprehended the 3rd level of the sword scripture when he was at the 8th level of the creation realm. The sword scripture was very special. It could increase the attack power of Sword Dao's secret techniques. When the sword scripture was at the 1st level, it could increase the power by several times. Now that it had reached the 3rd level, the increase in power was absolutely incredible. Whoosh! Fang Chun opened his eyes. It's been 3 years. Fang Chun muttered, exuding a special aura. After entering the ancestral land of inheritance for 3 years, Fang Chun's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. He remembered that when he first entered the ancestral land of inheritance, his cultivation was only at the low level of the creation realm. Now, he had reached the high level of the creation realm. All this was because he had accepted the test of the bone progenitor's inheritance. Phew! Fang Chun stood up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Holding the red glass sword in his hand, he suddenly swung it. Boom! When the red sword light shot out from the red glass sword, a terrifying power suddenly came from his sea of qi. The power of the red sword light was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It had increased by a full 32 times. Dong! The red sword light fiercely struck the dark void. Whoosh! The void was torn apart. An array of light shot in from the outside. The entire dark void trembled. The snow-white ice skeleton roared to the sky and instantly appeared. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Whoosh! The undying flame surrounded its body, resisting the cold aura. The 3rd level of the sword scripture has increased the power of the burial of heaven and earth technique by a full 32 times. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. Seeing the snow-white ice skeleton, he was eager to try. 32 times was enough to kill any martial artist at the peak of the creation realm. Fight to the death. Fang Chun said to himself. Roar! The snow-white ice skeleton's huge body exuded the power of law. A terrifying aura penetrated the void. It looked at Fang Chun and roared to the sky. The time was up. Today, it would end this human martial artist. Outside, in the reception hall, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were anxiously pacing back and forth. The two of them could not sit still anymore. 3 years are up. Is Fang Chun going to die? The lightning ancestor said unwillingly. He remembered that the genius who had 1 foot in the life and death realm had completely died when the 3-year time limit was up. He is still breathing. His life is not in danger for the time being. The sword ancestor checked Fang Chun's body and said in a low voice. Now, the two ancestors felt like a year. They really hoped that Fang Chun could succeed. Once he failed, both his original body and doppelganger would be destroyed. CCC Pavilion. A 5th-level creation realm martial artist can match a 9th-level martial artist. Maybe a miracle will happen in 3 years. Yes, for countless years, he is the most talented human martial artist I have ever seen. If he can't pass the test, then others will have no hope. The God Realm. Known as the top of the universe, all the peerless experts were here, in a palace that towered into the clouds. An old man suddenly opened his eyes. 3 years have passed. I wonder how that little guy is doing. Chapter 1540. In the dark void, the snow-white ice skeleton's huge body was constantly emitting a terrifying power of law. The law of ice was extremely cold and could freeze a warrior's primordial spirit unknowingly. This kind of law was very terrifying. It could often kill people without them noticing. However, Fang Chun had the undying flame, so the cold aura could not hurt his primordial spirit. This was something that the snow-white ice skeleton did not expect. Hiss! Hiss! The law of ice surrounded Fang Chun and suppressed Fang Chun fiercely. Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of Fang Chun's skin. They could dissipate at any time. From this point, it was enough to see the power of the law of ice. So strong. Fang Chun held the red glass sword in his hand. At this point, the perfect sword body was no longer useful. He completely relied on the undying flame for defense. As expected of the flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, it is too powerful. In the past, although he had a certain understanding of the undying flame, he did not know how powerful it was. Now, Fang Chun finally knew how powerful the undying flame, known as the ancestor of all flames, was. How powerful was the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. However, now was not the time to think about this. He needed to resist the attack of the law of ice and then defeat the snow-white ice skeleton. Kill. The red glass sword danced in the air, drawing a series of incredible trajectories in the dark void. The red sword light was quickly suspended in the void. Buzz! A vast amount of power erupted from within the red sword light. In his body, the sword scripture was activated, and 32 times the power poured out. When all the power poured into the red sword light, this sword had exceeded the limit of the creation realm. Swoosh! Using the space-time true meaning, Fang Chun's figure was hidden in the void. Roar! Seeing this, the snow-white ice skeleton opened its palm and slapped at Fang Chun. The power of the law of ice quickly gathered in its palm. Sword chi, soaring sword chi, pervaded Fang Chun's body, forming the strongest defense. Suddenly, Fang Chun's figure appeared behind the snow-white ice skeleton. Dong! The entire earth was shaking, and the void was torn apart. The red sword light with 32 times the strength stabbed towards the snow-white ice skeleton. In front of the snow-white skeleton, the power of law was wrapped up, blocking the path of the red sword light. Seeing this, Fang Chun was shocked. He had underestimated the power of the laws. No matter how Fang Chun attacked, the red sword light was unable to advance an inch. There's no other way. Fang Chun gritted his teeth and took out the dark demonic wheel. His primordial spirit trembled, and the dark demonic wheel erupted with a world-destroying aura. Cracks suddenly appeared in the power of laws surrounding the snow-white ice skeleton. The dark aura instantly surged out. At the same time, the red sword light ruthlessly pierced into the body of the snow-white skeleton. Whoosh! Seeing this, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. However, a moment later, a look of shock appeared on his face. After the red sword light pierced into the snow-white ice skeleton's body, it instantly shattered. The terrifying aura released by the dark demonic wheel was also completely absorbed by the snow-white ice skeleton. Although the snow-white ice skeleton looked a little injured. However, it was not yet dead. Did I fail? Fang Chun's face was full of helplessness. He had cultivated bitterly for 3 years just for today. He did not expect to fail in the end. Fang Chun knew best what failure meant. He was unwilling to give up. He had not found his mother, and he had not found his wife. He still had a lot of things to do. He did not want to die. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was falling silent. His eyelids were fighting, and the dark demonic wheel had drained all the strength in his body. He was about to fall into a coma. He looked at the dark void reluctantly. Perhaps this was his last look at this world. Bang! Fang Chen's body fell to the ground softly, and he fell into a coma. The snow-white ice skeleton looked up to the sky and roared. It looked at the injuries on its body, and then looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. In the end, the snow-white ice skeleton did not make a move and disappeared into the dark void. A leisurely laugh was heard. I didn't expect that after so many years, someone would finally come. While Fang Chen was in a coma at the top of the distant universe, in the God realm, in the palace at the top of the clouds, a gratified smile appeared on the old man's face. As an 8th-level creation realm martial artist, he had injured the life and death realm snow-white ice skeleton and blocked the power of the law of ice. Although he had not been completely defeated, he had passed the test. The hope of the human race, the old man said softly. For countless years, the most outstanding martial artists of the human race have been born. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass mine, the old man said to himself. In the reception hall, the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor carefully observed Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, fell to the ground. What's going on? The lightning ancestor stood up and hurried to Fang Chen's side. Quickly check his body. The sword ancestor was also a little anxious. The lightning ancestor spread out his divine sense and enveloped Fang Chen. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fang Chen was still breathing, which meant that he had not died. Fortunately, he's still breathing. He seems to have encountered some danger and fell into a coma, the lightning ancestor said. What's going on with this kid? The sword ancestor frowned. Although the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor were very anxious, there was nothing they could do. All they could do was wait. In the dark void, the extremely cold aura had long dissipated and was replaced by a scorching aura. Under the ground, a scorching aura gathered under Fang Chen's body and then drilled into his body, nourishing his muscles and bones. The golden heart was also beating slowly. Fang Chen's body was gradually recovering. A month later, Fang Chen woke up. Am I dead? Fang Chen opened his eyes and looked around. It was pitch black. Fang Chen carefully sensed and found the warm aura under the ground. He then spread out his divine sense and found that he was still in the dark void. Slap! He slapped himself and felt his face burning. Ha ha! Fang Chen let out a wild laugh. He was not dead. He was still alive. Little guy, in this universe era, you are the person with the strongest potential I have ever seen. You have successfully passed the test and can accept my inheritance. The bone progenitor's voice sounded. Really? Fang Chen was somewhat in disbelief. The snow-white skeleton was clearly not defeated by him. How could he have passed the test so carelessly? However, this was no longer important. Fang Chen was somewhat excited. That was the bone progenitor's inheritance. How could he not be excited? My inheritance contradicts the current cultivation system. After you accept the inheritance, if you feel that your cultivation is not suitable, do not force yourself and give up immediately, the bone progenitor said. Fang Chen nodded. Buzz. In the dark void, a ray of light came. Immediately, Fang Chen felt his mind tremble and a large amount of information appeared. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on your luck. After saying that, the bone progenitor's voice disappeared in the dark void. Thank you, bone progenitor. Fang Chen closed his eyes and hurriedly looked into his mind. In his mind, there were many words. This was the bone progenitor's inheritance. Fang Chen read it word by word, looking very serious. After a while, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and was quite shocked. Space-time cultivation system, Fang Chen muttered to himself. The bone progenitor's cultivation system was a system that had never been heard of before. It was called the space-time cultivation system. This cultivation system was mainly based on time-type, true meanings, and space-type, true meanings. Martialists who cultivated this cultivation system could fuse their bodies into one with time and space. What a powerful cultivation system. Feng Chun sighed. This was different from the true meaning of space-time. Feng Chun had comprehended the peerless true meaning of space-time, but could only allow his body to merge with the void. It could not merge with time. One had to know that the Tao of time was a very profound Tao. The space-time cultivation system could actually allow a warrior's body to merge with space-time at the same time. This was much more powerful. According to the records of the bone progenitor's inheritance, when cultivated to the peak of the space-time cultivation system, one could merge with the universe. With a thought, one's body could be everywhere. The human race's divine lords could only merge their primordial spirits with the universe. They could not make their bodies everywhere. And this cultivation system, when cultivated to the peak, was actually so domineering. I wonder how far the bone progenitor has cultivated, Feng Chun thought to himself. Just thinking about it made him excited. Moreover, what made Feng Chun the most happy was that this cultivation system was based on time-type and space-type true meanings. And he himself had the true meaning of space-time. Wasn't this specially made for this cultivation system? The bone progenitor is too powerful. He created his own cultivation system, which is unprecedented. He created a school of thought. Feng Chun admired the bone progenitor very much. To be able to become the strongest warrior of the human race in this universe era, it was no exaggeration. Trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, Feng Chun continued to look at the space-time cultivation system. Divine art. There was actually a divine art in the bone progenitor's inheritance. But thinking about it carefully, if even the cultivation system could be left behind, a mere divine art was nothing. This divine art was called the space-time book. There were a total of 18 levels. Every 3 levels was a threshold. After cultivating the first 3 levels, one's true meaning of martial path could be raised to the peak of the 9th grade. This, Feng Chun was dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. The space-time cultivation system and the space-time book. The bone progenitor's inheritance was simply a priceless treasure. Feng Chun felt that his chance to rise had come. The 8th grade space-time true meaning is already so strong. How strong will it be when it reaches the peak of the 9th grade? Feng Chun was looking forward to it. This cultivation system, as well as the divine art, was simply tailor-made for him. When the bone progenitor left behind the inheritance, it probably did not expect that a martial artist with the true meaning of space-time would obtain its inheritance. Ha ha! Feng Chun could not help but laugh. 3 years of hard work finally paid off. Oh no, the 3-year limit is up. The ancestral land of inheritance is about to close. Suddenly, Feng Chun thought of this, and his face was full of anxiety. If the ancestral land of inheritance closes, won't I have to wait 100 years before I can leave? 100 years was a long time for Feng Chun. Buzz! While thinking, a white light flashed in front of Feng Chun. Chapter 1541. His consciousness returned to his body, and he got up from the ground. The extremely anxious Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. He's awake. Ha ha ha, he's awake. Feng Chun looked up and saw the crazy Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor. He was a little stunned. Feng Chun, are you okay? Lightning Ancestor grabbed his arm and asked. Feng Chun shook his head, indicating that he was fine. How is it? Did you get the inheritance? Sword Ancestor looked at Feng Chun with burning eyes. The inheritance of the bone progenitor was of great importance. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Feng Chun grinned. Hearing this, the 2 patriarchs jumped up happily like children. It was no wonder they were like this. The bone progenitor's influence on the human race was too great. The 2 of them grew up listening to the legends of the bone progenitor. When they were young, they set the bone progenitor as their goal and secretly swore that they would surpass the bone progenitor in the future. However, when they reached a certain level, they realized that the bone progenitor was not on the same level as them. It was impossible for them to reach the level of the bone progenitor in their lifetime. For countless years, No one had been able to obtain the inheritance left behind by the bone progenitor, but now it was obtained by Fang Chun. Really? Sword Ancestor could not believe his ears. Fang Chun nodded. You're old and confused. If he didn't get the inheritance, would he be able to come out alive? Lightning Ancestor said. Sword Ancestor touched his head and said awkwardly, I feel like I'm in a dream. The two ancestors were very excited, and it took a long time for them to gradually calm down. Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to obtain the bone progenitor's inheritance. Lightning Ancestor took a deep breath and said, the bone progenitor's inheritance is very powerful. If you can fully accept it, even if you can't reach the level of the bone progenitor in the future, you can still shock the entire universe. Yes, take advantage of this time to comprehend the bone progenitor's inheritance. Sword Ancestor urged. Only then did Fang Chun remember. Ancestors, 3 years have passed. Has the ancestral land closed? Asked Fang Chun. The two patriarchs looked at each other, then widened their eyes and stared at Fang Chun. What happened? The ancestral land is closed. Fang Chun thought that the ancestral land was closed. He felt somewhat disappointed. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait here for 100 years. He didn't want to waste his youth here. You brat, you actually have the mood to care about this? That's right. We have already obtained the bone progenitor's legacy. Why would we care about this? The two patriarchs said snappily. Compared to the bone progenitor inheritance, the closing of the ancestral land is nothing. If the two of them had a choice, they would rather be trapped for 10,000 years, or even longer, as long as they could obtain the inheritance of the bone progenitor. The ancestral land opens once every 100 years. Looks like I can only leave the next time, Fang Chun said helplessly. The lightning ancestor chuckled and said, Kid, the ancestral land of inheritance hasn't closed yet. Yes, it hasn't closed yet. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment before he asked. Under normal circumstances, the ancestral land of inheritance should have closed long ago. The lightning ancestor paused for a moment before continuing. However, because you are receiving the bone progenitor's legacy, the closing of the ancestral land of inheritance has been delayed. That's right. The ancestral land of inheritance was built by the bone progenitor. As long as someone touches the bone progenitor's legacy, the ancestral land of inheritance will naturally sense it, the sword ancestor added. Fang Chun suddenly understood. So that's why. Doesn't this mean that I can leave? When will the ancestral land of inheritance close? Fang Chun continued to ask. Kid, don't worry and just cultivate. Before you finish cultivating, the ancestral land of inheritance will not close, the lightning ancestor said. Outside, in the human race's sacred land. The human race's sacred leader frowned with a complicated look in his eyes. According to the time, the ancestral land of inheritance should have closed long ago. But why hasn't anyone come out yet? Could it be that everyone has been wiped out? The human race's sacred leader thought to himself. However, he quickly shook his head and denied this thought. What's the reason? The human race's sacred leader was puzzled. Not only the human race's sacred leader, but the leaders of the other 3 sacred grounds, Black Blade Emperor and Blood Fiend Emperor, were also paying attention to the ancestral land of inheritance. In the depths of the void ocean, Blood Fiend Mansion, the old faker was rooted in an open space. There was a powerful seal around him. Tion Xan was cultivating in his body. Blood Fiend Emperor had arrived. Have you thought about it? Blood Fiend Emperor asked. Impossible. If my main body is broken in half, I will definitely not be able to step into the divine realm in the future. You are cutting off my path of retreat, the old faker refused without thinking. Blood Fiend Emperor smiled eerily when he heard that. Do you think that I can't deal with you? With Blood Fiend Emperor's strength, he could definitely break the old faker's body if he attacked forcefully. However, the old faker was determined to die, so Blood Fiend Emperor did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the old faker would self-destruct and he would not get anything. Splash! Blood Fiend Emperor stretched out his hand and reached the old faker's main body in an instant. There's a human martial artist in your body. I think he is very important to you. If you refuse, I will kill him personally. The old faker was furious. He swayed his branches and blocked blood, Fiend Emperor. If you dare to touch him, I guarantee that you will not get anything, the old faker shouted angrily. I will give you 3 days to think about it, Blood Fiend Emperor said, and left the place. The old faker was left alone. When he was in the ancient sword continent, Fang Chun gave him a lot of help. A friend in need is a friend indeed. When his life was in danger, Fang Chun stepped forward to save him. And now, Fang Chun's disciple was threatened. He could not help him. The old faker was in a dilemma. He looked at Tian Xan, who was cultivating in his body, and sighed. Then, he made a decision. Blood Fiend Emperor was powerful. If he did not obey, Tian Xan would definitely die. It was worth it to exchange half of his main body for Tian Xan's life. 3 days later, Blood Fiend Emperor made a martial oath. The entire Sea Demon tribe would not attack Tian Xan to ensure his safety. Only then did the old faker nod. Crack! The Blood Fiend Monarch used his godly technique to break the main body of the Blood Fiend Monarch from the middle. In a moment, the old faker seemed to have aged 100 years. The remaining half of the main body emitted a decadent aura. The surrounding branches were a little yellow and seemed to be withering. It's just half of the body. Then, Blood Fiend Emperor turned and left. Martial Uncle, are you okay? Tian Xan woke up and was very worried. I'm fine. Cultivate well. The old faker said in a low voice. Ancestral land of inheritance. Reception hall. Fang Chun was cultivating the space-time cultivation system. With the space-time true intent, it was much easier to cultivate the space-time cultivation system. And it was very strange that the space-time cultivation system was not rejected by the body. This caused Fang Chun to be very surprised. However, when he saw the beating of the golden heart, he was relieved. After circulating the space-time book's incantation 36 times in his body, the first level was completed. Buzz, with a thought, a strong space-time aura spread around him. This meant that Fang Chun had officially become a member of the space-time cultivation system. With the compatibility of the two systems, Fang Chun's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Whoosh! Fang Chun activated the space-time book and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor could not find traces of him. I can't merge with space-time for the time being. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Kid, this is the bone progenitor's inheritance. Lightning Ancestor asked, what a domineering inheritance. Even I can't find it when it's hidden. Sword Ancestor was shocked. Fang Chun nodded and continued to cultivate. Inside the ancestral land of inheritance, in a certain open space, a figure broke out of the ground. He was the only survivor of the Sea Demon clan, Dao Ancestor Monster. Dao Ancestor Monster had been cultivating in seclusion since he was attacked by the martial artists of the Four Sacred Lands. After 3 years, Dao Ancestor Monster had obtained a very strong inheritance, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the creation realm and had undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, even if I face Xin Yue, I have nothing to fear. The strongest of the younger generation of the Sea Demon clan was Su Xin Yue. At that time, Dao Ancestor Monster was still a distance away from Su Xin Yue. But now, he believed that he was not weaker than Su Xin Yue. Dao Ancestor Monster was very confident and arrogant. It's been a long time since I tasted human delicacies. Dao Ancestor Monster licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. At this moment, a human martial artist approached. You came at the right time. Dao Ancestor Monster's body turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Crack! Before the human martial artist could react, his head was crushed by Dao Ancestor Monster. Dao Ancestor Monster placed his palm on the human martial artist's corpse. Blood gathered from the limbs and bones in Dao Ancestor Monster's hand and then drilled into his body. So delicious. A ghostly smile appeared on Dao Ancestor Monster's face. Immediately, he disappeared into the darkness. Human martial artists formed groups of 3 to 5 to search for opportunities. Dao Ancestor Monster encountered 2 or 3 groups. They were not too strong and could not defeat Dao Ancestor Monster. They were killed by him. Human martial artists, all of you must die. Tao Ancestor Monster said coldly. I want you to know that your so-called monstrous martial artists are like ants in my eyes. I will kill them one by one with my own hands and suck their blood dry. I will make this ancestral land of inheritance a nightmare for the human race. He raised his head and looked at the endless blue sky. Welcome Hall, I'm coming. Tao Ancestor Monster rushed in the direction of the Welcome Hall. Back then, he was forced to give up the inheritance and leave the Welcome Hall. And now, he was about to return to the Welcoming Hall in an absolutely powerful manner. Chapter 1542. The Blood Fiend Monarch had chosen 10 of the most outstanding youths of the Sea Demon clan. And now, only Tao Ancestor Monster was left. Of course, he did not know that Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu had died. With their strength, even if they were no match for the geniuses of the human clan, escaping was not a problem. A few days later, Tao Ancestor Monster came to the Welcoming Hall. The Welcoming Hall was still standing on the ground, surrounded by a strong seal. Could it be that Xinyue entered the Welcoming Hall? Tao Ancestor Monster thought to himself. He quickly walked to the front of the reception hall. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. Immediately, his face was filled with a gloomy expression. Xinyue. Tao Ancestor Monster saw Su Xinyue's corpse. After 3 years, Su Xinyue's corpse was still lying on the ground, unharmed. Tao Ancestor Monster's heart was filled with anger. Su Xinyue was a young genius of the Sea Demon clan, and also his senior sister. Yao remembered that when he was young, Su Xinyue had always helped him. Su Xinyue was very good to him, as if he was her younger brother. Although Tao Ancestor Monster did not say anything, he treated Su Xinyue as his sister. Various scenes of the past appeared in Tao Ancestor Monster's mind. These were the beautiful memories he had with Su Xinyue. Xinyue, I will definitely avenge you. Tao Ancestor Monster's body was filled with an extremely dense, evil aura, and then he walked step by step towards the Welcoming Hall. After taking 2 steps, he saw another corpse. This was Mu Hanfu's corpse. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Monster's eyes were scarlet, and he fell into a state of madness. Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu's death was a huge blow to Tao Ancestor Monster. No matter who it is, I will tear him into pieces. Tao Ancestor Monster tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and came to the Welcoming Hall. Boom! He gathered his strength and punched the Welcoming Hall. Dong! When the terrifying fist light came into contact with the Welcoming Hall, it let out a deafening sound. Rays of bright light spread out, devouring the fist light. The Welcoming Hall returned to its calm state. What a joke! The Welcoming Hall, created by the strongest person in this era, the Bone Progenitor. If it was destroyed by a creation realm martial artist, wouldn't it be a joke? Damn it! Tao Ancestor Demon went berserk as he bombarded the Welcoming Hall with punch after punch. However, it was useless. The restriction around the Guidance Hall was very strong. With his strength, it was impossible to break it. Inside the Reception Hall, Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor frowned slightly when they sensed that someone was attacking the Reception Hall. Then, they spread out their divine consciousness and found that the attacker was actually a member of the Sea Demon clan. The Sea Yao clan is too arrogant, the Lightning Ancestor said solemnly. Should I get rid of this annoying fellow? The Sword Ancestor stopped him. Us 2 old fellows shouldn't interfere in the battle between the younger generation. Fang Chen's cultivation is about to end, so I can use him in practice. Hearing Sword Ancestor's words, Lightning Ancestor nodded with a smile. In the center of the hall, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, practicing the Book of Time and Space. The aura around his body gradually increased, giving people a shocking feeling. At some point, Fang Chen opened his eyes. As expected of the space-time cultivation system, Fang Chen sighed. Although he practiced 2 cultivation systems, his body didn't reject them. This was due to the Golden Heart. Ordinary warriors could only choose the current cultivation system. Once they practiced other cultivation systems, they would be seriously injured or even die. After becoming a member of the space-time cultivation system, it was easier to cultivate the Book of Time and Space. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's space-time true meaning had reached the peak of the 8th grade, and he was only one step away from the ninth grade. Fang Chun had also cultivated the Book of Time and Space to the second level. As for the third level, he couldn't cultivate it for the time being. Fang Chun, who was stuck at the bottleneck, gave up on cultivating and stood up. "How is it?" Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor hurriedly asked. "I have some gains," Fang Chun replied simply. The space-time cultivation system was a system created by the bone progenitor. Even experts like Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor didn't understand it. So, it was better not to say. Moreover, the space-time cultivation system involved very deep things. It was better to keep it secret. If it was known, there would be many people targeting him. Fang Chun didn't want to put himself in the middle of a whirlpool. "I didn't expect that we would be able to meet the successor of the bone progenitor. We're looking forward to the moment you step into the God realm." Lightning Ancestor laughed. The Sword Ancestor also nodded slightly. The bone progenitor was the strongest human in the mortal universe in this universe era. Its talent was so strong that it made countless warriors despair. After entering the God realm, it was also a meteoric rise. It had already become an overlord in the God realm. Fang Chun had accepted the bone progenitor's inheritance and was considered the bone progenitor's disciple. If he entered the God realm in the future, his future would be limitless. "I will definitely go to the God realm," Fang Chun whispered. "Fang Chun, you have already accepted the bone progenitor's inheritance. Logically speaking, I shouldn't do anything. But seeing how outstanding you are, I really can't help it." Lightning Ancestor said, "I saw that you cultivated a lightning-attributed soul path secret technique. I'm best at lightning, so I can give you some pointers." In fact, Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor's feelings were understandable. They were also thinking for the human race. Their true bodies were in the God realm and couldn't take care of their hometowns. They could only pin their hopes on Fang Chun. "Thank you, Lightning Ancestor." Fang Chun was a little happy and cupped his fists. "Tell me about the soul path secret technique you cultivate," Lightning Ancestor said. Fang Chun nodded and then told Lightning Ancestor the details of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. He didn't expect Lightning Ancestor to have heard of this secret technique. If you want to cultivate this secret technique to the extreme, you need to ingeniously fuse lightning and soul path aura. Lightning Ancestor began to give Fang Chun pointers. Although Lightning Ancestor wasn't a soul cultivator, his control of lightning had surpassed all warriors. The Lightning Ancestor had mastered the law of lightning to the extreme. He could create lightning with a thought. When triggering the void lightning, you have to be undistracted. Lightning Ancestor seriously taught Fang Chun some information about the Tao of lightning. Then, he told the latter the method of ingeniously fusing lightning and soul path aura. Half an hour later, Fang Chun benefited a lot. "Thank you, Lightning Ancestor, for your guidance." Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. He vaguely felt that his Five Thunders Tribulation technique was about to break through. He needed an opportunity. Once it appeared, he would definitely break through. "Well, you have to comprehend it well." Lightning Ancestor nodded, very satisfied with Fang Chun's comprehension ability. In half an hour, Fang Chun completely comprehended Lightning Ancestor's teachings. At this time, Sword Ancestor came over. "I have nothing to say. This is a little of my sword cultivation experience. Take it and comprehend it." Sword Ancestor pointed his finger, and a silver light drilled into Fang Chun's forehead. Suddenly, a lot of information appeared in his mind. "Thank you, Sword Ancestor." The two ancestors looked at Fang Chun with some reluctance. "Little guy, our consciousness is about to collapse. The next time we meet, it will be in the God realm." Lightning Ancestor said, "I hope you can come to the God realm as soon as possible." Sword Ancestor said, "Ancestors, I will not let you down." Fang Chun said. After a pause, Fang Chun continued, "Ancestors, I have a request. Speak. If I meet a woman named Star and Moon in the God realm, I hope the two ancestors can help secretly." Fang Chun said, "No problem." This kind of small matter was nothing to the two ancestors. While talking, the shadows of the two swayed and were about to dissipate. "Cultivate well. Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor's consciousness finally collapsed. Fang Chun bowed deeply to the void, then stepped out and came out of the reception hall. Boom! After Fang Chun left, the seal on the welcoming hall was completely sealed off. I'm finally out. For 3 whole years, he had gained a lot in the reception hall. It was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Although his cultivation had not reached the 9th level of the creation realm, his combat strength was comparable to a life and death realm emperor. Almost no one in the mortal universe could do such a thing. Fang Chun walked in the void and saw Dao Ancestor Monster sitting cross-legged below. Beside him were 2 corpses. Whoosh! Dao Ancestor Monster opened his eyes and shot out 2 beams of light. Killing intent surged as he stood up and stared at Fang Chun. Sanguinati, Dao Ancestor Monster gritted his teeth. I thought you had died in the ancestral land. Fang Chun smiled faintly. You're not dead. How can I die before you? Dao Ancestor Monster said in a deep voice. Today, I will take your life to avenge them. I'm afraid you won't get what you want. Fang Chun landed on the ground and walked in front of Dao Ancestor Monster. Boom! Dao Ancestor Monster's body exploded with a terrifying aura. The power of a 9th level creation realm expert was fully displayed. How is it? Are you afraid? It's too late. Dao Ancestor Monster looked at Fang Chun and sneered. He wanted to see the fear on Fang Chun's face. However, he was disappointed. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chun did not take him seriously. Buzz! With a thought, Fang Chun's aura, which was comparable to a life and death realm emperor, gushed out from his body. It instantly devoured Dao Ancestor Monster's aura and suppressed it. Your little bit of strength is really not enough, Fang Chun sneered. This Dao Ancestor Monster, who was smiling arrogantly, suddenly felt a strong pressure. No, impossible. You can't be this strong. Dao Ancestor Monster did not believe that Fang Chun was this strong. Stop pretending. Watch how I kill you. Dao Ancestor Monster used all his strength and used his trump card. Die. Facing Dao Ancestor Monster's attack, Fang Chun sneered. Bang! A light punch had directly disintegrated the trump card that Dao Ancestor Yao was so proud of. Pucci! Dao Ancestor Monster's body caved in and blood splattered on the ground. His eyes were filled with despair. The heavens want me dead. Sanguinati's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. In front of Sanguinati, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Pucci!